Okay, Duvid here. We are live and finally back with my metaphysics series. It's been a long time and I've been busy with other things. There was the Jewish holidays. And at one point, I wanted to stream every week, but it's a lot of research, a lot of work. And, the more the more you know that you don't know. So, from doing the research in this, it has opened up much more research, and I've read countless more books on countless more subjects, and just my own personal interest in the subject versus even like reporting or to my audience, to eventually writings I would like to do, purely in my own quest to understand. So, um, in the metaphysics series, I'm kind of jumping around. I've covered many different topics, and people follow Week in Review a lot of these names and things I've mentioned in the past. And I went in depth on the Vienna Circle, extreme research, and covered that a lot. And eventually, I'm going to do the portraits and I'll do the biographies of the Vienna Circle scholars on this series. And because that's one of the most important things for the modern philosophy of science. And, I've read on Week in Review somewhat of the amalgamation between American pragmatism and German idealism, or that, neo-Kantianism through the Vienna Circle, and, like Quine and Sellers. And I'm going to talk about those people in the future, God willing. But, a theme that I've noticed that I thought was important and wanted to cover was what's the philosophy of America? And most of the great minds of Western philosophy are European, and you have your different schools of like British empiricism versus continental idealism, and different things within that. The Kantians, Hegel. There's not really great American philosophers, and if there is an American philosophy, the American philosophy is pragmatism. And then with the Vienna Circle and the anti-metaphysical point of view, America is almost anti-philosophical, where the dominant school in America has been um, anti-metaphysical, anti-philosophy, and that would be the point of view that you have better informed from science than from um, philosophy, and that instead of philosophy informing science, you should have science informing philosophy. And so most Americans are not really philosophical. And if they are philosophical, they're steeped in the classics and the Western tradition, and that's the European Western tradition. And then it gets very complicated in trying to amalgamate the effect of European tradition on American. And that's where you said, well, pragmatism. And so, similar to like the Greek and Roman Empire, where the Greek was theoretical and the Romans were practical. So the Greeks give us science and the Romans give us engineering. The Romans exemplified the power of the Greek teachings through um, the greater military conquest and conquering, and architecture, building, governance, where they put into practice the ideas of the Greeks, but relatively did not advance philosophy that much. And people like Cicero, or the famous Romans that we know that wrote and thought, more of them were pragmatists, that about not so much theoretically what's correct, but what works, how do you get things done. So in terms of American pragmatism, I mean, you could say there's a long tradition, but like in the philosophical circles, it is accredited to Charles Sanders Peirce, who was a major name at Harvard and taught logic, and he actually had quite a bit of influence on the scientific method. And it's also somewhat pragmatic, where your pragmatism, looking at, you're not going to actually get to truth, and you have to push forward with the best of what you know. Maybe things like Bayesian reasoning and statistics and scientific methods. So American pragmatism is extremely important for understanding America historically, how we got, now we live in an era of expertise, scientism, materialism, and to a large extent, that was only possible because of pragmatism. that we reach to this atheistic scientific materialistic age is an outgrowth of American pragmatism. That's why science, although started in Europe. You have Newton and the Royal Society. Science is most perfected in the 20th century in America. That's also because of the World War II and the exodus of scientists, like Einstein, the physicists, the mathematicians. On Week in Review, I went in depth on various things like Gottingen, the mathematicians that made mass exodus from uh, Europe to America, the physicists, the philosophers. So not just like the Frankfurt Circle and things like sociology and anthropology, the philosophers also. What was left of like the neo-Kantians of European philosophy mostly gets reestablished in America. However, you don't really have an establishment. There's not really such an establishment of a European philosophical tradition that makes it into America. And any one of the European implants into America that was successful was pragmatic. And even think like the Frankfurt School working with Jews, looking at Jews as equal, or in a meritocratic process of not looking, like of Jews as having a conflicting strategy. There was some element, but the pragmatism won out. And a lot of the pragmatists are also relatively philo-Semitic. It's not something I'll be going to be covering today. But just to put out some of this important thought here, and people might, God forbid, like I've been covering the Samantha Wold trial, and the defense attorney Brian Brown, kept on asking the Jeff Herbson, the witness, that so you're practical, you consider yourself pragmatic, and saying, well, yes, like most Americans, of course I'm pragmatic. That's the philosophy of America. It's almost considered like a compliment, like of course you're pragmatic, as opposed to historically in philosophy, pragmatism was like an insult. Saying it's better to be idealistic, it's better to have larger ideals, and to be willing to follow and stick to your ideals as opposed to pragmatic. So like that historical concept, you're saying pragmatism is rising in opposition to empiricism, to British empiricism and German continental idealism. And so, idealism, saying that there's these concept and ideas that have to be followed, and truth comes from these ideas, and you should stick to the truth whether it works or not. Or, long term versus empiricism, like a scientific method, you have to test it. And so, I mean, not necessarily like empiricism, what works, but in terms of like the truth, like a pragmatism, saying, well, you can't really know the truth. You can have the scientific method. And so, empiricism is not necessarily philosophically saying we're going to do what works. Although, there is a connection between empiricism and pragmatism, but the pragmatism is going to reach a higher level where the truth doesn't matter as much. And so it's an extremely important philosophical position. It's not well understood. So just like the term pragmatism, what does it mean? People consider themselves pragmatic versus American pragmatism. And I would say your average American probably never heard of American pragmatism. And like, the founding fathers, like I have extensively covered William James because of my psychological research. And, William James, one of the fathers of pragmatism. But outside of psychology, scholars have heard of William James. So someone like my mother who never studied psychology, of course she would have heard of William James, but she might not have read him or know his ideas, or maybe just a basic kind of like what's American pragmatism. But your average, even educated American, might not even know about American pragmatism, specifically Charles Sanders Peirce. John Dewey is maybe more popular because he was in sociology and had certain ideas that mostly affected the American educational system. So of the three founders of American pragmatism, Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, and John Dewey. John Dewey is probably the best known of them. George Herbert Mead is more pure psychology. I included him here. He's also one of the big names because I've mentioned him a lot in identity theory, and also he was at University of Michigan. And then Richard Rorty is more recent in terms like a modern, the neo-pragmatist. Some people like Hilary Putnam or in the philosophy of science, I think Sellers or Royce. There's a few other names that people who've studied philosophy or are well read may have heard. But I would say, like, generally these are not well known names. Like most Americans, even educated Americans, are not familiar with this history or its importance. But if you want a deeper dive into even understanding modern American culture, like Juneteenth, why today's Juneteenth, happy Juneteenth to everybody. So why is it? How is it that we have this new holiday just in the last few years, Juneteenth? It's partially based upon pragmatism and saying, well, times have changed, society has changed. We recognize that a lot of the foundational principles of America were wrong. We've adapted it. We mistreated African Americans. Slavery was the worst of all of it. And in part of moving towards a more just society, we have to do things that bring in and make reparation and amends for the mistreatment of African Americans. Therefore, we have things like Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth. But saying, like, partially what has allowed that to happen is American pragmatism. So hopefully people show up, or if it's interesting for this information. For my research, it's very important, and I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. I started earlier today. I wasn't even going to start at like 1 o'clock, but I ended up talking with Luke Ford. So probably about 7 hours of reading. None of these are that long. Charles Sanders Peirce and John Dewey are relatively long. Will probably take a little more than an hour. William James, Mead, and Rorty might be under an hour. And so I also decided to open up with just the Wikipedia background. I didn't highlight the others. The highlighting is general. The red is the section titles. Orange is names and dates. Purple and green are main topics. Purple having a little bit more higher order than green. Yellow are also categories and topics that are less more peripheral to the topic than the purple and green. And then gray is numbers and lists, to help going through it. And I was just taking this course on memory, and a lot of people don't think that highlighting actually helps that much, although rereading mentally and key concepts is helpful. So I'm still going with the highlighting. Last Australian of real. God bless. Good to see you. Appreciate the compliment. I would guess Australia also is probably a blend. So Australia, I'm not sure if Australia actually has a philosophy. So it's like, what's the philosophy of America? It's pragmatism. And so the continental Europeans were idealists, and the British were empiricists. I mean, you did have a continental empiricist, and you're just saying the overall plurality of the country beliefs and the major thought leaders. So I don't know enough about Australia. I mean, I see some Australian philosophers, but I'm not sure if they would be considered, like, dominant. And I wouldn't be surprised if Australia also takes a pragmatic approach, but I'm not sure. I have no knowledge of that. I talked to on I'm week in review. I'm going to start moving into conspiracy theory, and I've mentioned this book I just read on the long-term effect of Adam Smith's on-scene hand, and in terms like laws of nature or scientific thought. Okay, so let's jump right in. There's a lot of reading today, a lot of information. Hope this is useful to people. If there's interesting things in the chat, I'll try to respond at breaks. But I'll be reading. I have at least 5-6 hours of reading today, but at breaks I will respond to interesting comments in the chat or address direct questions if you do not do it. Pragmatism. I didn't see a pragmatism, an American pragmatism. So there's a journal, to say like pragmatism is the philosophy of America, but just the background on pragmatism before I go straight into it, because I say most people don't have a background to understand American pragmatism. And very few people probably heard of Charles Sanders Peirce or his importance as the founder of American pragmatism. The William James and John Dewey are better known. Pragmatism is a philosophical tradition that views language and thought as tools for prediction, problem solving, and action, rather than describing, representing, or mirroring reality. Pragmatists contend that most philosophical topics, such as the nature of knowledge, language, concepts, meanings, belief, and science, are all best viewed in terms of their practical uses and successes. Pragmatism began in the United States in the 1870s. Its origins are often attributed to the philosophers Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, and John Dewey. In 1878, Peirce described it in his pragmatic maxim: consider the practical effects of the objects of your conception, then your conception of these effects is the whole of your conception of the object. Origins. Pragmatism as a philosophical movement began in the United States around 1870. Charles Sanders Peirce, in his pragmatic maxim, is given credit for its development, along with the later 20th century contributions, William James and John Dewey. Its direction was determined by the Metaphysical Club members Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, and Chauncey Wright, as well as John Dewey and George Herbert Mead. The word pragmatic has existed in English since the 1500s, a word borrowed from French and ultimately derived from Greek via Latin. The Greek word pragma means business, deed, or act, is a noun derived from the verb prasign, to do. The first use of the term in print of the name pragmatism was in 1898 by James, who credited Peirce for coining the term during the early 1870s. James regarded Peirce's Illustrations of the Logic of Science series, including The Fixation of Belief, and especially How to Make Our Ideas Clear, 1887 and 8, as the foundation of pragmatism. Peirce in turn wrote in 1906 that Nicholas St. John Green had been instrumental by emphasizing the importance of applying Alexander Bain's definition of belief, which was that upon which a man is prepared to act. Peirce wrote that from this definition, pragmatism is scarce more than a corollary, so that I am disposed to think of him as the grandfather of pragmatism. John Shook has said Chauncey Wright also deserves considerable credit, for, as both Peirce and James recall, it was Wright who demanded a phenomenalist and fallibist empiricism as an alternative to rationalistic speculation. Peirce developed the idea that inquiry depends on real doubt, not mere verbal or hyperbolic doubt, and said that in order to understand a conception in a fruitful way, consider the practical effects of the objects of your conception. Then your conception of those effects is the whole of your conception of the object, which he later called the pragmatic maxim. It equates any conception of an object to the general extent of the conceivable implications for informed practice of that object's effects. That is the heart of his pragmatism as a method of experimentational mental reflection, arriving at conceptions in terms of conceivable confirmatory and disconfirmatory circumstances, a method hospitable to the generation of explanatory hypotheses and conducive to the employment of and improvement of verification. Typical of Peirce is his concern with inference to explanatory hypothesis as outside the usual foundational alternative between deductivist rationalism and inductivist empiricism, although he was a mathematical logician and a founder of statistics. Peirce lectured and further wrote on pragmatism to make clear his own interpretation. While framing a conception's meaning in terms of conceivable test, Peirce emphasized that since a conception is general, its meaning, its intellectual purport, equates to its acceptance implications for general practice, rather to any definite set of real effects or test results. A conception's clarified meaning points towards its conceivable verifications, but the outcomes are not meanings, but individual upshots. Peirce in 1905 coined the new term named pragmatism for the precise purpose of expressing the original definition, saying that all went happily with James and Schiller's variant use of the old name pragmatism, and that he nonetheless coined the new name because of the old name's growing use in literary journals where it gets abused. Yet in 1906 manuscripts he cited as causes his differences with James and Schiller. And in 1908 publication, his differences with James, as well as literary author Giovanni Papini, Peirce regarded his own views that truth is immutable and infinity is real as being opposed by the other pragmatists, but he remained allied with them about the falsity of necessitarianism and about the reality of generals and habits understood in terms of potential concrete effects, even if unactualized. Pragmatism enjoyed renewed attention after William Van Orman Quine and Wilfrid Sellars used a revised pragmatism to create logical positivism in the 1960s. Inspired by the work of Quine and Sellars, a brand of pragmatism known sometimes as neo-pragmatism gained influence through Richard Rorty, the most influential of the late 20th century pragmatists, along with Hilary Putnam and Robert Brandom. Contemporary pragmatists may be broadly divided into a strict analytical tradition and a neoclassical pragmatism such as Susan Hack that adheres to the work of Peirce, James, and Dewey. Core tenets. A few of the various but often interrelated positions characteristic of philosophers working from a pragmatist approach include epistemology, justification, a coherentist theory of justification that rejects the claim that all knowledge and justified belief rest ultimately on a foundation of non-inferential knowledge or justified belief. Coherentists hold that justification is solely a function of some relationship between beliefs, none of which are privileged beliefs, in the way maintained by foundationalist theories of justification. Epistemology, truth, a deflationary or pragmatic theory of truth. The former is the epistemological claim that assertions that predicate truth of a statement do not attribute a property called truth to such a statement, while the latter is the epistemological claim that assertions that predicate truth of a statement attribute the property of useful to believe to such a statement. Metaphysics, a pluralist view that there is more than one sound way to conceptualize the world and its content. Philosophy of science, an instrumentalist and scientific anti-realist view that a scientific concept or theory should be evaluated by how effectively it explains and predicts phenomenon, as opposed to how accurately it describes objective reality. Philosophy of language, an anti-representationalist view that rejects analyzing the semantic meaning of propositions, mental states, and statements in terms of a correspondence or representational relationship, and instead analyzes semantic meanings in terms of notions like dispositions to actions, inferential relations, and or functional roles, like behavioralism and inferentialism, not to be confused with pragmatics, a subfield of linguistics with no relation to the philosophical pragmatism. Additionally, forms of empiricism, fallibilism, and verificationism, and Aquinian naturalist metaphilosophy are also commonly elements of pragmatist philosophies. Many pragmatists are epistemological relativists and see this to be an important facet of their pragmatism, like Joseph Margolis, but this is controversial, and other pragmatists argue such relativism to be seriously misguided, like Hilary Putnam and Susan Hack. Anti-reification of concepts and theories. Dewey, in the quest for certainty, criticized what he called the philosophical fallacy. Philosophers often take categories such as the mental and the physical for granted because they don't realize that these are nominal concepts that were invented to help solve specific problems. This causes metaphysical and conceptual confusion. Various examples are the ultimate being of Hegelian philosophers, the belief in a realm of value, the idea that logic, because it is an abstraction for concrete thought, has nothing to do with the action of concrete thinking. David Hildebrand summarizes the problem: perceptual attention to the specific functions comprising entirely realist and idealist alike to formulate accounts of knowledge that project and the products of extensive abstraction back onto the experience. Sorry, 1 second. Hello? Okay, God forbid, just a random sales call. Okay, naturalism and anti-Cartesianism. From the outset, pragmatists wanted to reform philosophy and bring it more in line with the scientific method as they understood it. They argued that idealist and realist philosophy had a tendency to present human knowledge as something beyond what science could grasp. They held that these philosophies then resorted either to phenomenology inspired by Kant or to the correspondence theories of knowledge and truth. Pragmatists criticized the former for its a priorism and the latter because it takes correspondence as an unanalyzable fact. Pragmatism instead tries to explain the relationship between knower and known. In 1968, Peirce argued that there is no power of intuition in the sense of cognition unconditioned by inference, and no power of introspection, intuitive or otherwise, and that awareness of an internal world is by hypothetical inference from external facts. Introspection and intuition were staple philosophical tools, at least since Descartes, He argued that there is no absolutely first cognition in a cognitive process. Such a process has its beginning but can always be analyzed into finer cognitive stages. That which we call introspection does not give privileged access to knowledge about the mind. The self is a concept that is derived from our interaction with the external world and not the other way around. At the same time, he held persistently that pragmatism and epistemology in general could not be derived from principles of psychology understood as a special science. What we do think is too different from what we should think. In his illustrations of logic of sciences uh, series, Peirce formulated both pragmatism and principles of statistics as aspects of scientific method in general. It is an important point of disagreement for most other pragmatists who advocated more thorough naturalism and psychologicism. Richard Rorty expanded these and other arguments in Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, in which he criticized attempts by many philosophers of science to carve out a space for epistemology that is entirely unrelated to and sometimes thought as superior to the empirical sciences. Quine, who was instrumental in bringing naturalized epistemology back in favor with his essay Epistemology Naturalized, and criticized traditional epistemology and its Cartesian dream of absolute certainty. The dream, he argued, was impossible in practice as well as misguided in theory because it separates epistemology from scientific inquiry. Reconciliation of anti-skepticism and fallibilism. Hilary Putnam had suggested that the reconciliation of anti-skepticism and fallibilism is the central goal of American pragmatism. Although all human knowledge is partial, with no ability to take a God's eye view, this does not necessitate a globalized skeptical attitude or radical philosophical skepticism as distinguished from that which is called scientific skepticism. Peirce insisted that, one, in reasoning there is no presupposition, and at least the hope that truth and the real are discoverable and would be discovered sooner or later, but still inevitably by investigation taken far enough. And two, contrary to Descartes' famous and influential methodology and meditations on first philosophy, doubt cannot be feigned or created by verbal fiat to motivate fruitful inquiry, and much less can philosophy begin in universal doubt. Doubt, like belief, requires justification. Genuine doubt irritates and inhibits in the sense that belief is that upon which one is prepared to act. It arises from confrontation with some specific recalcitrant matters of fact, which Dewey called the situation, which unsettles our belief in some specific proposition. Inquiry is then the rationally self-controlled process of attempting to return to the settled state of belief about the matter. Note that anti-skepticism is a reaction to modern academic skepticism. In the wake of Descartes, the pragmatist insistence that all knowledge is tentative is quite congenial to the older skeptical tradition. Theory of truth and epistemology. Pragmatism was not the first to apply evolution to theories of knowledge. Schopenhauer advocated a biological idealism as what's useful to an organism to believe might differ widely from what is true. Here, knowledge and action are portrayed as two separate spheres with absolute or transcendental truth above and beyond any sort of inquiry organisms use to cope with life. Pragmatism challenges this idealism by providing an ecological account of knowledge. Inquiry is how organisms can get a grip on their environment. Real and true are functional labels in inquiry and cannot be understood outside of this context. It is not realist in a traditional robust sense of realism, what Hilary Putnam later called metaphysical realism, but is realist in how it acknowledges an external world which must be dealt with. Many of James' best term phrases, truth's cash value, and the true is only the expedient in our way of thinking, were taken out of context and caricatured in contemporary literature as representing the view where any idea with practical utility is true. William James wrote, "It is high time to urge the use of little imagination in philosophy. The unwillingness of some of our critics to read any but the silliest of possible meaningless into our statements is as discreditable to their imaginations as anything I can in recent philosophical history." Schiller says the truth is that which works. Thereupon, he is treated as one who limits verification to the lowest material utilities. Dewey says that truth is what gives satisfaction. He is treated as one who believes in calling everything true, which, if it were true, would be pleasant. In reality, James asserts the theory is a great deal more subtle. The role of belief in representing reality is widely debated in pragmatism. Is a belief valid when it represents reality? Copying is one and only one genuine mode of knowing. Our beliefs dispositions which qualify as true or false depending on how helpful they prove in inquiry and in action. It is only the struggle of intelligent organisms with the surrounding environment that beliefs acquire meaning. Does a belief only become true when it succeeds in the struggle? In James' pragmatism, nothing practical or useful is held to be necessarily true, nor is anything which helps to survive merely in the short term. For example, to believe my cheating spouse is faithful may help me to feel better now, but is certainly not useful for the more long-term perspective because it doesn't accord with the facts and is therefore not true. In other fields, in philosophy of science, instrumentalism is the view that concepts and theories are merely useful instruments, and progress in science cannot be couched in terms of concepts and theories somehow mirroring reality. Instrumentalist philosophies often define scientific progress as nothing more than an improvement in explaining and predicting phenomenon. Instrumentalism does not state that truth does not matter, but rather provides a specific answer to the questions of what truth and falsity mean and how they function in science. One of C.I. Lewis's main arguments in Mind in the World Order outline of a theory of knowledge was 1929 was that science does not merely provide a copy of reality, but must work with conceptual systems, and those are chosen from pragmatic reasons. That is, because they aid inquiry. Lewis's own development of multiple modal logics is a case in point. Lewis is sometimes called a proponent of conceptual pragmatism because of this. Another development is the cooperation of logical positivism and pragmatism in the works of Charles Morris, Rudolf Carnap. The influence of pragmatism on these writers is mostly limited to the incorporation of the pragmatic maxim into their epistemology. Pragmatists with a broader conception of the movement do not often refer to them. Quine's paper, Two Dogmas of Empiricism, published in 1951, is one of the most celebrated papers of the 20th century philosophy in the analytic tradition. This paper is an attack on the two central tenets of the logical positivist philosophy. One is the distinction between analytical statements, tautologies, and contradictions, whose truth or falsehood is a function of the meanings of the words in the statement, all bachelors are married, and synthetic statements whose truth or falsehood is a function of contingent states of affair. The other is reductionism, the theory that each meaningful statement gets its meaning from some logical construction of terms which refers exclusively to immediate experience. Quine's argument brings to mind Peirce's insistence that axioms are not a priori truths but are synthetic statements. Logic. Later in his life, Schiller became famous for his attacks on logic in his textbook, Formal Logic. By then, Schiller's pragmatism had become the nearest of any to the classical pragmatist to an ordinary language philosophy. Schiller sought to undermine the very possibility of formal logic by showing that words only had meanings when used in context. The least famous of Schiller's main works was the constructive sequel to his destructive book, Formal Logic. In the sequel, Logic for Use, Schiller attempted to construct a new logic to replace the formal logic they had criticized in Formal Logic. What he offers is something philosophers would recognize today as a logic covering the context of discovery and the hypothetical deductive method. Whereas Schiller dismissed the possibility of formal logic, most pragmatists are critical rather of its pretension to ultimate validity and see logic as one logical tool among others, or perhaps considering the multitude of formal logics one set of tools among others. This is the view of C.I. Lewis. Peirce developed multiple methods for doing formal logic. Stephen Tolman's The Use of Argument inspired scholars in informal logic and rhetorical studies, although it is an epistemological work. Metaphysics. James and Dewey were empirical thinkers in the most straightforward fashion. Experience is the ultimate test, and experience is what needs to be explained. They were dissatisfied with ordinary empiricism because in the tradition dating to Hume, empiricists had a tendency to think of experience as nothing more than individual sensations. To the pragmatists, this went against the spirit of empiricism. We should try to explain all that is given in experience, including connection and meaning, instead of explaining them away and positing sense data as the ultimate reality. Radical empiricism, or immediate empiricism, in Dewey's words, wants to give a place and meaning and value instead of explaining them away as subjective additions to a world of whizzing atoms. William James gives an interesting example of this philosophical shortcoming. A young graduate began by saying that he had always taken for granted that when you entered a philosophical classroom, you had to open relations with a universe entirely distinct from the one you left behind on the street. The two were supposed, he said, to have little to do with each other, that you could not possibly occupy your mind with them at the same time. The word of the concrete personal experiences to which the street belongs is multitudinous, beyond imagination, tangled, muddy, painful, and perplexed. The world to which your philosophy professor introduces you is simple, clean, and noble. The contradictions of real life are absent from it, In point of fact, it is far less of an account of this actual world than a clear addition built upon it, if no explanation of our concrete universe. So here's the Chicago Club, including Mead, Dewey, Engel, and more. Pragmatism is sometimes called American pragmatism because so many of its proponents are Americans. And just to mention, sometimes pragmatists include Jane Addams from the Hull House, and my grandfather's grandfather, Rabbi Bamberger, who was in charge of the Workmen's Circle in Chicago, collaborated with Hull House. And in fact, he may have even met Dewey and Mead, as we'll see later. Schiller's first book, Riddles of the Sphinx, was published before he became aware of the growing pragmatist movement taking place in America. In it, Schiller argues for a middle ground between materialism and absolute metaphysics. These opposites are comparable to what William James called tough-minded empiricism and tender-minded rationalism. Schiller contends, on the one hand, that mechanistic naturalism cannot make sense of the higher aspects of our world. These include free will, consciousness, purpose, universals, and some would add God. On the other hand, abstract metaphysics cannot make sense of the lower aspects of the world, the imperfect change, physicality. While Schiller is vague about the exact sort of the middle ground he is trying to establish, he suggests that metaphysics is a tool that can aid inquiry, but that is valuable only insofar as it does help in explanation. In the second half of the 20th century, Stephen Tolman argued that the need to distinguish between reality and appearance only arises within an explanatory scheme, and therefore that there is no point in asking what ultimate reality consists of. More recently, a similar idea has been suggested by the post-analytic philosopher Daniel Dennett, who argues that anyone who wants to understand the world has to acknowledge both synthetic aspects of reality and its emergent or semantic properties, like meaning and value. Radical empiricism gives answers to questions about the limits of science, the nature of meaning and value, and the workability of reductionism. These questions feature prominently in the current debates about the relation between religion and science, where it is often assumed most pragmatists would disagree that science degrades everything that is meaningful into merely physical phenomena. Philosophy of Mind. Both John Dewey in Experience in Nature, 1929, and half a century later, Richard Rorty in his Philosophy in the Mirror of Nature, 1979, argue that much of the debate about the relation of the mind to body results from conceptual confusions. They argue instead that there is no need to posit the mind or mind stuff as an ontological category. Pragmatists disagree over whether philosophers ought to adopt a quietist or a naturalist stance towards the mind-body problem. The former, including Rorty, want to do away with the problem because they believe it is a pseudo-problem, whereas the latter believe that it is a meaningful empirical question. Ethics. Pragmatism sees no fundamental difference between practical and theoretical reason, nor any ontological difference between facts and values. Pragmatist ethics is broadly humanist because it sees no ultimate test of morality beyond what matters for us as humans. Good values are those for which we have good reasons. The good reasons approach. The pragmatist formulation predates those of other philosophers who have stressed important similarities between values and facts, such as Jerome Schneidwind and John Searle. William James contributed to ethics, as laid out in his essay, The Will to Believe. Has often been misunderstood as a plea for relativism or rationality. On its own terms, it argues that ethics always involves a certain degree of trust or faith, and that we cannot always wait for adequate proof when making moral decisions. Moral questions immediately present themselves as questions whose solution cannot wait for a sensible proof. A moral question is a question not of what sensibly exists, but of what is good, or what would be good if it did exist. A social organism of any sort, whatever, large or small, is what it is because each member proceeds to his own duty with the trust that the other members will simultaneously do theirs. Wherever a desired result is achieved by the cooperation of many independent persons, its existence as a fact is a pure consequence of the precursor faith in one another of those immediately concerned. A government, an army, a commercial system, a ship, a colleague, an athletic team all exist on this condition, without which not only is nothing achieved, but nothing is even attempted. Of the classical pragmatists, John Dewey wrote most extensively about morality and democracy. In his classic article, Three Independent Factors in Morals, he tried to integrate three basic philosophical perspectives on morality: the right, the virtuous, and the good. He held that while all three provide meaningful ways to think about moral questions, the possibility of conflict among the three elements cannot always be easily solved. Dewey also criticized the dichotomy between means and ends, which he saw as responsible for the degradation of our everyday working lives and education. Both conceived as merely a means to an end, he stressed the need for a meaningful labor and conception of education that viewed it not as a preparation for life, but as life itself. Dewey was opposed to other ethical philosophies of his time, notably the emotivism of Alfred Ayer. Dewey envisioned the possibility of ethics as an experimental discipline and thought values could best be characterized not as feelings or imperatives, but as hypotheses about what action will lead to satisfactory results and what he termed consumatory experience. An additional implication of this view is that ethics is a fallible undertaking because human beings are frequently unable to know what would satisfy them. During the late 1900s and the first decade of 2000, pragmatism was embraced by many in the field of bioethics, led by the professor John Lax and his student Glenn McGee, whose 1997 book, The Perfect Baby, A Pragmatic Approach to Genetic Engineering, garnered praise within the classical American philosophy and criticism from bioethicists for its development of a theory of pragmatic bioethics and rejection of the principalism theory then in vogue in medical ethics. An anthology published in the MIT Press titled Pragmatic Bioethics included the response of philosophers to the debate, including Mika Hester, Griffin Trotter, and many others who developed their own theories based on the work of Dewey, Peirce, Royce, and others. Lax developed several applications of pragmatism to bioethics independent of, but extending from the work of Dewey and James. A recent pragmatist contributing to metaethics is Todd Lankin's Making Morality. Lankin argues that morality is a fallible but rational practice and that it has traditionally been misconceived as based on theory or principles. Instead, he argues theory and rules arise as tools to make practice more intelligent. Okay, you last Australian. Appreciate that. God bless. Aesthetics. John Dewey's art as experience, based on the William James lectures he delivered at Harvard University, was an attempt to show the integrity of art, culture, and everyday experience. Art for Dewey is or should be part of everyone's creative lives and not just the privilege of a selective group of artists. He also emphasized that the audience is more than a passive recipient. Dewey's treatment of art was a move away from the transcendental approach to aesthetics in the wake of Immanuel Kant, who emphasized the unique character of art and the disinterested nature of aesthetic appreciation. The notable contemporary pragmatist aesthetician is Joseph Margolis. He defines a work of art as a physically embodied cultural emergent entity. A human utterance that isn't an ontological quirk, but in line with the other human activity and cultural in general. He emphasized that works of art are complex and difficult to fathom, and that no determinate interpretation can be given. Philosophy of religion. Both Dewey and James investigated the role that religion can play in contemporary society, the former in a common faith and the latter in the varieties of religious experience. From a general point of view, for William James, something is true only insofar as it works. Thus, for the statement, for example, that prayer is heard may work on a psychological level, but may not help to bring about the things you pray for, and may be better explained by referring to its soothing effect than to claiming prayers are heard. As such, pragmatism is not antithetical to religion, but is not an apologetic for faith either. James' metaphysical position, however, leaves open the possibility that the ontological claims of religion may be true. As he observed in The End of the Varieties, his position does not amount to a denial of the existence of transcendental realities. Quite the contrary, he argued for legitimate epistemic right to believe in such realities, since such beliefs do make a difference in an individual's life and refer to claims that cannot be verified or falsified, either on intellectual or common sensorial grounds. Joseph Margolis, in his History Thought, Constructed World, makes a distinction between existence and reality. He suggests using the term exist only for those things which adequately exhibit pure secondness, things which often brute physical resistance to our movements. In this way, such things will affect us, like numbers may be said to be real, although they do not exist. Margolis suggested that God, in such a linguistic usage, might very well be real, causing believers to act in such a way, but might not exist. Education. Pragmatic pedagogy is an educational philosophy that emphasizes teaching students knowledge that is practical for life and encourages them to grow into better people. American philosopher John Dewey is considered one of the main thinkers of the pragmatist educational approach. Neopragmatism. Neopragmatism is a broad contemporary category used by various thinkers that incorporate important insights of and yet significantly diverge from the classical pragmatists. The divergence may occur either in their philosophical methodology, many of them are loyal to the analytic tradition, or in conceptual formulation. For example, conceptual pragmatist C.I. Lewis was very critical of Dewey. Neo-pragmatist Richard Rorty disliked Peirce. Important analytical pragmatists include early Richard Rorty, who was the first to develop neo-pragmatist philosophy in his Philosophy in the Mirror of Nature, Hilary Putnam, Quine, Donald Davidson. Brazilian social thinker Roberto Ungar advocates for radical pragmatism, one that denaturalizes society and culture, and thus insists that we can transform the character of a relation to social and cultural worlds we inhabit rather than just to change little by little the content of the arrangements and beliefs that comprise them. Late Rorty and Jürgen Habermas are closer to continental thought. Neo-pragmatist thinkers who are more loyal to classical pragmatisms include Sidney Hook and Susan Haack, known for the theory of found herentism. Many pragmatist ideas, especially those of Peirce, find a natural expression in the decision theoretic reconstruction of epistemology pursued in the work of Isaac Levy. Nicholas Rescher advocates his version of methodological pragmatism based on constructing pragmatic efficacy not as a replacement for truths but as means to its evidentiation. Rescher is also a proponent of pragmatic idealism. Not all pragmatists are easily characterized. With the advent of post-analytic philosophy and the diversification of Anglo-American philosophy, many philosophers were influenced by pragmatic thought without necessarily publicly committing themselves to the philosophical school. Daniel Dennett, a student of Quine's, falls into this category, as does Stephen Tolman, who arrived at his philosophical position via Wittgenstein, whom he calls a pragmatist of a sophisticated kind. Another example is Mark Johnson, whose embodied philosophy shares its psychologism, direct realism, and anti-Cartesianism with pragmatism. Conceptual pragmatism is a theory of knowledge originating with the work of the philosopher and logician Clarence Irving Lewis. The epistemology of conceptual pragmatism was first formulated in 1929 book Mind and the Role of Order, Outline of a Theory of Knowledge. French pragmatism is attended with theorists such as Michel Coulon, Bruno Latour, Michael Crozier, Luc Boltanski, and Laurent Thevenot. It often is seen as opposed to structural problems connected to French critical theory of Pierre Bourdieu. French pragmatism has more recently made inroads into American sociology and anthropology as well. Philosophers John Schuck and Tibor Solomasi said that each new generation rediscovers and reinvents its own versions of pragmatism by applying the best available practical and scientific methods to philosophical problems of contemporary concern. In the 20th century, the movements of logical positivism and ordinary language philosophy have similarities with pragmatism. Like pragmatism, logical positivism provides a verification criterion of meaning that is supposed to rid us of the nonsense metaphysics. However, logical positivism doesn't stress action as pragmatism does. The pragmatist rarely uses their maxim of meaning to rule out all metaphysics as nonsense. Usually, pragmatism was put forth to correct metaphysical doctrines or to construct empirically verifiable ones rather than provide a wholesale rejection. Ordinary language philosophy is closer to pragmatism than other philosophy of language because of its nominalist character, although Peirce's pragmatism is not nominalist, and because it takes the broader functioning of language in an environment as its focus instead of investigating abstract relations between language and world. Pragmatism has ties to process philosophy. Much of the classical pragmatist work developed in a dialogue with process philosophers such as Henry Bergson and Alfred North Whitehead, who aren't usually considered pragmatists because they differ so much on other points. Nonetheless, philosopher Donovan Irvin argues there's a strong connection between Henry Bergson, pragmatist William James, and existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre regarding their theories of truth. Behavioralism and functionalism in psychology and sociology also have ties to pragmatism, which is not surprising considering that James and Dewey were both scholars of psychology and that Mead became a sociologist. Pragmatism emphasizes the connection between thought and action. Applied fields like public administration, political science, leadership studies, international relations, conflict resolution, and research methodology have incorporated the tenets of pragmatism in their field. Often this connection is made using Dewey and Adams' expansive notion of democracy. Effects on social sciences. In the early 20th century, symbolic interactionism, a major perspective within sociology, sociological social psychology, was derived from pragmatism, especially the work of George Herbert Mead, Charles Cooley, as well as that of Peirce and William James. Increasing attention has been given to pragmatist epistemology and other branches of the social sciences, which have struggled with divisive debates over the status of social scientific knowledge. Enthusiasts suggest that pragmatism offers an approach that is both pluralist and practical. Effects on the public administration. The classical pragmatism of John Dewey, William James, Charles Sanders Peirce has influenced research in the field of public administration. Scholars claim classical pragmatism has a profound influence on the origin of the field of public administration. At the most basic level, public administrators are responsible for making programs work in a pluralistic, problems-oriented environment. Public administrations are also responsible for day-to-day work with citizens. Dewey's participatory democracy can be applied to this environment. Dewey and James' notion of a theory as a tool helps administrators craft theories, resolve policy and administrative problems. Further, the birth of American public administration coincides closely with the period of greatest influence of the classical pragmatists. Which pragmatism, classical pragmatism or neo-pragmatism, makes the most sense in public administration has been the source of a debate. The debate began when Patricia Shields introduced Dewey's notion of the community of inquiry. Hugh Miller objected to one element of the community of inquiry: problematic situation, scientific attitude, participatory democracy, scientific attitude. A debate that included responses from a practitioner, an economist, a planner, other public administration scholars, and noted philosophers followed. Miller and Shields also responded. In addition, applied scholarship of public administration that assesses charter schools, contracted out or outsourcing, financial management, performance measurement, urban quality of life initiatives, or urban planning, in parts draws on the ideas of classical pragmatism and the development of the conceptual framework and focus of analysis. The health sector's administrative use of pragmatism has been criticized as incomplete in its pragmatism. However, according to the classical pragmatist, knowledge is always shaped by human interest. Administrators' focus on outcomes simply advances their own interest, and this focus on outcomes often undermines their citizens' interest, which often are more concerned with process. On the other hand, Daniel Brendel argues that pragmatist ability to bridge dualisms, focus on practical problems, including multiple perspectives, incorporate public participation from interested parties, patient family health team, and provisional nature, makes it well suited to address problems in this area. Effects on feminism, skip that part. Criticisms. In the 1908 essay, The 13 Pragmatisms, Arthur Oncken Lovejoy argued that there's significant ambiguity in the notion of the effects of the truth of a proposition and those of belief in a proposition. In order to highlight that many pragmatists have failed to recognize that distinction, he identified 13 different philosophical positions that were each labeled pragmatism. The Franciscan friar Celestine Biddle presented multiple criticisms of pragmatism in his 1936 book, Reality in the Mind, Epistemology. He argued that in William James' pragmatism, truth is entirely subjective and is not the widely accepted definition of truth, which corresponds to reality. For Biddle, defining truth as what is useful is a perversion of language. With truth reduced essentially to what is good, it is no longer an object of the intellect. Therefore, the problem of knowledge passed by the intellect is not solved, but rather renamed. Renaming truth as a product of the will cannot help us solve the problems of the intellect. According to Biddle, Biddle cited what he saw as contradictions in pragmatism, such as using objective facts to prove that truth does not emerge from objective fact. This reveals the pragmatists do recognize truth as objective fact, and that, as they claim, what is useful. Biddle argued that there are some statements that cannot be judged on human welfare at all. Such statements are matters of truth and error and do not affect human welfare. British philosopher Bertrand Russell developed a chapter each to James and Dewey in his 1945 book, A History of Western Philosophy. Russell pointed out areas in which he agreed with them, but also ridiculed James' view on truth and Dewey's views on inquiry. Hilary Putnam later argued that Russell presented a mere character of James' view and a misreading of James, while Tom Burke argued at length that Russell presented a skewed characterization of Dewey's point of view. Elsewhere in Russell's book, The Analysis of Mind, Russell praised James' radical empiricism, to which Russell's own account of neutral monism was indebted. Dewey, in the Bertrand Russell case, defended Russell against an attempt to remove Russell from his chair at the College of the City of New York in 1940. Neo-pragmatism, also represented by Richard Rorty, has been criticized as relativistic both by other neo-pragmatists such as Susan Hack and by many analytic philosophers. Rorty's early analytic work, however, differs notably from his later work, which some, including Rorty, consider to be closer to literary criticism than to philosophy, and which attracts the brunt criticism from his detractors. So we'll finish this with the list of notable pragmatists, and you just to note that, like, okay, I've been covering a lot of this metaphysics. There's a lot of topics. This is bringing us up to date with modern thought and has a direct influence on daily life, especially as an American, or how to look at philosophy. To say pragmatism, to many extents, has become the dominant philosophy and has the most influence on day-to-day use outside, even within the scientific community of engineering. So I will be going back in detail, kind of jumping around to a whole bunch of topics. But I wanted to get to American pragmatism because of its importance and its influence on modern society, even to today, the present. Classical, 1850 to 1950, Charles Saunders Peirce, the founder of American pragmatism, later called by Peirce pragmatism. He wrote a wide range of topics from mathematical logic and semiotics to psychology. William James, influential psychologist and theorist of religion as well as a philosopher, first to be widely associated with the term pragmatism due to Peirce's lifelong unpopularity. So you say Peirce was a controversial figure for certain reasons and was also not a well-known author. So William James is one of the first popularizers of pragmatism that was respected and widely read. John Dewey, prominent philosopher of education, referred to his brand of pragmatism as instrumentalism. Oliver Wendell Holmes, the U.S. Supreme Court Associate Justice, you call a pragmatic approach to law, or what it means to be American. And Schiller, one of the most important pragmatists of his time. Schiller is largely forgotten today. And I'll have to look back if I'm going to be covering Schiller in my series. Maybe I will. George Herbert Mead, philosopher and sociologist, social psychologist. Josiah Royce, colleague of James at Harvard, who employed pragmatism in an idealist metaphysical framework. He was particularly interested in the philosophy of religion and community. His work is often associated with neo-Hegelianism. George Santayana, although he eschewed the label pragmatism and called it a heresy, several critics argue that he applied pragmatism methodologies to naturalism, especially in his earlier masterpiece, The Life of Reason. W.E.B. Du Bois, student of James at Harvard, who applied pragmatist principles to sociological work, especially the Philadelphia Negro and Atlanta University studies. So note, Peirce, James, Dewey, these were all professors at major college who had many, many students. So, yeah, Kim, thanks for tuning in. I'm not so familiar with ideological liberalism, and I'm not sure if that's a philosophy or economic capitalism. So I'm saying, but I would guess that these are fields that have a philosophical precursor to which have a pragmatic basis. So like economic capitalism has a pragmatic basis to it. So what are the philosophical underpinnings of capitalism or of various philosophies? And say, well, pragmatism is very often the underlying principle of many modern thoughts. You know, that's why I'm reading through some of these names here. Giovanni Papini, Italian essayist, mostly known because James occasionally mentioned him. Giovanni Valadi, Italian analytical pragmatist philosopher, Chinese intellectual and reformer, student and translator of Dewey's, who advocated of pragmatism in China. Reinhold Niebuhr, American philosopher and theologian, inserted pragmatism into his theory of Christian realism. So present-day analytic in neo and other pragmatists. Richard Bernstein, author of Beyond Objectivism and Relativism, Science, Hermeneutics, and Praxis, The New Constellation, The Ethical Political Horizons of Modernity, Postmodernity, and the Pragmatic Turn. Thomas Burke, author of What Pragmatism Was, 2013, Dewey's New Logic. His work interprets contemporary philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, and philosophical logic through the lens of classical American pragmatism. Arthur Fine, philosopher of science who proposed the natural ontological attitude to the debate of scientific realism. Stanley Fish, literary and legal studies pragmatist, criticizes Rorty and Posner's legal theories as almost pragmatism and authored afterwards the collection The Revival of Pragmatism. Robert Brandom, a student of Rorty who developed a complex analytical version of pragmatism in works such as Making It Explicit, Between Saying and Doing, and Perspectives on Pragmatism. Clarence Irving Lewis, a leading authority on symbolic logic, and the philosophical concepts of knowledge and values. Joseph Margolis, still proudly defends the original pragmatism and sees his recent work on cultural realism as extending and deepening their insights, especially the contribution of Peirce and Dewey in the context of rapprochement with continental philosophy. Hilary Putnam, in many ways the opposite of Rorty, and thinks classical pragmatism was too permissive as a theory. Richard Rorty, famous author of Philosophy in the Mirror of Nature. uh, Willard van Orman Quine, pragmatist philosopher concerned with language, logic, and philosophy of mathematics. Mike Sandbooth applied Rorty's neo-pragmatism to media studies and developed a new branch that he called media philosophy, together with scholars such as Jürgen Habermas, Hans Joas, Sami Filstrom, Mats Bergman, Michael Espeld, and Helmut Pape. He belongs to a school of European pragmatists who make use of Peirce, James, Dewey, Rorty, Brandom, Putnam, and other representatives of American pragmatism and continental philosophy. Richard Susterman, Philosophy of Art. Jason Stanley defends pragmatism defends a pragmatism form of contextualism against semantic varieties of contextualism in his knowledge and practical interest. Robert Tillis defends an epistemological conception of democratic politics that is explicitly opposed to Deweyan democracy and yet rooted in conception of social epistemology that derives from the pragmatism of Charles Peirce. His work in argumentation theory and informal logic also demonstrates pragmatist leanings. Stephen Tolman, student of Wittgenstein, known especially for the uses of argument. Roberto Ungar, in The Self-Awakened, Pragmatism Unbound, advocates for radical pragmatism, one that denaturalizes society and culture, and thus insists that we can transform the character of a relation to social and cultural worlds we inhabit rather than just to change, little by little, the content of the arrangements and beliefs that comprise them. Sidney Hook, a prominent New York intellectual and philosopher and student of Dewey at Columbia. Isaac Levy seeks to apply pragmatist thinking in a decision theoretic perspective. Susan Haack teaches the University of Miami, sometimes called the intellectual granddaughter of Peirce, known chiefly for found herentism. Nicholas Rescher advocates a methodological pragmatism that sees functional efficacy as evidentiating validity. In an extended sense, Cornel West, thinker on race, politics, and religion, operates under the sign of prophetic pragmatism. Wilfrid Sellers, broad thinker attached to mainstream variants of foundationalism as analytic tradition. Frank Ramsey, author of the philosophical work Universals. Carl Otto Appel, author of Charles Sanders Peirce, From Pragmatism to Pragmaticism. Randolph Bourne, author of the 1970 Pragmatism Anti-War Essays Twilight of Idols. C. Wright Mills, author of Sociology and Pragmatism, The Higher Learning in America, and was a commentator on Dewey. And Jürgen Habermas, author of What is Universal Pragmatics. Okay, so that was pretty long, but I wanted to give a thorough background to pragmatism and its purpose and its importance, and especially to its relevance to modern thoughts and a plethora of fields that have somewhat of a philosophical backdrop to them that people may not realize. Even I'm not sure about Australians, but most Americans, so to say, or even the West in general, but especially America, pragmatism is the basic philosophical background for almost every aspect of society. Okay, so let's jump right in with the bios, deep dive into important thinkers. We'll first cover chronologically the main thinkers of American pragmatism: Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, and we'll also look at George Herbert Mead and Richard Rorty. Charles Sanders Peirce. Charles Sanders Peirce, 1839 to 1914, was the founder of American pragmatism, after about 1905 called by Peirce Pragmatism, in order to differentiate his views from those of William James, John Dewey, and others, which was being labeled pragmatism, a theorist of logic, language, communication, and the general theory of science, which was often called by Peirce semiotic, an extraordinary prolific logician, mathematical in general, and a developer of an evolutionary psychophysically monistic metaphysical system, practicing geodesy and chemistry in order to earn a living. He nevertheless considered scientific philosophy and especially logic to be his true calling, his real vocation. In the course of his polymathic researches, He wrote voluminous on an exceedingly wide range of topics ranging from mathematics, mathematical logic, physics, geodesy, spectroscopy, and astronomy, and on the other hand, that of mathematics and the physical science to psychology, anthropology, history, and economics. On the other, that of the humanities and the social sciences. Brief biography. Charles Sanders Peirce was born on September 10th, 1839 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and he died on April 19th, 1914 in Milford, Pennsylvania. His writings extend from about 1857 until near his death, a period of approximately 57 years. His published works run to a total of about 12,000 printed pages, and his known unpublished manuscripts run to about 80,000 handwritten pages. The topics on which he wrote have an immense range from mathematics to the physical sciences at one extreme to economics, psychology, and other social sciences on the other extreme. Peirce's father, Benjamin Peirce, was a professor of mathematics at Harvard University and was one of the founders of, and for a while director of, the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, as well as one of the founders of the Smithsonian Institute. The Department of Mathematics at Harvard was essentially built by Benjamin. From his father, Charles Sanders Peirce received most of the substance of his early education, as well as a good deal of intellectual encouragement and stimulation. Benjamin's didactic technique mostly took the form of setting interesting problems for his son and checking Charles' solutions to them. In this challenging instructional atmosphere, Charles acquired his lifelong habit of thinking through philosophical and scientific problems entirely on his own. To this habit, perhaps, is to be attributed Charles Peirce's considerable originality. Peirce graduated from Harvard in 1859 and received the Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry in 1863, graduating summa cum laude. Except for his remarkable remarks in chemistry, Peirce was a poor student, typically in the bottom third of his class. Obviously, the standard curriculum bored him, so that he mostly avoided doing seriously its required work. For 32 years, from 1859 until the last day of 1891, he was employed by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, mainly surveying and carrying out geodetic investigations. Some of this work Peirce undertook simply to finance his diurnal existence, while he devoted the main force of his thinking to abstract logic. Nevertheless, the geodetic task involved making careful measurements of the intensity of the Earth's gravitational field by means of using swinging pendulums. The pendulums that Peirce used were often of his own design. For over 30 years, then, Peirce was involved in practical and theoretical problems associated with making very accurate scientific measurements. This practical involvement in physical science was crucial in his ultimately coming to reject scientific determinism, as we shall see. From 1879 until 1884, Peirce maintained a second job teaching logic at the Department of Mathematics at Johns Hopkins University. During this period, the Department of Mathematics was headed by the famous mathematician J.J. Sylvester, whom Peirce had met earlier through his father Benjamin. This teaching period also was characterized by Peirce having several students who made names for himself in their own right. Among them were Oscar Howard Mitchell, Alan Marquand, Benjamin Ives Gilman, Joseph Jastrow, Fabian Franklin, Christine Ladd, Thorstein Veblen, and John Dewey. Brief commentary will be offered at the end of this essay on three of these figures: John Dewey, Oscar Howard Mitchell, and Christine Ladd. It is sometimes said that William James was also one of Peirce's students, but this claim is erroneous. It conflates the fact of James being an old and close friend of Peirce, as well as being a fellow member with Peirce, so-called the Metaphysical Club in Cambridge, Massachusetts, with the non-fact of James being a student of Peirce at Johns Hopkins University, along with John Dewey, and others. Peirce's teaching job at Johns Hopkins was suddenly terminated. The Johns Hopkins position was Peirce's only academic employment, and after losing it, Peirce worked thereafter only for the U.S. Coast Guard and Geodetic Survey, and constructing entries for the Century Dictionary and writing his book reviews for The Nation. The government employment came to an end the last day of 1891, ultimately because of funding objections to peer research, and perhaps also to Peirce's extravagant spending and to his procrastination in finishing his required reports that were generated in an ever practical-minded Congress. Thereafter, Peirce often lived on the edge of penury, eking out a living doing intellectual odd jobs such as translating or writing occasional pieces, and carrying out consulting work mainly in chemical engineering and analysis. For the remainder of his life, except for money inherited from his mother and aunt, Peirce was often in dire financial straits. Sometimes he managed to survive only because of the overt or covert charity of relatives and friends, for example, that of his old friend William James. In his youth, Peirce was amazingly precocious, and he began to study logic seriously at an extraordinarily early age. According to noted Peirce scholar Max Fish, Peirce's introduction to and first immersion in the study of logic came in 1851, within a week or two of his turning 12 years of age. Remembering on this occasion in 1910, Peirce himself remembered the crucial event as having occurred in 1852 when he was 13 years old. Regardless of his exact age, at the time of the event, Charles encountered and then, over a period of most few days, studied and absorbed the standard textbook of the time on logic by Bishop Richard Whately. Having become fascinated by logic, he began to think of all issues as problems in logic. During his freshman year at college at Harvard in 1855, when he was 16 years old, he and his friend began private study of philosophy in general, starting with Schiller's Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man, and continuing with Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Schiller's distinction among the three basic human drives of Stofftrieb, Formtrieb, and Spieltrieb, Peirce never forgot or renounced, and it became the basis of Peirce's distinction between the man of practical affairs, the man of scientific activity, and the man of aesthetic practice. But by Kant, Peirce was initially more or less repelled. After 3 years of intense study of Kant, Peirce concluded that Kant's system was vitiated by what he called puerile logic, and about the age of 19, he formed the fixed intention of devoting his life to the study of and the research in logic. It was, however, impossible at the time, as indeed Peirce's father Benjamin informed him, to earn a living as a research logician. And Peirce described himself at the time of his graduation from Harvard in 1859, just short of his 20th birthday, as wondering what I would do in life. Within 2 years, however, he had more or less resolved his problem. During those 2 years, he had worked as an aide on the Coast Survey in Maine and Louisiana. Then he returned to Cambridge and he studied natural history and natural philosophy at Harvard. He said of himself in 1861, he no longer wondered what I would do in life, but defined my object. It is evident that his adoption of the profession of chemistry and his practice of geodesy allowed Charles to support himself and to continue to engage in researchers on logic. From early 1860s until his death in 1914, his output on logic was voluminous and varied. One of his logical systems became the basis for Ernst Schroeder's great 3-volume treatise on logic. Peirce then had early and deep disagreements with Kant's position about logic, and he never altered his view that Kant's view of logic was superficial. Kant never touches this last doctrine, logic, without betraying marks of hasty, superficial study. Even worse, Peirce held was that logic of Hegel, Kant's fault, is 100-fold more true of Hegel's logic. That work cannot justly be regarded as anything more than a sketch. Nevertheless, Peirce continued to respect and read the first critique throughout his life. Difficulty to assess access to Peirce's writing. Peirce's extensive publications are scattered among various publication media and have been difficult to collect. Shortly after his death in 1914, his widow Juliet sold his unpublished manuscripts to the Department of Philosophy at Harvard University. Initially, they were under the care of Josiah Royce, but after Royce's death in 1916, and especially after the end of the First World War, the papers were poorly cared for. Many of them were misplaced, lost, given away, scrambled, and the like. Carolyn Esel, one of the several genuine heroes in the great effort to locate and assemble Peirce's writing, discovered a lost trunk full of Peirce's paper and manuscripts only in the mid-1950s. The trunk has been secreted apparently for decades in an unlit, obscured part of the basement of Harvard's Widener Library. In the 1830s, volumes of the collected papers of Charles Sanders Peirce began to appear, with Charles Harthorne's, Paul Weiss, and Arthur Burks as their editors. For almost 3 decades, these volumes and various collections of entries culled from them were the only generally available source for Peirce's thought. Unfortunately, many of the entries and collected papers are not integral pieces of Peirce's own design, but rather sketches of writing that were cobbled together by the editors at their own discretion, sometimes one might almost say whim, from different Peircean sources. Often a single entry will consist of patches of writing from very different periods of Peirce's intellectual life, and these patches might even be in tension and outright contradiction with each other. Such entries in the collected papers make very difficult reading if one tries to regard them as consistent, sustained passages of argument. They also tend to give the reader a false picture of Peirce as unsystematic, desultory, and unable to complete a train of thought. In general, even though Peirce is often obscure and even his best is seldom easy to read, the collected paper makes Peirce's thinking look much more obscure than it really is. The only sensible and intelligent way to publish the work of someone like Peirce, who wrote voluminously over such a long period of time, 57 years, is to arrange the publications chronologically and to employ extremely careful editing in such a fashion the entire set of Peircean works can be presented as Peirce conceived them and in their natural temporal setting and order. In particular, the chronological edition has made it possible to see the development of Peirce thinking from its earliest stages to its latter developments. Questions long vexed in Peirce scholarship are finally beginning to be debated usefully by Peirce scholars, whether there is genuine systematic unity in Peirce's thought, whether his ideas changed or remained the same over time, and what particulars his thought did change and why, what exactly certain notions were first conceived by Peirce, whether there was definite periods in Peirce intellectual development, and what exactly Peirce meant by some of the more obscure notions such as his universal categories. Deduction, induction, and abduction. Prior to about 1865, thinkers on logic commonly had divided arguments into two subclasses: the class of deductive arguments, necessary inferences, and the class of inductive arguments, probable inferences. About this time, Peirce began to hold that there were two utterly distinct classes of probable inferences, which he referred to as inductive inferences and abductive inference, which he also called hypothesis and retroductive inferences. Peirce reached this conclusion by entertaining what would happen if one were to interchange propositions in the syllogism AAA1. All M's are P's, some S's are M's, therefore all S's are P's. This valid syllogism Peirce accepted as representative of deduction, but he also seemed typically to regard it in connection with a problem of drawing conclusions on the basis of taking samples. Peirce regarded the major premise here as being the rule, the minor premises being the particular case, and the conclusion as being the result of the argument. The argument is a piece of deduction. But let us turn to what seems. If we form a new argument by interchanging the conclusion, the result, with the major premise, the rule, the resultant argument becomes all S's are P's. The result, all S's are M's, the case, therefore all M's are P's, the rule. This is the invalid syllogism AAA3, but let us now construe it as pertaining to drawing conclusions on the basis of taking samples. What we have here is an argument from sample to population. This sort of argument is what Peirce understood to be the core meaning of induction. That is to say, for Peirce, induction in the most basic sense is the argument from random samples to population. It should be clear that inductive inference is not necessarily inference. It might well turn out that the claims stated in the premises are true, even though the claim made in the conclusion is false. Let's now go further and see what happens if from the deduction AAA1 we form a new argument by interchanging the conclusion, the result, with the minor premise, the case. The resultant argument becomes all M's are P's, the rules, all S's are P's, the result, therefore all S's are M's, the case. This is the invalid syllogism AAA2, but let us now regard it as pertaining to drawing conclusions on the basis of taking samples. What we have here is nothing at all like an argument from population to sample or an argument from sample to population. Rather, it is form of a probable argument entirely different from both deduction and induction. It has the air of conjecture or educated guess about it. This new type of argument Peirce called hypothesis, also retroduction, and also abduction. It should be clear here that abduction is never necessary inference. Peirce's thinking about deduction, induction, abduction can be seen also from examples he gives in arguments that are similar to syllogisms. He discusses but retains the universal affirmative judgment for the case using a definite percentage between 0 and 100% for both the rule and the result. Corresponding to AA1 deduction, we have the following argument: X% of M's are P's, the rule, all S's are M's, the case, therefore X% of S's are P, the result. He calls such an argument a statistical deduction or probabilistic deduction proper. Corresponding to AA3 induction, we have the following argument: X% of S's are P's, the result, all S's are M's, the case, therefore X% of M's are P's, the rules. Here we still have an argument whose essence is the logical transition from a random sample to the population from which the sample is taken. The inference is made by virtue of what Hans Reichenbach called the straight rule, the proportion of the trait found in the sample is attributed also to the population. Corresponding to AAA2, abduction, we have the following argument: X% of M's are P's, rule X% of S's are P's, result, therefore all S's are M's the case. Again, here we have the character of an educated guess or inference to a plausible explanation. Over many years, Peirce modifies his view on the three types of arguments, sometimes changing his view, but mostly extending them by expanding his commentary upon the original trichotomy. Occasionally, he swerved between one view or another concerning which larger class of arguments a particular instance or subtype of argument belonged to. For example, he seemed to have some hesitation about whether arguments from analogy should be construed as inductions, arguments from the sample of the properties of things to a population of the properties of things, or abduction, conjectures made on the basis of sufficient similarity, which notion might not easily be analyzed in terms of a set of properties. The most important extension Peirce made of his earliest view on what deduction, induction, and abduction involved was to integrate the three arguments into his view of the systematic procedure for seeking truth, what he called the scientific method. Also, so integrated deduction, induction, abduction are not simply argument forms anymore. They are three phases of the methodology of science. As Peirce conceived this methodology, in fact, in Peirce's most mature philosophy, he virtually, perhaps totally and literally, equates the trichotomy with the three phases he discerns in the scientific method. Scientific method begins with abduction or hypothesis. Because of some perhaps surprising or puzzling phenomenon, a conjecture or hypothesis is made about what actually is going on. This hypothesis should be such as to explain the surprising phenomenon, such as to render the phenomenon more or less a matter of course if the hypothesis should be true. Scientific method then proceeds to the stage of deduction. By means of necessary inferences, conclusions are drawn from the provisionally adopted hypothesis about the obtaining of the phenomenon other than the surprising one that originally gave rise to the hypothesis. Conclusions are reached, that is to say, about other phenomenon that must obtain if the hypothesis should actually be true. These other phenomena must be such that experimental tests can be performed, whose results tell us whether the further phenomena do obtain or do not obtain. Finally, scientific method proceeds to the stage of induction. Experiments are actually carried out in order to test the provisionally adopted hypothesis by ascertaining whether the deduced results do or do not obtain. At this point, scientific methods enters one or the other of two feedback loops. If the deduced consequences do obtain, then we loop back to the deduction stage, deducing still further consequences of our hypothesis and experimentally testing for them again. But if the deduced consequences do not obtain, then we loop back to the abduction stage and come up with some new hypothesis that explains both our original surprising phenomenon and any new phenomenon that we have uncovered in the course of testing our first and now failed hypothesis. Then we pass on to the deduction stage. As before, the entire procedure of hypothesis testing, and not merely that part of it that consists of arguing from sample to population, is called induction in Peirce's later philosophy. An important part of Peirce's full conception of scientific method is what he called the economies of research. This idea is that because research is difficult, research labor is valuable and should not be wasted, both in the creation of a hypothesis to be tested and the experiments chosen to test these hypotheses. We should act so as to get the very most cognizing bang for the buck, so to say. The object is to proceed at the very stage as to maximize the reduction in indeterminacy of our beliefs. Peirce had an elaborate mathematical theory of some aspects of the economy of research, and he published several complex papers on the topic. The following section of the present article contains further information on Peirce's notion of the economy of research. So, yeah, the Peirce is extremely important. This is the most technical of the stuff we'll be looking at today. Richard Rorty has some technical stuff, but James, Dewey, and Mead are not technical at all. And James is still widely important till today for people who study the philosophy of science. Like, the scientific method itself, Peirce is widely recognized as one of the important developers in the scientific method till today. So, his name, for those educated, would have heard of Peirce mostly from this, besides the history of pragmatism. Pragmatism, pragmaticism, and the scientific method. Probably Peirce's best-known works are the first two articles in a series of 6 that originally were collectively entitled Illustrations of the Logic of Science, and published in Popular Science Monthly from November 1887 through August 1878. The first is entitled The Fixation of Belief, and the second is entitled How to Make Our Ideas Clear. In the first of these papers, Peirce defended, in a manner consistent with not accepting naive realism, the superiority of the scientific method over other methods of overcoming doubt and fixing belief. In the second of these papers, Peirce defended a pragmatic notion of clear concepts. Perhaps the single most important fact to keep in mind in trying to understand Peirce's philosophy concerning clarity and the proper method for fixing beliefs is that all of his life Peirce was practicing physical scientist. Already mentioned is the fact that he worked as a physical scientist for 32 years in his job with the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey. As Peirce understood the topics of philosophy and logic were themselves also sciences, although not physical sciences. Moreover, he understood philosophy to be the philosophy of science, and he understood logic to be the logic of science, where the word science has a sense that is best captured by the German word Wissenschaft. It is in this light that the specifications of the nature of pragmatism are to be understood. It is also in the light of this his later calling of his views pragmatism, in order to distinguish his own scientific philosophy from other conceptions and theories that were traffic under the title pragmatism, is to be understood. When he said that the whole meaning of a clear conception consists of the entire set of the practical consequences, he had in mind that a meaningful conception must have some sort of experiential cash value, must somehow be capable of being related to some sort of collection of possible empirical observations under specifiable conditions. Peirce insisted that the entire meaning of a meaningful conception consists in the totality of such specifications of possible observations. For example, Peirce tended to spell out the meaning of dispositional properties such as hard or heavy by using the same sort of counterfactual constructions as, say, Karl Hempel would use. Peirce was not a simple operationalist in philosophy of science, nor was he a simple verificationist in his epistemology. He believed in the reality of abstractions, and in many ways his thinking about universals resembled that of the medieval realist in metaphysics. Nevertheless, despite his metaphysical leanings, Peirce's views bear a strong family resemblance to the operationalism and verificationism. In regard to physical concepts in particular, his views are quite close to those of, say, Einstein, who held that the whole meaning of a physical concept is determined by an exact method of measuring it. The previous point must be tempered with the fact that Peirce increasingly became a philosopher with a broad and deep sympathies for both transcendental idealism and absolute idealism. His Kantian affinities are simpler and easier to understand than his Hegelian leanings. Having rejected a great deal in Kant, Peirce nevertheless shared with Charles Renouvier the view that Kant's quasi-concept of Ding an sich can play no role whatsoever in philosophy or in science other than the role that Kant ultimately assigned to it, of the role of Grenzbegriff, a boundary concept, or perhaps a bit more accurately, a limiting concept, a supposed reality that is outside of every logical possibility of empirical or logical interaction with it, can play no direct role in the sciences. Science can deal only with phenomenon, that is to say, only with what can appear somehow in experience. All scientific concepts must somehow be traceable back to the phenomenological roots. Thus, even when Peirce calls himself a realist or is called by others a realist, it must be kept in mind that Peirce was always a realist in the Kantian empirical sort and not a Kantian transcendental realist. His realism is similar to what Hilary Putnam has called internal realism. As was said, Peirce was also a realist in quite another sense of the word. He was a realist or an anti-nominalist in the medieval sense. Peirce's Hegelianism, to which he increasingly admitted as he approached his more mature philosophy, is more difficult to understand than his Kantianism, partly because it is everywhere intimately tied to entire late theory of science, semiotic, and sign use semiosis, as well as his evolutionism, and to his rather puzzling doctrine of mind. There are at least four major components of his Hegelian idealism. First, for Peirce, the world of appearances, which he calls the phaneron, is a world consisting entirely of signs. Signs are qualities, relations, features, items, events, states, regularities, habits, laws, and so on that have meanings, significances, or interpretation. Second, a sign is one term in a threesome of terms that are indissolubly connected with each other by a crucial triadic relation that Peirce calls the sign relation. The sign itself, also called the representamen, is the term in the sign relation that is ordinarily said to represent or mean something. The other two terms in this relation are called the object and the interpretant. The object is what would ordinarily be said to be the thing meant or signified or represented by the sign, what the sign is a sign of. The interpretant is a sign. The interpretant of a sign is said by Peirce to be that to which a sign represents the object. What exactly Peirce means by the interpretant is difficult to pin down. It is something like a mind, a mental act, a mental state, or a feature or quality of mind. At all events, the interpretant is something ineliminately mental. Third, the interpretant of a sign, by virtue of the very definition Peirce gives of the sign relation, must itself be a sign, and a sign, moreover, of the very same object that is or was represented by the original sign. In effect, then, the interpretant is a second signifier of the object, only one that is now has an overtly mental status, but merely in being a sign of the original object. The second sign must itself have, Peirce uses the word determine, and interpretant, which then in turn is a new third sign of the object, and again is one with an overtly mental status, and so on. Thus, if there is any sign at all of any object, then there must is an infinite sequence of signs of the same object. So everything in the phaneron, because it is a sign, begins an infinite sequence of mental interpretants of an object. But now there's a fourth component of Peirce's idealism. Peirce makes everything in the phaneron evolutionary. The whole system evolves. Three figures from the history of culture loomed exceedingly large in the intellectual development of Peirce and in the cultural atmosphere of the period which Peirce was most active. Hegel in philosophy, Lyell in geology, and Darwin, along with Alfred Russel Wallace, in biology. These thinkers, of course, all have a single theme in common: evolution. Hegel described an evolution of ideas, Lyell an evolution of geological structures, and Darwin an evolution of biological species and varieties. Peirce absorbed it all. Peirce's entire thinking, early on and later, is permeated with the evolutionary idea, which he extended generally, that is to say, beyond the confines of any particular subject matter. For Peirce, the entire universe and everything in it is an evolutionary product. Indeed, he conceived that even the most firmly entrenched of nature's habits, for example, even those habits that are typically called natural laws, have themselves evolved and accordingly can be and should be subjects of philosophical and scientific inquiry. One can sensibly seek, in Peirce's view, evolutionary explanations of the existence of particular natural laws. For Peirce, then, the entire phaneron, the world of appearances, as well as all of the ongoing processes of the interpretation through mental significations, have evolved and is evolving. Now, no one familiar with Hegel can escape the obvious comparison. We have in Peirce an essentially idealist theory that is similar to the idealism that Hegel puts forward in the Phenomenology de Gestes. Furthermore, the Phenomenology of Spirit. Furthermore, both Hegel and Peirce make the whole evolutionary interpretation of the evolving phaneron to be a process that is said to be logical, the action of logic itself. Of course, there are differences between the two philosophers. For example, what exactly Hegel's logic is has been shrouded in mysteries for every Hegelian after Hegel himself, and some philosophers, for example, Popper, would say for every Hegelian, including Hegel. By contrast, Peirce's logic is reasonably clear, and he takes great pains to work it out in intricate detail. Basically, Peirce's logic is the whole logical apparatus of the physical and social sciences. One implication of the unending nature of the interpretation of empiricists through infinite sequences of signs is that Peirce cannot be of any type of epistemological foundationalist or believer in absolute or apodeitic knowledge. He must be and is an anti-foundationalist and a fallibilist. From his earliest to latest writings, Peirce opposed and attacked all forms of epistemological foundationalism, and in particular all forms of Cartesianism and a priorism. Philosophy must begin wherever it begins to be at the moment, he thought, and not at a supposed ideal foundation, especially not in some world of private references. The only important thing in thinking scientifically, to apply the scientific method itself. This method he held to be essentially public and reproducible in its activities, as well as self-correcting in the following sense. No matter where different researchers may begin, as long as they follow the scientific method, the results will eventually converge towards the same outcome. The pragmatic or pragmatism Systemic conception of meaning implies that two theories with exactly the same empirical content must have, despite superficial appearances, the same meaning. This ideal point of convergence is what Peirce means by the truth, and reality is simply what is meant by the truth. That these Peircean notions of reality and truth are inherently idealist, rather than naively realist, in character should require no special pleading. Connected with Peirce's anti-foundationalism is his insistence of the fallibility of particular achievements in science. Although the scientific method will eventually converge to something as a limit, nevertheless, at any temporal point in the process of scientific inquiry, we are only at a provisional stage of it and cannot ascertain how far off we may be from the limit to which we are somehow converging. This insistence on the fallibilism of human inquiry is connected with several other important themes of Peirce's philosophy. His evolutionism has already been discussed. Fallibilism is obviously connected with the fact that science is not shooting at a fixed target, but rather one that is always moving, what Peirce calls his tychism, which is his anti-deterministic insistence that there is an objective chance in the world. It is also intimately connected to his fallibilism. Despite Peirce's insistence on fallibilism, he is far from being an epistemological pessimist or skeptic. Indeed, he is quite the opposite. He tends to hold that every genuine question, that is, every question whose possible answers have empirical content, can be answered in principle, or at least should not be assumed to be unanswerable. For this reason, one of the most important dicta, which he called his first principle of reason, is do not block the way of inquiry. For Peirce, as we saw, the scientific method involves three phases or stages: abduction, making conjectures or creating hypotheses; deduction, inferring what should be the case if the hypothesis is the case; and induction, testing the hypothesis. The process of going through the stages should also be carried out with concern to the economy of research. Peirce's understanding of the scientific method then is not very different from today's idea of scientific method, which seems to have been derived historically from both William Whewell and Peirce. Today's understanding sees the scientific method as the method of constructing hypotheses, driving consequences from these hypotheses, and then experimentally testing these hypotheses, guided always by the economies of research. Also, as we have said above, Peirce increasingly came to understand his three types of logical inference as being phases or stages in the scientific method. For example, as Peirce came to extend and generalize his notion of abduction became defined as inference into provisional acceptance of an explanatory hypothesis for the purpose of testing it. Abduction is not always inference to the best explanation, but it is always inference to some explanation, or at least to something that clarifies or makes routine some information that previously been surprising, in the sense that we would not have routinely expected it. Given our then current state of knowledge, deduction came to mean for Peirce the drawing of conclusions as to what observable phenomenon should be expected if the hypothesis is correct. Induction came for him to mean the entire process of experimentation and interpretation performed in the service of hypothesis testing. A few further comments are perhaps in order in connection with Peirce's idea of the economy or economics of research. Concern for the economy of research is crucial and ineliminable part of Peirce's idea of the scientific method. He understood that science is essentially a human and social enterprise, and that it always operates in some given historical, social, and economic context. In such a context, some problems are crucial and paramount and must be attended to immediately, while other problems are trivial or frivolous, or at least can be put off till later. He understood that in the real context of science, some experiments may be vitally important, while others may be insignificant. Peirce also understood that the economic resources of the scientist, time, money, ability to exert effort, are always scarce, even though all the while the great ocean of truth, which lies undiscovered before us, is infinite. All resources for carrying out research, such as person hours, and apparatus, are quite costly. Accordingly, it is wasteful, indeed irrational, to squander them. Peirce proposed, therefore, that careful consideration to be paid to the problem of how to obtain the biggest epistemological bang for the buck. In effect, the economics of research is a cost-benefit analysis in connection with the states of knowledge. Although this idea has been insufficiently explored by Peirce scholars, Peirce himself regarded it as central to the scientific method and to the idea of rational behavior. It is connected with what he called speculative rhetoric or methodeutic. Anti-determinism, tychism, and evolutionism. Against powerful currents of determinism that derived from the Enlightenment philosophy of the 18th century, Peirce urged that there was not the slightest scientific evidence for determinism, and that, in fact, there was considerable scientific evidence against it. Always by the words science and scientific, Peirce understood reference to actual practice by scientists in a laboratory and in the field, and not reference to entries in scientific textbooks. In attacking determinism, therefore, Peirce appealed to the evidence of actual phenomenon in laboratories and fields, Here, what is obtained by the actual observations of measurements does not fit neatly into some one point or simple function. If we take, for example, 1,000 measurements of some physical quantity, even a simple one such as length or thickness, no matter how carefully we may do so, we will not obtain the same result 1,000 times. Rather, we will get a distribution, often but not always, and certainly not necessarily something akin to a normal or Gaussian distribution, of hundreds of different results again if we measure the value of some variable that we assume to depend on some given parameter. And if we let the parameter vary while we take successive measurements, the result in general will not be a smooth function. Rather, it will typically be a jagged result to which we can at best fit a smooth function by using some clever method. Naively, we might imagine that the variation and relative inexactness of our measurement will become less pronounced and obtrusive the more refined and microscopic our measurement tools and procedures. Peirce, the practicing scientist, knew better. What actually happens, if anything, is that our variations get relatively greater the finer is our instrumentation and the more delicate our procedures. Obviously, Peirce would not have been the least surprised by the results obtained from measurements on the quantum level. What the directly measured facts of scientific practice seems to tell us then is that although the universe displays varying degrees of habit, that is to say, of partial, varying, approximate, and statistical regularity, the universe does not display deterministic law. It does not directly show anything like total, exact, non-statistical regularity. Moreover, the habits that nature does display always appear in varying degrees of entrenchment or congealing. At the end of the spectrum, we have the nearly law-like behavior of larger physical objects like boulders and planets, but at the other end of the spectrum, we see in human processes of imagination and thought an almost pure freedom and spontaneity, and in the quantum world of the very small, we see the results of almost pure chance. The immediate raw result then of scientific observation through measurement is that not everything is exactly fixed by exact law, even if everything should be constrained to some degree by habit. In his earliest thinking about the significance of this fact, Peirce opined that natural law pervaded the world, but that certain facets of reality were just outside of reach or grasp of law. In his latter thinking, however, Peirce came to understand that fact as meaning that reality is entirely was lawless and that pure spontaneity had an objective status in the Phaneron. Peirce called this doctrine that chance has an objective status in the universe Tychism, a word taken from the Greek word for chance or luck, or what the gods happen to choose to lay on one. Tychism is a fundamental doctrinal part of Peirce's mature views, and reference to his Tychism provides an added reason for Peirce insisting on the irreducible fallibilism of inquiry, for nature is not a static world of unanswering law, but rather a dynamic and dicey world of evolved and continually evolving habits that directly exhibit considerable spontaneity. Peirce would have embraced quantum indeterminacy. One possible path along which nature evolves and acquires its habits was explored by Peirce using statistical analysis in situations of experimental trials, in which the probabilities of outcomes in later trials are not independent of actual outcomes in earlier trials. Situations of so-called non-Bernoullian trials, Peirce showed that if we posit a certain primal habit in nature, like the tendency, however slight, to take on habits, however tiny, then the result in the long run is often a high degree of regularity and great macroscopic exactness. For this reason, Peirce suggested that in the remote past, nature was considerably more spontaneous than it has now become, and that in general and as a whole, all the habits of nature has become to exhibit have evolved just as ideas, geological foundations, and biological species have evolved. Natural habit has evolved. In this evolutionary notion of nature and natural law, we have added support for Peirce's insistence on the inherent fallibilism of scientific inquiry. Nature may simply change even in its most entrenched fundamentals. Thus, even if scientists were at one point in time to have conceptions and hypotheses about nature that survived every attempt to falsify them, this fact alone would not ensure that some later point in time the same conceptions and hypotheses would remain accurate or even pertinent. An especially intriguing and curious twist in Peirce's evolutionism is that in Peirce's view, evolution involves what he called its agapianism. Peirce speaks of evolutionary love. According to Peirce, the most fundamental engine of the evolutionary process is not struggle, strive, greed, or competition, rather is nurturing love, in which an entity is prepared to sacrifice its own perfection for the sake of the well-being of its neighbor. This doctrine had a social significance for Peirce, who apparently had the intention of arguing against the morally repugnant but extremely popular social economic Darwinism of the late 19th century. The doctrine also had for Peirce a cosmic significance, which Peirce associated with the doctrine of the Gospel of John and with the mystical ideas of Swedenborg and Henry James. In part 4 of the third of Peirce's 6 papers in the Popular Science Monthly, entitled The Doctrine of Chances, Peirce even argued that simply being logical purposes the ethics of self-sacrifice. He who would not sacrifice his soul to save the whole world is, as it seems to me, illogical in all his inferences collectively to social Darwinism and to the related sort of thinking that constituted for Herbert Spencer and others a supposed justification for more rapacious practices of unbridled capitalism. Peirce referred and discussed as the gospel of greed. Yet Chomsky, Church of Entropy, spoke. Chomsky was on the Philosophical Plebeians with T-Jump, and Church of Entropy was on the panel. Possibly I could have been on the panel, but I had like some dispute with some of the Philosophical Plebeians. I'm not sure how to reach out with him, anybody possible, but yeah, God bless. Synergism, the continuum, infinities, and infinitesimals. Along with Richard Dedekind and George Cantor, Peirce was one of the first scientific thinkers to argue in favor of the existence of actual infinite collections and to maintain that the paradoxes that Bernard Bolzano had associated with the idea of infinite collections were not really contradictions at all. His criterion of the differences between finite and infinite collections was that of the so-called syllogisms of transposed quantity, which had been introduced by Augustus de Morgan, constituted a deductively valid argument only when applied to finite sets, as applied to infinite sets, and it was invalid. The syllogisms of transposed quantity runs as follows. We have a binary relation, R defined in a set S, such that the following two premises are true of the relation where the quantifications are taken over the set S. First, for all x there is a y such that Rxy. Second, for all xy, z, Rxz, and Ryz imply that x equals y. The conclusion of the syllogism of transposed quantity is that for all x there exists a y such that Ryx. If by Rxy in the syllogism of transposed quantity we take f of x equals y, where the function is defined on and has values in the set S, then the second premise of the syllogism of transposed quantity says that f is a 1-1 function. The conclusion says that every member of S in the image under F for some members of F, thus the syllogism of transposed quantity says that no 1-1 function can map the S set to a proper subset of itself. This assertion holds, of course, only if S is a finite set. So, as it turns out, Peirce's definition of the difference between finite and infinite sets is virtually equivalent to the standard one, which is found in section 5 of Richard Dedekind's Was sind und was sollen die Zahlen, to the effect that an infinite set is one that can be placed into a one-to-one correspondence with a proper subset of itself. Peirce claimed on various occasions to have reached his definitions on the difference between finite and infinite collections at least 6 years before Dedekind reached his own definitions. Peirce held that the continuity of space-time, ideation, feeling, and perception in an irreducible deliverance of science, and that an adequate conception of such continuum is an extremely important part of the sciences. The doctrine of the continuity of nature he called synergism, a word deriving from the Greek preposition that means together with. In mid-1892, somewhat under the influence of reading Cantor's work, Peirce defined a linear continuum as a linear ordered infinite set C, such that for any two distinct members of C, there exists a third member of C that is strictly between these, and every countably infinite subset of C that has an upper, lower, or lower bound in C has at least an upper bound or greater lowest bound in C. The first property he called conticity, and the second Aristoteliicity. Today we would likely call these properties density and closedness, respectively. The second condition has the corollary that continuum contains all the limit powers, limit points, and sometimes Peirce used the property in conjunction with conticity to define a continuum. Toward the end of the 19th century, however, Peirce began to hold that conticity and Aristotelicity even when conjoined, were insufficient to define adequately the notion of continuum. He maintained that he had framed an updated conception of the continua by somewhat loosening his attachment to Cantor's ideas. He began to write in ways that, at least at first glance, seemed close to falling into Cantor's paradox. Peirce, however, tried to avoid outright contradiction by means of embracing some sort of non-standard idea about the identity of points on a line. What Peirce's new approach is, in mathematical detail and whether or not it contains a hidden but real contradiction, is a problem that has not yet been solved by researchers into Peirce logic and mathematics. Connected with his new conception of the continuum, Peirce's increasingly frequent and sometimes pugnacious defenses of the doctrine of the reality of the infinitesimal quantities. The doctrine was not newly taken up by Peirce late in the 19th century. Indeed, he held the doctrine for some time, and it had been the doctrine of his father Benjamin. He considered it superior to the newer doctrine of limits for providing the foundation of the differential and integral calculus. What was new was that Peirce began to see the doctrine of infinitesimals as the key to his updated doctrine of the continuum. Thus, adding to his long-standing defense of infinitely large magnitudes, Peirce often used the word multitudes. Peirce began vigorously to defend infinitely small magnitudes, infinitesimal magnitudes. Many examples of such defenses can be found. By the end of the 19th century, Peirce's view about infinitesimals was so rare and remarkable that Josiah Royce remarked in a footnote to a supplementary essay to The World and the Individual for a series that outside of Italy, Peirce was virtually the only mathematical philosopher who believed in infinitesimals. Not only did Peirce defend infinitesimals, he further claimed that he had proved the consistency of introducing infinitesimals into a system of real numbers in such a way as to form a new system in which there were infinitely many entities that were not equal to zero and yet were all smaller than any real number r then is not equal to zero, no matter how small r might be. To use modern terminology, Peirce was claiming to have shown the existence of ordered fields that were non-Archimedean. It was these non-Archimedean fields that Peirce now wanted to call genuine continua. Additionally, Peirce wanted to use his notion of infinitesimal quantities and his revised concept of the continuum in order to justify the traditional pre-Gaussian definitions and underpinnings of the differential calculus. Peirce also made a number of remarks that suggested, in connection with the foregoing enterprise, that he had a novel conception of the topology of points on the continuum. All of these remarks he connected with the previous defense of infinite sets. For these reasons, some Peirce scholars, and in particular the great Peirce scholar Caroline Esel, have suggested that his ideas were in anticipation of Abraham Robinson's non-standard analysis of 1964. Whether this actually be so or not, however, in the present time, far from clear. Peirce clearly says many things that are quite suggestive of the construction of non-standard models of the theory of ordered fields by means of using equivalence classes and countable infinity, Cartesian products by the standard real numbers, and then applying Laws's theorem. However, no commentator up to now has provided anything even remotely resembling a careful and detailed exposition of Peirce's thinking in this area. Unfortunately, most of Peirce's unpublished writing and public talks on the topic were designed for audiences that were extremely unsophisticated mathematically, a fact that he lamented. For that reason, most of what Peirce said on the topic is picturesque and intriguing, but extremely obscure. The entire analysis of Peirce's notion of infinitesimal, as well as the exact bearings this notion has on his concept of the real continuum, and his idea on the topology of points of a continuum, still awaits meticulous mathematical discussion. So, just going to pour myself some coffee, check my messages real quick. Okay, so just a handful of people watching. Just pour myself coffee and then we'll finish up on Peirce. So these are complete overviews of all of the important thoughts of Peirce and these thinkers. So I'm not purely just talking about the pragmatic aspects. We're doing a complete overview of their thought. And Peirce is extremely important and sometimes even considered one of the fathers of statistics. And, think the connection between statistics and uh, pragmatism. You're saying, well, pragmatic, I go with the statistics. I don't know the truth. I just go with statistics. So there's a connection between Peirce as the founder of pragmatism and Peirce is one of the founders of statistics. Probability, verisimilitude, and plausibility. Given Peirce-Tychism and his view that statistical information is often the best information we can have about a phenomenon, it should not be surprising that Peirce devoted close attention to the analysis of situations in which perfect exactness and perfect certitude were unattainable. It is only to be expected that he would devote a great deal of attention, for example, to probability theory. Indeed, Peirce did so from the dates of even his earliest thinking. Not only, for example, did he extensively employ the concept of probability, but also he offered a pragmatistic account of the notion of probability itself. Yet it would be a huge mistake to think that Peirce's philosophizing about situations of imperfection, of exactness, and certitude were confined merely to the theory of probability. Rather, from the outset of his thinking about the matters in about 1863, his attention was directed to the broadest sorts of issues connected with statistical inference, and his thinking progressed. Peirce came even more clearly to see that there are three distinct and mutually incommensurable measures of imperfection of certitude. Only one was probability. The other two were called verisimilitude or likelihood and plausibility. Each of these three measures was associated with one of his types of argument. Probability he associated with deduction, verisimilitude he associated with induction, and plausibility he associated with abduction. Let us look more closely at each of these three distinct measures of uncertainty. By the time Peirce wrote on probability, the concept and its calculus were well over 200 years old. The probability of calculus itself had become more or less standardized by Peirce's time, and indeed Peirce's own axioms for the calculus are more or less the same that Kolmogorov gives in his elementary theory of probability. By contrast with the calculus, the philosophical theory of the meaning of probability was hotly disputed. Two sides of the dispute existed. There was the subjectivist or conceptualist, as Peirce designated them. These believed that probability was a measure of the strength of belief actually accorded to a proposition or a measure of the degree of rational belief that ought to be accorded to a proposition. Among the defenders of this sort of view, Augustus de Morgan and Adolphe Quetelet were major figures, and there were objectivists and materialists, as Peirce designated them. These believed that probability was a measure of the relative frequency with which an event of some specific sort repeatedly happened. John Venn was a major defender of this sort of view. Peirce and Simon Laplace had sometimes spoken in a subjectivist way, sometimes in an objectivist way, but his arguments basically depended on a subjectivist interpretation of probability. Peirce vigorously attacked the subjectivist view of De Morgan and others to the effect that probability is merely a measure of our level of confidence or strength of a belief. He allowed that the logarithm of the odds of an event might be used to assess the degree of the rational belief that should be accorded to an event, but only provided that the odds of the event were determined by the objective relative frequency of the event. In other words, Peirce suggested that any justifiable use of subjectivism in connection with probability theory must ultimately rest on quantities obtained by means of an objectivist understanding of probability. Rather than holding that probability is a measure of degree of confidence or belief, then Peirce adopted an objectivist notion of probability that he explicitly likened to the doctrine of John Venn. Indeed, he even held that probability is actually a notion with clear empirical content and that there are clear empirical procedures for ascertaining that content. First, he held that to which a probability is assigned, insofar as the notion of probability is used scientifically, it is not a proposition or an event or a state, nor is it a type of event or state. Rather, what is assigned a probability is an argument having premises and a conclusion. Peirce's view is this regard is virtually indistinguishable from the view of Kolmogorov that all probabilities are conditional probabilities. Second, Peirce held that in order to ascertain the probability of a particular argument, the observer notes all occasions on which all of its premises are true, case by case, just as they come under observation. For each of these occasions, the observer notes whether the conclusion is true or not. The observer keeps a running tally, the ongoing ratio whose numerator is the number of occasions so far observed on which the conclusion as well as the premises are true, and whose denominator is the number of occasions so far observed on which the premises are true, irrespective of whether or not the conclusions are also true. At each observation, the observer computes this ratio, which obviously encompasses all the observer's past observations of occasions on which the premises are true. The probability of the argument in question is defined by Peirce to be the limit of the crucial ratio as the number of observation tends to grow infinitely large if the limit exists. Peirce's earliest account of the meaning of probability, then, is a version of what he called the long-run relative frequency view of probability. Later in his philosophical career, about 1910, Peirce found fault with his earliest views on account of their failure to make clear just how the occasions of observation are to be chosen. He also emphasized that probability judgments are judgments about what he called would-bes. For this reason, Peirce is often considered to be the originator of the sort of propensity view of probability that is later associated with Karl Popper. One should not, however, think that the viewing Peirce as a propensity theorist is in conflict with viewing him as some sort of long-term relative frequency theorist. Rather, Peirce's view seems to be that the propensity in question, which its sense is spelled out in accord with the pragmatic theory of meaning, is a dispositional property that manifests itself in the set of concrete facts that amount to a certain long-term relative frequency tending towards a certain limit as the number of appropriate occasions of observation increases indefinitely. There's an interesting connection between Peirce's Tychism, his view that there is an objective spontaneity in the universe, and the foregoing account of probability. For Peirce understood the universe of appearances as a logical process, somewhat in the same manner that Hegel understood the universe of appearances as the phenomenology of spirit. He tended to consider a given state of the universe as being a given set of premises, so to say, of possible inference. Thus, then a subsequent state of the universe could be seen as being the conclusion of an actual inference. Thus, Peirce tended to see the universe of appearances as bringing itself into being by a process that is ultimately logical. The world, as it were, evolves by abducing, deducing, and inducing itself. It is in some sense Hegel's thinking thought. Along with his attack on the subjectivist account of probability, Peirce also attacked the use of what became to be called the method of inverse probabilities as a way of solving the problem of induction. In the process, he also excoriated the theoretical work in this connection of De Morgan and Adolphe Quetelet, the Belgian criminologist and early user of statistical analysis in sociology. Induction, as we have seen, Peirce counted as an inference from a sample to a population. The method of inverse probabilities offers itself as a way of calculating the conditional probability that a population has a trait in a certain proportion, given that a sample drawn from that population has the trait in that proportion. It proposes to calculate this conditional probability by applying the so-called Bayes theorem in order to express it in terms of the inverse conditional probability that the sample has the trait in the crucial proportion, given that the population has the trait in the crucial proportion. In the expression of the first conditional probability in terms of the second conditional probability, however, there occur certain quantities known as the Bayesian prior probabilities. What Peirce pointed out is that there's no way to assign any quantities in a rational fashion to the requisite Bayesian prior probabilities. The appearances that one does have reason for assigning particular quantities results only from illicit substitution of subjective probabilities for the needed objectivist probabilities. What the user of this method of inverse probabilities does is to equate complete lack of information about something with the claim that all probabilities must have equal probabilities. This equation was called the principle of insufficient reason. In the 19th century, John Maynard Keynes later named it the principle of indifference. This principle is, however, completely irrational without a dependence on the subjectivist account of probability. What we need, however, is objective probabilities, and so we have no reason for assigning any particular values to the Bayesian prior probabilities. Only if universes were as plenty as blackberries, wrote Peirce, would the analysis of De Morgan and Quetelet make any sense. In rejecting Bayesianism and the method of inverse probabilities, Peirce argued that, in fact, no probability at all could be assigned to inductive arguments. Instead of probability, a different measure of imperfection and certitude must be assigned to inductive arguments, verisimilitude, or likelihood. In explaining this notion, Peirce offered an account of the hypothesis testing that is equivalent to standard statistical hypothesis testing. In effect, we get an account of confidence intervals and choices of statistical significance for rejecting null hypothesis. Such ideas became standard not only in the 20th century as a result of the works of Fisher, Nyman, and others, but already in 1878 in his paper, The Probability of Induction, Peirce had worked out the whole matter. This topic has been discussed expertly by Deborah Mayo, who also has shown that the error correction implicit in statistical hypothesis testing is intimately affiliated with Peirce's notion of science as a self-correcting and convergent to the truth. Peirce's account of his third type of deviance from perfect certitude, namely plausibility, are much sketchier than his accounts of probability and verisimilitude. Unlike the other two forms of uncertainty, which can be spelled out mathematically with great precision, plausibility seems to be capable of only a qualitative account, even though plausibility does seem to come in greater or lesser degree. The question of the plausibility of claim arises apparently only in context to which one is seeking to adduce an explanatory hypothesis for some actual fact that is surprising. The key point is that the hypothesis must be plausible in order to be taken seriously. It should be obvious that the notion of plausibility is a difficult one, which strongly invites further analysis, but which is not easy to analyze in technical detail. Psychophysical monism and anti-nominalism. Peirce held that science suggests that the universe has evolved from a condition of maximum freedom and spontaneity into its present condition, in which it has taken on a number of habits, sometimes more entrenched habits and sometimes less entrenched ones. With pure freedom and spontaneity, Peirce tended to associate mind, and with firmly entrenched habits, he tended to associate matter, or more generally the physical. Matter he tended to regard as congealed or effete mind. Thus, he tended to see the universe as the end product so far of a process in which mind has acquired habits and has congealed to this very word. This is the very word Peirce used into matter. This notion of all things as being evolved psychophysical unities of some sort places Peirce well within the sphere of what might be called the grand old-fashioned metaphysicians, along with such thinkers as Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Spinoza, Leibniz, Hegel, Schopenhauer, Whitehead, etc. Some contemporary philosophers might be inclined to reject Peirce out of hand upon discovering this fact. Others might find his notion of psychophysical unities not so very off-putting or indeed even attractive. What is crucial is that Peirce argued that mind pervades all of nature in varying degrees. It is not found merely in the most advanced animal species. This panpsychistic view, combined with his synechism, meant for Peirce that mind is extended in some sort of continuum throughout the universe. Peirce tended to think of ideas as existing in mind in somewhat in the same way as physical forms exist in physically extended things. He even spoke of ideas as spreading out from the same continuum in which mind is extended. This set of conceptions is a part of what Peirce regarded as his own version of Scotistic realism, which he sharply contrasted with nominalism. He tended to blame what he regarded as the errors of much of the philosophy of his contemporaries as owing to its nominalistic disregard for the objective existence of form. Triadism and the universal categories. Merely to say that Peirce was extremely fond of placing things into groups of three or trichotomies and of triadic relations would fail miserably to do justice to the overwhelming obtrusiveness in his philosophy of the number three. Indeed, he made the most fundamental categories of all things of any sort whatsoever in the categories of firstness, secondness, and thirdness, and he often described things as being first or seconds or thirds. For example, with regard to trichotomy, possibility, actuality, and necessity. Possibility he called the first, actuality he called the second, and necessity he called the third. Again, quality was the first, fact was the second, and habit, rule, or law was the third. Again, entity was the first, relation was the second, and representation was the third. Again, rime, by which Peirce meant a relation of arbitrary adicity or arity, was the first, proposition was the second, and argument was the third. The list goes on and on. Let us refer to Peirce's penchant for describing things in terms of trichotomies and triadic relations as Peirce's triadism. If Peirce had a general technical rationale for his triadism, Peirce scholars have not yet made it abundantly clear what this rationale might be. He seemed to base his triadism on what he called phaneroscopy, by which word he meant the mere observation of phenomenal appearances. He regularly commented that the phenomenon in the phaneron just do not fall into three groups, and they just do display irreducible triadic relations. He seemed to regard this matter as simply open for verification by direct inspection. Although there are many examples of the phenomenon that do seem more or less naturally to divide into three groups, Peirce seems to have been driven by something more than mere examples in his insistence on applying his categories to almost everything imaginable. Perhaps it was his influence of Kant, whose 12 categories divide into four groups of three each. Perhaps it was triadic structure of the stages of thought as described by Hegel. Perhaps it was the triune commitments of Orthodox Christianity to which Peirce, at least in some contexts and during some swings of mood, seemed to have subscribed. Certainly involved was Peirce's commitment to the inelimitable of mind and inelimitability of mind in nature. For Peirce closely associated the activities of mind with the aforementioned triadic relation, that which he called the sign relation. Also involved was Peirce's so-called reduction thesis in logic, to which Peirce has concluded as early as the 1870s. It is difficult to imagine even the most fervently devout of the passionate admirers of Peirce, of which there are many, saying that his account, or more accurately his various accounts of the three universal categories, is or are absolutely clear and compelling. Yet in almost everything Peirce wrote from the time of the categories were first introduced, Peirce's first, second, and thirds found a place, giving their exact and general analysis and providing an exact and general account for the rationale, if there be such, constitute chief problems in Peirce's scholarship. Mind and semiotic. Connected with Peirce's insistence of the ubiquity of mind in the cosmos and the importance he attached to what he called semiotic, the theory of signs in the most general sense, although a few points concerning this subject were made earlier in this article, some further discussion is in order. What Peircean meant by semiotic is almost totally different from what it has come to be called semiotics, and which hails not so much from Peirce as from Ferdinand de Saussure and Charles Morris. Even though Peircean semiotic and semiotics are often confused, it is important not to do so. Peircean semiotic derives ultimately from the theory of signs of Duns Scotus and is later development of St. Thomas John Poinsot. In Peirce's theory, the sign relation is a triadic relation that is a special species of the genus, the representing relation. Whenever the representing relation has an instance, we find one thing, the object representing by or in, another thing, the representemen, and being represented to or in a third thing, the interpretant. Moreover, the object is represented by the representemen in such a way that the interpretant is thereby determined to be also a representemen of the object to yet another interpretant. This is to say, the interpretant stands in the representing relation of to the same object represented by the original representemen, and thus the interpretant represents the object either again or further to yet another interpretant. Obviously, Peirce's complicated definition entails that we have an infinite sequence of representaments or of an object whenever we have any one representament of it. The sign relation is the special species of the representing relation that obtains whenever the first interpretant and consequently each member of the whole infinite sequences of interpretants has a status of mental, roughly is a cognition of a mind. In any instance of the sign relation, an object is signified by a sign to a mind. One of Peirce's central tasks was that of analyzing all possible kinds of signs. For this purpose, he introduced various distinctions among signs and discussed various ways of classifying them. One set of distinctions among signs was introduced by Peirce in the early stages of his analysis. The distinction is in this set turn on whether the particular instance of the sign relation is degenerate or non-degenerate. The notion of degeneracy here is the standard mathematical notion as applied to sign theory. Non-degeneracy means simply that the triadic relation cannot be analyzed as a logical conjunction of any combination of dyadic relations and monadic relations. More exactly, a particular instance of the obtaining of the sign relation is degenerate if and only if the fact that the sign S means an object O to an interpretant I can be analyzed in conjunction with the facts of the mathematical form, where not all the conjuncts have to be present. Either an obtaining of the sign relation is non-degenerate, in which case it falls into one class, or it is degenerate in various possible ways depending on which of the conjuncts are omitted and which are retained, in which case it falls into the various other classes. Other distinctions regarding signs were introduced later by Peirce. Some of them will be discussed very briefly in the following section of this article. Semiotic and logic. Peirce's settled opinion was that logic, in the broadest sense, is to be equated with semiotic, the general theory of signs, and that logic, in a much narrower sense, which he typically called logical critical, is one of the three major divisions or parts of semiotic. Thus, in his later writings, he divided semiotic into speculative grammar, logical critic, and speculative rhetoric, also called methodeutic. Peirce's word speculative is his Latinate version of the Greek-derived word theoretical. and should be understood to mean exactly what the word theoretical means. Peirce's tripartite division of semiotic is not to be confused with Charles Morris's division syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, although there may be some commonalities in the two trichotomies. By speculative grammar, Peirce understood the analysis of the kind of signs that are and the ways that they can be combined significantly. For example, under the heading, he introduced three trichotomies of signs and argued for the real possibility of only certain kinds of signs. Signs are quasi-signs, signs, and legis signs, according as they are mere qualities, individual events and states, or habits, laws, respectively. Signs are icons, indices, also called semes, or symbols, sometimes called tokens, accordingly as they derive their significance from resemblance to their objects, a real relation, for example, of causation, with their objects, or connected only by conventions of their third objects, respectively. Signs are rhematic signs, also called summa signs, and rhemes, signs, also called quasi-propositions, or arguments, also called pseudodis, accordingly as they are predicational, relational in character, propositional in character, or argumentative in character. Because the three trichotomies are independent of each other, together they yield the abstract possibility that there are 27 distinct kinds of signs. Peirce argued, however, that 17 of these are logically impossible, so that finally only 10 kinds of signs are genuinely possible. In terms of these 10 kinds of signs, Peirce endeavored to construct a theory of all possible natural and conventional signs, whether simple or complex. What Peirce meant by logical critic is pretty much logic in the ordinary accepted sense of logic, from Aristotle's logic to present-day mathematical logic. As might be expected, a crucial concern of logical critic is to characterize the difference between correct and incorrect reasoning. Peirce achieved extraordinary, extensive, and deep results in this area, and a few of his accomplishments in this area will be discussed below. By speculative rhetoric or methodeutic, Peirce understood all inquiry into the principles of the effective use of science for producing very valuable courses of research and giving valuable expositions. Methodeutic studies the method that researchers should use in investigating, giving expositions of, and creating applications of the truth. Peirce also understood, under the heading of speculative rhetoric, the analysis of communicational interactions and strategies, and their bearing on the valuation of inferences. Peirce's important topic of the economy of research is closely affiliated with the idea of speculative rhetoric. The idea of methodeutic may overlap to some small extent with Morris's notion of pragmatics, but the spirit of Peirce's notion is much more extensive than that of Morris's notion. Moreover, Peirce handled the notion of indexical reference under the heading of speculative grammar and not under the heading of speculative rhetoric, whereas the topic certainly belongs to Morris's pragmatics. Thus, there clearly exist connections between Peirce's speculative rhetoric on the one hand and the attention paid by 20th century philosophers such as Ludwig Wittgenstein and J.L. Austin to matters having to do with language as a set of various social practices. Unfortunately, however, little attention has been paid to Peirce scholars to the relationship between Peirce's thinking and familiar 20th century notions such as Wittgenstein's language games and Austin's speech acts. Speculative rhetoric, however, has attracted considerable philosophical attention in recent years, especially among Finnish Peirce scholars centering at the University of Helsinki. These have noted that there are extensive affiliation between Peirce's discussion of the communicational and dialogical aspects of semiotic, on the one hand, the many and varied game theoretic approaches to logic that have been for some time of interest to Finnish philosophers, as well as many others on the other hand. Various proposals for game theoretic semantic approaches to logic have been developed and applied to Peirce's logic, as well as being used to understand Peircean points. The classification of the sciences. Peirce maintained a considerable interest in the topic of the classification or taxonomy in general, as he considered biology and geology the foremost sciences to have made progress in developing generally useful systems of classification for things. In his own theory of classification, he seemed to regard some sort of cluster analysis as holding the key to creating really useful classifications. He regularly strove to create a classification of all the sciences that would be as useful to logic as the taxonomies of the biologist and the geologist were to the sciences. Of special interest in this regard is the fact that he considered the relation of similarity to be a triadic relation rather than a dyadic relation. Thus, for Peirce, taxonomies and taxonomic trees are only one sort of classificatory system, albeit the most highly developed one. He would not be in the least surprised to find that the topic of constructing ontologies is in vogue among computer scientists, and he would applaud endeavors to construct ontologies. He would not find in the least alien many contemporary analytic discussions of the notion of similarity. He would be right at home among them. As with many of Peirce's classificatory divisions, his classification of the science is a taxonomy whose tree is trinary. For example, he classifies all the sciences into those of discovery, review, and practicality. Sciences of discovery he divides into mathematics, philosophy, and what he calls idioscopy, by which he seems to mean the class of all the particular special sciences like physics, psychology, and so forth. Mathematics he divides into mathematics of logic or discrete systems, and the continuum pseudo-continua. Philosophy divides into phenomenology, normative sciences, and metaphysics. Normative science he divides into aesthetics, ethics, and logic, and so on and on. Very occasionally there is found a binary division. For example, he divides idioscopy into the physical sciences, into the physical or human sciences, but hardly surprising given his penchant for triads. Most of his divisions are into threes. Peirce scholars have found the topic of Peirce's classification of science a fertile ground for assertions about what is the most basic in all thinking in Peirce's view. Whether or not such assertions run afoul of Peirce's anti-foundationalist is itself a topic for further study. Logic. In the extensiveness and originality of its contribution to mathematical logic, Peirce is almost without equal. His writings and original ideas are so numerous that there is no way to do them justice in a small article such as the present one. Accordingly, only a few of his numerous achievements will be mentioned here. Peirce's special strength lay not so much as a theorem proving as rather in the invention and developmental elaboration of novel systems of logical syntax and fundamental logical concepts. He invented dozens of different systems of logical syntax, including a syntax based on generalization of De Morgan's relative product operation, an algebraic syntax that mirrored Boolean algebra, to some extent a quantifier and variable syntax that, except for its specific symbols, is identical to the much later Russell-Whitehead syntax. He even invented two systems of graphical two-dimensional syntax. The first, the so-called entitative graphs, is based on disjunctive and negotiation. A version of the entative graphs later appeared in Spencer Brown's Laws of Form without anything remotely like proper citation of Peirce. A second and better system of graphical two-dimensional syntax followed the so-called existential graphs. This system is based on the conjunction and negation. Even though the syntax is two-dimensional, the surface it actually requires in its most general form is a torus of finite genus. So the system of existential graphs actually requires 3 dimensions for its representations, although the third dimension in which the torus is embedded can usually be represented in 2 dimensions by the use of pictorial devices that Peirce called fornices or tunnel bridges, and by the use of identificational devices that Peirce called selectiveness. The existential graphs are essential, a syntax for logic that uses the whole mathematical apparatus of a topological graph theory. There are 3 parts of it: alpha for propositional logic, beta for quantificational logic with identity but without function, and gamma for modal logic and metalogic. In 1873, Peirce published a long paper, completed in 1870, description of a notation for the logic of relatives, in which he introduced 6 years before Frege's Begriffsschrift was published, a complete syntax for the logic of relations of arbitrary adicity or arity. In this paper, the notion of the variable, though not under the name variable, was invented, and Peirce provided devices for negating for combining relations, basically by building upon De Morgan's relative product in relative sum, and for quantifying essentially and universally. By 1883, along with his student Mitchell, Peirce had developed a full syntax for quantificational logic that was only very little different, as was mentioned just above, from the standard Russell-Whitehead syntax, which did not appear until 1910 with no adequate citations of Peirce. Peirce introduced the material conditional operator into logic, developed by Scheffer, stroke and dagger operators 40 years before Scheffer, and developed a full logical system based only on the stroke function. As Garrett Birkhoff notes in his lattice theory, it was in fact Peirce who invented the concept of the lattice around 1883. Quite possibly it is Peirce's lattice theory that holds the key to the technical theory of infinitesimals and the continuum. During his years teaching at Johns Hopkins University, Peirce began research into the 4-color map conjecture to work on the graphical mathematics of De Morgan's associate Kemp, and to develop extensive connections between logic, algebra, and topology, especially topological graph theory. Ultimately, these researches bore fruit in his existential graphs, but his writings in this area also contain a considerable number of other valuable ideas and results. He hinted that he had made great progress in the theory of provability and unprovability by exploring the connections between logic and topology. Peirce's reduction thesis. Peirce's so-called reduction thesis is the thesis that all relations of arbitrary audicity may be constructed from triadic relations alone, whereas monadic and dyadic relations alone are not sufficient to allow the construction of even a single non-degenerate, that is, non-Cartesian factorable triadic relation. Although the germ of argument for the reduction thesis lay in his paper description of the notation for the logic of relatives, the thesis was for over a century doubted by many, especially after the publication of a proof by Quine that all relations could be construed exclusively from dyadic ones. As it turns out, both Peirce and Quine were correct. The issue entirely depends exactly on what constructive resources are to be allowed to be used in building relations out of other relations. Obviously, the more extensive and powerful are the constructive resources, the more likely it is that all relations can be constructed from dyadic ones alone by using them. An exact exposition and proof of Peirce's reduction thesis was finally accomplished in 1988, and it makes clear that Peirce's constructive resources are to be understood to include only negation and generalization of De Morgan's relative product operation, the use of a particular triadic relation that Peirce called the pteridentity relation, and that we might today write as x equals y equals z. Peirce felt that the pteridentity relation was in some way more primitively logically, and thus more fundamental than the usual dyadic identity x equals y, which he derived from two instances of the triadic identity relation by the applications of the relative product operation of De Morgan. Peirce also felt that De Morgan's relative product operation was logically a more primitive and fundamental operation than, say, Boolean product of the Boolean sum. The full philosophical import of a reduction thesis and the philosophical importance of his triadism, insofar as triadism rests on his reduction thesis, cannot be ascertained without a prior understanding of his non-typical theory of identity and special view of the fundamental nature of the relative product operation. Contemporary and practical applications of Peirce's ideas. Currently, considerable interest is being taken to Peirce's ideas by researchers wholly outside the area of academic philosophy. The interest comes from industry, business, technology, intelligence organizations, and the military, and has resulted in the existence of a substantial number of agencies, institutes, businesses, and laboratories in which ongoing research into the development of Peircean concepts are being vigorously undertaken. This interest arose originally in two ways. First, some 30 years ago, in the former Soviet Union, interest in Peirce and Karl Popper had led logicians and computer scientists like Viktor Konstantinovich Fin and Dmitry Paspolev to try to find ways in which computer programs could generate Peircean hypotheses or Popperian conjunctures in semiotic contexts, non-numerical or quantitative contexts. Under the guide, in particular, Fin's Intelligent Systems Laboratory and the All-Russian Institute of Scientific and Technical Information of the Russian Academy of Sciences, elaborate techniques for automatic generation of hypotheses were found and were extensively utilized for many practical purposes. Finn called his approach to hypothesis generation the JSM method of automatic hypothesis generation, so named for similarities to John Stuart Mill's method for identifying causes. Among the purposes for which the JSM method has proven fruitful are sociological prediction, pharmacological discovery, and the analysis of processes of industrial production. Interest in Finn's work, and through it in the practical application of Peirce's philosophy, has spread to France, Germany, Denmark, Finland, and ultimately to the United States. Second is the limits of expert systems and production rule programming in the area of artificial intelligence became increasingly clear to computer scientists. They began to search for methods beyond that depended merely on imitating experts. One promising line of research has been to automate phases of Peirce's concept of the scientific method, complete with techniques for hypothesis generation and making assessment of the cost and benefits of exploring hypothesis. In some areas of research, added impetus has been provided by the similarity of Peircean techniques to techniques that have already been proven useful. For example, in the field of automated multi-track radar, the similarity of Peircean scientific method to the so-called Kalman filter has been noted by many system analysis. However, those interested in military command and control often note the similarity of Peircean scientific method to the classical OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act, or the command and control theory. The aerospace industry, especially in France and the United States, is currently investigating Peircean ideas in connection with the avionics system and monitor aircraft health. Almost simultaneously with Finn's development of automated generation of hypotheses, German mathematicians Rudolf Will and Bernhard Ganter were developing an aspect of Galois theory and lattice theory, the latter being, as was said, Peirce's invention, that came to be known as formal concept analysis. Interestingly enough, even though the two groups of researchers initially were working completely independently of each other, the mathematical apparatus of Finn's automatic generation of hypotheses at its core is the very same apparatus of that of Wheeler Ganter's formal concept analysis. For obvious reasons, then there is now grown up an extensive cooperation between the German researchers and the Russian researchers, principally through the writings and intermediary work of Sergei Kustanov, who has been working both with the German group and the Russian group. The heart of both sets of ideas, the notion of clustering items by similarity. The algorithms for clustering into formal concepts are the same as the algorithms for preliminary groupings by similarity for the purpose of automatically generating hypotheses. As it turns out, as Kustanov has shown, these algorithms are equivalent in their effect to the algorithms for finding the maximal complete subgraphs of arbitrary graphs. The fact has proven extremely useful in recent years, since the latter algorithms are the core of what has become known as social network analysis, and social network analysis has become a major intellectual tool in the world's battles against criminal organization and terrorist networks. So all three sets of these have become matters of crucial practical importance and even urgency in the contemporary affairs. Such practical application of Peircean ideas may seem surprising to many philosophers whose minds are rooted strictly in the academic world. The applications, however, most certainly would not have surprised Peirce in the least. Indeed, given his lifelong ideas and goals as a scientist philosopher, he probably would have found the current practical importance of his ideas entirely to be expected. Significant students of Peirce. During the time of Peirce's teaching logic at Johns Hopkins University, that is during the years from 1879 to 1884, Peirce had a number of students in logic who went on to establish significant reputations of their own right. Often mentioned in this connection are John Dewey, Ellen Marquand, Christine Ladd Franklin, Oscar Howard Mitchell, Benjamin Gilman, Fabian Franklin, and Thorsten Veblen. Here we provide brief descriptions of three of these students, Dewey, Ladd Franklin, and Mitchell. Of necessity, the accounts given here of the work of these students will be extremely brief. It is obvious that the full-length accounts of each of them can be given, and in the case of one of them, John Dewey, full-length accounts have indeed often been given. Without a doubt, the best known of Peirce's students, even including Thorstein Veblen, is John Dewey. Dewey attended Peirce's logic class at Johns Hopkins during the years 1882 through 83. Along with Peirce, Dewey understood the subject of logic in an extremely broad way, so that the subject in his mind as well as Peirce's mind comprised the entire topic of the methodology of the exact sciences. It's not surprising then that the structure of the logic in Dewey's own work in logic, most notably in his book Logic, the Theory of Inquiry, 1938, is a close approximation of the structure of the scientific method as Peirce understands it. Recall that for Peirce, inquiry begins with an anomalous situation in which a particular puzzle or set of puzzles is elicited from an indeterminate background, then by an ongoing and, in fact, ultimately endless process, hypotheses are formulated, abduction and tested, deduction and induction, so that each iteration of the methodological loop, indeterminacy as the original anomalous situation, is successfully, though never totally, eliminated. Dewey's own account for inquiry, especially insofar as Dewey considers it to be a successive elimination of indeterminacy, is remarkably akin to Peirce's account of scientific methodology in action. Of course, there are differences. Dewey often writes as though at each stage of development in the method of logic of science, the next stage is more or less already specified. For example, at any stage in indeterminacy, Dewey writes as if the relevant hypothesis or hypotheses to test at the next stage are more or less already determined. By contrast, Peirce, although he sometimes speaks this way, more often emphasizes the creative and non-determined aspect of eliciting developing hypotheses. Nevertheless, even despite the differences in emphasis from Peirce to Dewey, the similarities between their postulations are unmistakable. Unlike Dewey, both Christine Ladd and Oscar Howard Mitchell concentrated on formal deductive logic and mathematical logic, rather than in the informal methodology of the sciences. Although, unlike Dewey and Ladd and Mitchell, both published articles in the 1883 volume Studies in Logic, which was edited by Peirce again in his own preface to the volume. Peirce singles out both Ladd and Mitchell for commentary and avert praise to these two students of Peirce we now turn. Christine Ladd, born on December 1st, 1847, was later from a marriage to Fabian Frankel in 1882, known as Christine Ladd Franklin, Although she is almost unknown today, she was very well known and highly regarded as a mathematician, logician, and psychologist from the 1870s until her death on March 5th, 1930, at the age of 82. Her earliest published work was in mathematics in the Educational Times of England. Here it has attracted the attention of the great mathematician J.J. Sylvester, who also published in Educational Times, and who in 1876 assumed the position of the first professor of mathematics at the new Johns Hopkins University. It was Sylvester who hired Peirce in 1879. On the strength of her already published work, as known by Sylvester, Ladd applied to Johns Hopkins in 1888 to become a graduate student in mathematics. Although because she was a woman, she could not become a regular graduate at Johns Hopkins. Still, at the ardent and insistent urgings of Sylvester, she was admitted as a special status student, and she was even awarded a fellowship to study mathematics. She held this fellowship from 1879 to 82. When she had completed all the requirements for the PhD degree, it was during this period that she became attracted to mathematical logic and to the teachings on logic by Peirce, with whom she studied carefully. Because of her gender, her status as a student of mathematics was recorded only in the notes rather than the usual student list. For the same reason, she could not actually be given the PhD degree in 1882, although she was ultimately, but not until 1926, awarded the PhD degree in mathematics. Meanwhile, Vassar College awarded her a LLD degree in 1887. On August 24, 1882, upon the completion of her mathematics fellowship, she married a member of the Johns Hopkins Department of Mathematics and fellow student of Peirce's, Fabian Franklin. Both she and Fabian Franklin seem to have stayed closely connected to Peirce until his death in 1914. As can be gathered from the foregoing, it was studying with Peirce that focused Ladd's attention from mathematics in general to mathematical logic, also called symbolic logic. In particular, Ladd's best known and most celebrated work was her paper on the algebra of logic, published in the Studies of Logic by the members of Johns Hopkins University, 1883. In it, she is, or at least was once, widely regarded as having achieved for the first time in history a completely general and unified account of the Aristotelian syllogism, including a general account of the differences between valid and invalid syllogism. Josiah Royce, for example, held this view of Ladd Franklin's work in logic. It is thus worth looking in some detail at how she achieves this result through the algebraizing of the syllogism, but here such detail will not be entered into. Basically, however, we can say that her basic idea is to associate with each possible syllogism a certain triad. The syllogism is valid if and only if the triad is an antilogism, that is to say, it is an inconstituent triad. Ladd Franklin wrote on the antilogism as late as 1928. Whether or not her work is really the first work to unify the theory of the syllogism, and whether or not she ultimately merits the exalted status as a logician that Royce assigns to her must remain a task for future exploration to determine. In addition to her major work on the syllogism, equivalently on the notion of the antilogism, Ladd Franklin as well wrote some of the entries in the three-volume work of James Mark Baldwin, A Dictionary of Philosophy of Psychology, 1901-5, for example, the entry syllogism, symbolic logic, and the algebra of logic. In fact, she was an associate editor of Baldwin's dictionary. She also wrote at least one related paper in the Journal of Philosophy, Psychology, and Scientific Method, later named simply the Journal of Philosophy. Her specialty in psychology was the theory of vision, and she early espoused the theory that all color vision both developed historically and was based on three primary colors, hence three distinctions possessed of chemical reaction. Her writings on the psychology of vision continued to pour forth voluminously, and these continued from her early 1990s through at least 1926, when she published a paper on the mysterious visual phenomenon known as the blue arcs in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science. Peirce praised O.H. Mitchell as being his very best student in logic. Mitchell was trained as a mathematician even before coming to Johns Hopkins, and he was especially noted by all of those who knew him as being extraordinarily meticulous and attentive to detail. He was so attentive to exactitude that he was even noted for slowness and ponderousness in speech. But what was there in Mitchell's 1883 paper that stimulated Peirce's high praise? It seems to be closely connected, perhaps identical with what Peirce praised Mitchell for accomplishing in Peirce's entry in Baldwin's Dictionary of Philosophy and Psychology, particularly in his article there for the word dimension. In the article, Peirce credits Mitchell with having introduced the concept of multi-dimensional logical universe into exact logic, and Peirce claims that is one of the fecund contributions that Mitchell made to exact logic. There seems to be two components of the idea of multi-dimensional logical universe. The first one is simply the idea of multiple quantification in connection with polyadic predicates, so that in modern terminology we can have propositions with quantifiers occurring within the scope of further quantifiers. That Mitchell employs a formalism suggestive of the idea is undeniable, but whether he successfully distinguishes for all x there exists a y from there exists a y for all x is very much less than obvious. Moreover, that Mitchell was the very first logician to have conceived of multiple quantification of polyadic predicates seems to be a bit dubious, especially since by 1870 Peirce himself was already making use of the notions for which multiple quantification of polyadic predicates are involved. The second component of the idea of a multidimensional logical universe is again using modern terminology, the idea that the universe of discourse relevant to one variable might not be the same as the universe of discourse relevant to another variable. Moreover, since the universe of discourse relevant to one variable might be all the same all the times there are, all the places there are, all possible situations, or even all possible worlds, it is not difficult, though it is perhaps a bit far-fetched, to connect Mitchell's idea of multidimensional logical universe to the idea of tense logic or even modal logic. Whether a careful study of Mitchell's logical contributions really supports such a reading of Mitchell's contributions to logic is not yet as clearly determined. Clearly, close study of the logical accomplishment of Peirce's notable students is in order. Okay, so that was really long, almost 2 hours of reading for Peirce, but glad we got through that. Very important for my research, and maybe I've hemorrhaged all of my viewers. I lost all of my viewers on that one, but you're worth it for my research. In terms of American pragmatism, most of Peirce's accomplishments are not necessarily that important, and as said, James is the popularizer of pragmatism, and Peirce is known for philosophy of science, most specifically the scientific method. We'd covered Whewell, so a lot of people like Peirce and Whewell are the main formulators of the modern scientific method. You can consider the scientific method a form of pragmatism in and of itself. And also Peirce, being a philosopher, having teacher, his direct interaction with James and Dewey. So with that, moving right along, we will go on to William James. And Peirce was by far the longest of the ones we'll be reading today. And although Dewey's pretty long too, but Dewey is not technical at all and has a lot more things on sociology and so just checking my messages. So yeah, a lot of stuff here to look at. So moving right along, let's continue. So William James. William James was an original thinker in and between the disciplines of physiology, psychology, and philosophy. His 1,200-page masterwork, The Principle of Psychology, 1890. Duvid has read that twice, and I've read out large sections of it in various times on Week in Review. It is a rich blend of physiology, psychology, philosophy, and personal reflection that has given us such ideas as the strength of thought and the baby's impression of the world as one of great blooming, buzzing confusion. It contains seeds of pragmatism and phenomenology, and influences generations of thinkers in Europe and America, including Edmund Husserl, Bertrand Russell, Don Dewey, and Ludwig Wittgenstein. James studied at Harvard's Lawrence Scientific School and in the School of Medicine, but his writings were from the outset as much philosophical as scientific. Some remarks on Spencer's notion of mind as correspondence, 1878, and the sentiment of rationality presages future pragmatism and pluralism, and contained the first statements of his view that philosophical theories are reflections of the philosopher's temperament. James hints at his religious concerns in his earliest essays and in the Principles, but they become more explicit in The Will to Believe in other essays in popular philosophy in 1897, Human Immortality, Two Supposed Objections to the Doctrine, 1898, The Varieties of Religious Experience, 1902, and A Pluralistic Universe, 1909. James oscillates between thinking that a study in human nature, such as varieties, could contribute to a science of religion, and the belief that religious experience involves an altogether supernatural domain, somehow inaccessible to science but accessible to the individual human subject. James made some of the most important philosophical contributions in the last decade of his life in a burst of writing in 1904 and 5, collected in the Essays on Radical Empiricism. He set out a metaphysical view most commonly known as neutral monism, according to which there is one fundamental stuff that is neither material nor mental. In a pluralistic universe, he defends the mystical and anti-pragmatic view that concepts distort rather than reveal reality. And his influential Pragmatism, 1907, he presents systematically a set of views about truth, knowledge, reality, religion, and philosophy that permeate his writings. Okay. So this one's much shorter. Chronology of James' life. 1842, born in New York City. 1859-60, family settles in Geneva, where William studies science at Geneva Academy, then returns to Newport when William decides he wishes to resume his study of painting. 1861, William abandons painting and enters Lawrence Scientific School at Harvard. 1864, enters Harvard School of Medicine. 1865, joins Amazon expedition of his teacher, Louis Agassiz, contracts a mild form of smallpox, recovers and travels up the Amazon collecting specimens for Agassiz Zoological Museum at Harvard. 1866, returns to medical school, suffers eye strain, back problems, and suicidal depression in the fall. 1867, A, travels to Europe for health and education, Dresden, Bad Teplitz, Berlin, Geneva, Paris, studies physiology at Berlin University, reads philosophy, psychology, and physiology, Wundt, Kant, Lessing, Goethe, Schiller, Renan, and Renouvier. 1869, receives a MD degree but never practices, severe depression in the fall. 1871 and 2, depression and poor health continue. 1872, accepts offer from President Eliot at Harvard to teach undergraduate course in comparative physiology. 1873, accepts an appointment to teach a full year in anatomy and physiology, but postpones teaching for a year to travel in Europe. 1874 and 5, begins teaching psychology, establishes first American psychology laboratory. 1878, marries Alice Hope Gibbons, publishes remarks on Spencer's definition of mind as correspondence in Journal of Speculative Philosophy. 1879, publishes The Sentiment of Rationality in Mind. 1880, appointed assistant professor of philosophy at Harvard, continues to teach psychology. 1882, travels to Europe, meets with Ewald Hering, Karl Stumpf, Ernst Mach, Wilhelm Wundt, Joseph Delboeuf, Jean Charcot, George Kroom Robertson, Shadworth Hodgkin, Leslie Stephan. 1884, lectures on the dilemma of determinism and publishes On Some Omissions of Introspective Psychology in Mind. 1885 to 92, teaches psychology and philosophy at Harvard, logic, ethics, English, and empirical philosophy in psychological research. 1890, publishes The Principles of Psychology with Henry Holt of Boston 12 years after agreeing to write it. 1892, publishes Psychology Briefer Course with Henry Holt. 1897, publishes The Will to Believe and Other Essays in Popular Philosophy with Longman Green and Co., lectures on human immortality. 1898, identifies himself as a pragmatist in philosophical conceptions and practical results given at the University of California, Berkeley, develops heart problems. 1899, publishes talks to teachers on psychology and to students of some of life's ideals, including uncertain blindness in human beings on what makes life worth living with Henry Holt. Becomes active member of the Anti-Imperialist League, opposing U.S. policy in the Philippines. 1901-2, delivers Gifford Leffers on the varieties of religious experience in Edinburgh. 1904 and 5, publishes Does Consciousness Exist? A World of Pure Experiences, How Two Minds Can Know the Same Thing, Is Radical Empiricism Solipsistic, and The Place of Affectional Facts in a World of Pure Experience in the Journal of Philosophy, Psychology, and Scientific Methods, all reprinted in Essays in Radical Empiricism in 1912. 1907, resigns Harvard professorship, publishes Pragmatism, a New Name for Some Old Ways of Thinking, with Longman Green Co., based on lectures given in Boston and at Columbia. 1909, publishes A Pluralistic Universe with Longmans, based on Hebert lectures delivered in England and at Harvard the previous year. 1910, published The Pluralistic Mystic in Hebert Journal, abandons attempt to complete a system of philosophy. His partially completed manuscript, published posthumously as Some Problems in Philosophy, and dies later in 1910 of heart failure at Summer House in New Hampshire. Early writings. Remarks on Spencer's definition of mind as correspondence, 1878. Although he was officially a professor of psychology when he published it, James' discussion of Herbert Spencer's broaches characteristic themes of his philosophy: the importance of religion and the passions, the variety of human responses to life, and the idea that we help to create the troops that we register, taking up Spencer's view that the adjustment to the organism, to the environment, is the basic feature of the mental evolution. James charges that Spencer projects his own vision of what ought to be onto the phenomenon he claims to describe. Survival, James asserts, is merely one of the many interests human beings have: the social affections, all of the various forms of play, the thrilling intimations of art, the delights of philosophic contemplation, the rest of the religious emotion, the joy of moral self-approbation, the charm of fancy and wit. Some or all of these are absolutely required to make the notion of mere existence tolerable. We are all teleological creatures, at base, James holds, each with a set of a priori values and categories. Spencer merely takes sides with the T those he happens to prefer. James' characteristic empiricism appears in his claim that values and categories fit in and out in the course of human experiences, and that their conflict can only be solved ambulando and not by a priori definition, the formula which proves to have the most massive density, he concludes, will be the true one. Yet James wishes to defend his sense that any such formalism will be determined as much by freely acting human mind as by the ruled a position he later in Pragmatism calls humanism. There belongs to mind from its birth upward a spontaneity, a vote. It is in the game and not a mere looker on, and its judgments of the should be, its ideals, cannot be peeled off from the body of the cogitanum as if they were excrescences. The sentiment of rationality. The substance of the essay was first published in Mind in 1879 and in the Princeton Review of 1882, and then republished in The Will to Believe and Other Essays in Popular Philosophy in 1897. Although he never quite says that rationality is a sentiment, James holds that a sentiment, really a set of sentiments, is a mark of rationality. The philosopher, James writes, will recognize the rationality of a conception as he recognizes everything else by certain subjective marks with which it affects him. When it gets the marks, he may know he has got the rationality. These marks include a strong feeling of ease, peace, rest, and a feeling of the sufficiency of the present moment, of its absoluteness. There is also a passion for parsimony that is felt in grasping theoretical unifications, as well as a passion for distinguishing, a loyalty to clearness and integrity of perception, dislike of blurred outlines of vague identification. The ideal philosopher, James Holt, blends these two passions of rationality, and even some great philosophers go too far in one direction or another. Spinoza's unity of all things in one substance is barren, as is Hume's looseness and separateness of everything. Sentiments of rationality operate not just as logic or science, but in ordinary life. When we first move into a room, for example, we do not know what draughts may blow in or out our back, what doors may open, what forms may enter, what interesting objects may be found in cupboards or corners. These minor uncertainties act as mental irritants which disappear when we come to know our way around the room, to feel at home there. James begins the second part of his essay by considering the case when two conceptions are equally fit to satisfy the logical demand for fluency or unification. At this point, he holds one must consider a practical component for rationality, the conception that awakens the active impulses or satisfies other aesthetic demands better than the other will be accounted the more rational conception and will deservedly prevail. James puts the point both as one of psychology, a prediction of what will occur, and as one of judgment, for he holds that it will prevail deservedly. And in his essay on Spencer, James explores the relation between temperaments and philosophical theorizing. Idealism, he holds, will be chosen by man of one emotional constitution, materialism by another. Idealism offers a sense of intimacy with the universe, the feeling that ultimately I am all, but materialists find in idealism a narrow, closed, sick room air, and prefer to conceive of an uncertain, dangerous, and wild universe that has no respect for our ego. Let the tides flow, the materials think, even though they flow over us. James is sympathetic both to the idea that the universe is something we can be intimate with and the idea that it is wild and unpredictable. If he criticizes idealism for its sick room air, he criticized reductive forms of materialism for denying to our most intimate powers all relevancy in the universal affairs. The intimacy and the wildness portrayed in these contrasting philosophies answer to the propensities, passions, and powers in human beings and the strife of these two forms of mental tempers. James predicts uh, will always be seen in philosophy. Certainly, it is always seen in the philosophy of William James. The principles of psychology. In 1878, James agreed to write a psychology textbook for the American publisher Henry Holt, but it took him 12 years to produce the manuscript, and when he did, he described it to Holt as a loathsome, distented, tumor-filled, bloated, dropsical mass testifying to nothing but two facts. First, that there is no such thing as a science of psychology, and second, that William James is incapable. Nevertheless, this 1,000-page volume of psychology, physiology, and philosophy has proven to be James' masterwork, containing early statements of his main philosophical ideas in extraordinarily rich chapters on the stream of thought, the consciousness of self, emotion, will, and many other topics. James tells us that he will follow the psychological method of introspection, the principles which he defines as the looking into our own minds and reporting that what we there discover. In fact, he takes a number of methodological approaches in the book. Early on, he includes the chapters on the functions of the brain and on some general conditions of the brain activity that reflect his years as a lecturer in anatomy and physiology at Harvard, and he argues with the reductive and materialist thesis that habit is at bottom a physical principle. As the book moves along, he involves himself in discussion with philosophers, for example, with Hume and Kant in his 100-page chapter on the self, and he finds himself marking metaphysical claims that anticipate his later pragmatism, as when he writes, there is no property absolutely essential to any one thing. The same property which figures as the essence of one thing on one occasion becomes a very inessential feature on the other. Even introspection covers a range of reports. James discusses the experiments that his contemporaries Wundt, and Fechner were performing in their laboratories, which led them to results such as that sounds are less delicately discriminated in intensity than lights. But most of James' most important and memorial introspective observation come from his own life. For example, the rhythm of a lost word may be that there without a sound to clothe it. Everybody must know the tantalizing effect of the blank rhythm of some forgotten verse, restlessly dancing in one's mind, striving to be filled out with words. Our father or mother, our wives or babes, are born of our bone and flesh, of our flesh. When they die, part of our very self is gone. If they do anything wrong, is our shame. If they are insulted, our anger splashes forth and are readily as we stood in their place. There is an excitement during the crying fit which is not without a certain pungent pleasure of its own, but it would take a genius for felicity to discover any dash of redeeming quality in the feeling of dry and shrunken sour. Will you or won't you have it so is the most probing question we are ever asked. We are asked it every hour of every day, and about the largest as well as the smallest, the most theoretical as well as the most practical things. We answer by consents or non-consents, and not by words. What wonder that these dumb responses should seem our deepest organs of communication with the nature of things. In the last quotation, James tackles a philosophical problem from the psychological perspective, although he refrains from answering the question of whether these responses are in fact deep organs of communication with the nature of things, reporting only that they seem to us to be so. In his later writings, such as Varieties of Religious Experience and A Pluralistic Universe, he confesses and to some degree defends his belief that the question should be answered affirmatively. In the deservedly famous chapter on the stream of thought, James takes himself to be offering a richer account of the experience than those of traditional empiricists such as Hume. He believes relations, vague fringes, and tendencies are experiences directly, a view he would later defend as part of his radical empiricism. James finds consciousness to be a stream rather than a succession of ideas. Its waters blend in our individual consciousness, or as he prefers sometimes to call it, our shasness, is steeped and dyed in the waters of shasness or thought that surround it. Our psychic life has rhythm. It is a series of transitions and resting places or flights and perchings. We rest when we remember the name we have been searching for, and we are off again when we hear a noise that might be the baby waking from her nap. Interest and its close relative attention is a major component not only of James' psychology, but of the epistemology and metaphysics that steep into his discussion. A thing, James states in The Stream of Thought, is a group of qualities which happen practically or aesthetically to interest us, to which we therefore give substantive names. And reality means simply relation to our emotional and active life. Whatever excites and stimulates our interest is real. Our capacity for attention is one thing rather than another, is for James the sign of the active element of all consciousness, a spiritual something which seems to go out to meet these qualities and contents, while they seem to come in and to be received by it. Faced with the tension between scientific determinism and our belief in our own freedom and autonomy, James, speaking not as a psychologist but as the philosopher he had become, argues that science must be constantly reminded that her purposes are not the only purposes, and that the order of uniform causation, which she has used for and is therefore right in postulating, may be enveloped in a wider order on which she has no claims at all. On his discussions of consciousness, James appears at various times to be a reductive materialist, a dualist, a proto-phenomenologist, and a neutral psychologist who wouldn't dare to consider philosophical questions. One of the most original layers in the principles lies in James' pursuit of a pure description of the stream of thought that does not presuppose it to be either mental or material, a pursuit that anticipates not only his own later radical empiricism, but Husserl's phenomenological. In his chapter on sensation, for example, James is at pains to deny that sensations are in the mind and then by special act on our part extradited or projected so as to appear located in our outer world. He argues that our original experiences are objective, that only as reflection becomes developed do we become aware of the inner world at all. However, the objective world originally experienced is not the world of spatial relations that we think. James' chapter on habit early in the book begins with habit as a physical matter but ends by considering its ethical implication. James argues that the laws of nature are themselves habits, nothing but the immutable habits which the different elementary sorts of matter follow in their actions and reactions upon each other. In our brains, habits are paths of nervous energy, as rivers and streams are the paths of water's flow. At skin level, even a scar is a kind of habit, more likely to be abraded, inflamed, or suffer pain and cold than are the neighboring parts. On the psychological level as well, any sequence of mental actions which has been frequently repeated tends to perpetuate itself. Habits are useful in diminishing the attention that we have to devote to our actions, thereby allowing us to develop our higher powers of mind. On the social level, habit is the enormous flywheel of society, its most precious conservative agent. It alone is what keeps us all within the bounds of ordinance and saves the children of fortune from the envious uprisings of the poor. The ethical implications of the law of habit, as James sees them, concerns which habits we choose to develop and when. Many habits must begin early in life. Hardly ever is the language learned after 20 spoken without a foreign accent. We should strive to make our nervous system our ally instead of our enemy by forming as many good habits as we can as early in life as we can. Even later in life, we are to keep our capacity for resolution in shape by every day or two doing something for no matter other reason than you would rather not do it. Two noteworthy chapters laid in the principles are the emotions and will. The first sets out the theory, also enunciated in the Danish psychologist Carl Lang, that emotion follows rather than causes its bodily expression. Common sense lays we lose our fortune, are sorry and weep, we meet our bear, are frightened and run, we are insulted by a rival and angry and strike. The hypothesis here is to be defended says that this order of sequences is incorrect, that we feel sorry because we cry, angry because we strike, afraid because we tremble. The significance of this view, according to James, is that our emotions are tied up with our bodily expressions. What he asked, would grief be without its tears, its sobs, its suffocation of the heart, its pang in the breastbone, not an emotion? James answers, for purely disembodied human emotion is a non-entity. In his chapter on will, James opposes the theory of his contemporary Wilhelm Wundt that there is one special feeling, a feeling of innervation present in all intentional action. In a survey of a range of cases, James finds that some actions involve an act of resolve or of outgoing nervous energy, but others do not. The chapter on will also contains striking passages that anticipate the concerns of the varieties of religious experience about moods, chains of hearts, and awakenings of consciousness. These, James observes, may affect the whole scale of the values of our motives and impulses. Text message. Okay. Essays in Popular Philosophy. James' popular and influential The Will to Believe and Other Essays in Popular Philosophy, published in 1897, collects previously published essays from the previous 19 years, including The Sentiment of Rationality, The Dilemma of Determinism, Great Men and Their Environment, and The Moral Philosopher of the Moral Life. The title essay, published just 2 years earlier, proved to be controversial for seeming to recommend irresponsible or irrational held belief. James later wrote that he should have called the essay The Right to Believe to indicate his intent to justify holding certain beliefs in certain circumstances, not to claim that we can or should believe things simply by an act of will. In science, James notes, we can afford to await the outcome of an investigation before coming to a belief, but in other cases we are forced in that we must come to some belief even if all the relevant evidence is not in. If I am on an isolated mountain trail faced with an icy ledge to cross and do not know whether I can make it, I may be forced to consider the question whether I can or should believe that I can cross the ledge. This question is not only forced, it is momentous. If I am wrong, I may fall to my death. If I believe rightly that I can cross the ledge, my holding of the belief may itself contribute to my success. In such a case, James asserts, I have the right to believe precisely because such a belief may help bring about the fact believed in. This is the case where a fact cannot come at all unless a preliminary faith exists in its coming. James applies this analysis to religious belief, particularly the possible case in which one's salvation depends on believing in God in advance of any proof that God exists. In such a case, the belief may be justified by the outcome to which having the belief leads. He extends his analysis beyond the religious domain, however, to a wide range of secular human life. A social organism of any sort is what it is because each member proceeds to his own duty with the trust that the other members will simultaneously do theirs. A government, an army, a commercial system, a ship, a college, an athletic team all exist on this condition, without which not only is nothing achieved, but nothing is even attempted. Moral questions, too, are both momentous and unlikely to be sustained by sensible proof. They are not matters of science, but of what Pascal calls our heart. James defends our right to believe in certain answers to these questions anyway. Another essay in this collection, Reflex Actions and Theism, attempts a reconciliation of science and religion. James' expression of reflex action alludes to the biological picture of the organism as responding to sensations with a series of actions. In the higher animals, the theoretical or thinking stage intervenes between sensations and actions, and this is where in human beings the thought of God arises. James maintains that this thought is the natural human response to the universe, independent of any proof that God exists, and he predicts that God will be the center of gravity for all attempts to solve the riddle of life. He ends the essay by advocating a theism that posits an ultimate opacity in things, a dimension of being which escapes our theoretic control. The Will to Believe also contains James' most developed account of morality, the moral philosopher and the moral life. Morality for James rests on sentience. Without it, there are no moral claims and no moral obligations. But once sentience exists, a claim is made and morality gets a foothold in the universe. Although James insists that there is no common essence to morality, he does find a guiding principle for ethical philosophy in the principle that we satisfy at all times as many demands as we can. This satisfaction is to be achieved by working towards a richer universe, the good which seems most organizable, most fit to enter into complex combinations, most apt to be a member of the more inclusive world, a whole. This work proceeds by a series of experiments by means of which we have learned to live for the most part without polygamy and slavery, private warfare and liberty to kill, judicial torture and arbitrary royal power. However, James holds that there is nothing final in any actually given equilibrium of human ideas, so that at our present laws and customs have fought and conquered over other past ones, so they will in turn be overthrown by any newly discovered order, which will hush up the complaints that they still give rise to without producing others louder still. James' essay on the certain blindness of human beings, published in his talks to teachers on psychology and students on some of life's ideals in 1899 illustrates another important element in James' moral outlook. The blindness to which James draws attention is that of one human being to another, a blindness he illustrates with a story from his own life. Riding in the mountains of North Carolina, he comes upon a devastated landscape with no trees, scars in the earth, here and there a patch of corn growing in the sunlight. But after talking to the settlers who had cleared the forest to make room for their farms, James comes to see it their way, at least temporarily, not as devastation, but as a manifestation of duty, struggle, and success. James concludes, I've been as blind to the peculiar identity of the conditions as they certainly would also have been to the ideality of mine, had they had a peep of my strange indoor academic ways of life at Cambridge. James portrays a plurality of outlooks in the essay to which he attaches both a metaphysical, epistemological, and ethical import. This plurality, he writes, commands us to tolerate, respect, and indulge those with whom we see harmlessly interested and happy in their own ways, however unintelligible these may be to us. Hands off, neither the whole of the truth nor the whole of the good is revealed to any single observer, although each observer gains a partial superiority of insight from the peculiar position in which he stands. Even prisons and sick rooms have their special revelations. Although on a certain blindness is about toleration and the appreciation of different points of view, James sets out his own romantic point of view in his choice of heroes in the essay Wordsworth and Shelley, Emerson and W.H. Hudson, all of whom are said to have a sense of limitless significance in natural things. Even in the city, there is unfathomable significance and importance in the daily events of the streets, the rivers, and the crowds of people. James praises Walt Whitman, a hoary loafer, for knowing how to profit by life's common opportunities. After a morning of riding in a bath, Whitman rides the omnibus down Broadway from 23rd Street to Bowling Green and back, just for the pleasure of the spectacle of it. Who knows the more of truth, James asks Whitman on his omnibus top, full of the inner joy with which the spectacle inspires him, or you, full of the disdain which the futility of his occupation excites? James' interest in the inner lives of others and in writers like Tolstoy, who share his understanding of their mysterious ebbs and flow, led him to the prolonged study of human religious experience that he presented in the Gifford Lectures in 1901 and 2, published in the Varieties of Religious Experience in 1902. The Varieties of Religious Experience. Like Principles of Psychology, Varieties is a study in human nature, as its subtitle says, but at some 500 pages is only half the length of the Principles of Psychology, befitting its more restricted, if still large scope. For James studies that part of human nature that is, or is related to religious experience. His interest is not in religious institutions, ritual, or even, for the most part, religious ideas, but in the feelings, acts, and experience of individual men in their solitude, so far as they apprehend themselves to stand in relation to whatever they may consider the divine. James sets out a central distinction of the book in early chapters on the religion of healthy-mindedness in the sick soul. The healthy-minded religious person, Walt Whitman is one of James' main examples, has a deep sense of the goodness of life and a soul of sky-blue tint. Healthy-mindedness can be involuntary, just natural to somebody, but often comes in a more willful forms. Liberal Christianity, for example, represents the triumph of a resolute devotion to healthy-mindedness over a morbid old hellfire theology. James also cites the mind cure movement of Mary Baker Eddy, for whom evil is simply a lie, and anyone who mentions it is a liar. For the sick soul, in contrast, radical evil gets its innings. No matter how secure one may feel, the sick soul finds that unsuspectingly from the bottom of every fountain of pleasure, as the old poet said, something bitter rises up, a touch of nausea, of falling dead, of the delight, a width of melancholy. These states are not simply unpleasant sensations, for they bring a feeling of coming from a deeper region and often have an appealing convincingness. James' main example are Leo Tolstoy's My Confession, John Bunyan's autobiography, and a reported terrifying dread alleged from a French correspondent, but actually from James himself. Some sick souls never get well, while others recover or even triumph. These are the twice-born. In its chapters, The Divided Self and the Process of its Unification, and on Conversion, James discusses St. Augustine, Henry Elaine, Bunyan, Tolstoy, in a range of popular evangelists, focusing on what he calls the state of assurance. They achieve central to the state is the loss of all worry, the sense that all is ultimately well with one, the peace, the harmony, the willingness to be, even though the outer conditions should remain the same. Variety's classic chapter on mysticism offers 4 marks which, with an experience has them, may justify us in calling it mystical. The first is ineffability. It defies expression. Its quality must be directly experienced. It cannot be imparted or transferred to others. Second is a noetic quality. Mystical states present themselves in states of knowledge. Thirdly, mystical states are transient. And fourth, subjects are passive with respect to them. They cannot control their coming and going. Are these states? James ends the chapter by asking windows through which the mind looks out upon a more extensive and exclusive world. In chapters entitled Philosophy, devoted in a large part to pragmatism and conclusions, James finds that religious experience is on the whole useful even amongst the most important biological functions of mankind, but he concludes that does not make it true. Nevertheless, James articulates his own beliefs, which he does not claim to prove, that religious experiences connect us with a greater or further reality not accessible in our normal cognitive relations to the world. The further limits of our being plunged, it seems to me, into an altogether other dimension of existence from the sensible to the merely understandable world. Later writings, Pragmatism, 1907. James first announced his commitment to pragmatism at a lecture at Berkeley in 1898 entitled Philosophical Conceptions and Practical Results. Later sources for pragmatism were lectures at Wesleyan College in 1905 and the Lowell Institute and Columbia University in 1906 and 7. Pragmatism emerges in James' books as 6 things: a philosophical temperament, a theory of truth, a theory of meaning, a holistic account of knowledge, a metaphysical view, and a method of resolving philosophical disputes. The pragmatic temperament appears in the book's opening chapter, where, following a method he set out in Remarks on Spencer's definition of mind as correspondence, James classifies philosophers according to their temperaments, in this case tough-minded or tender-minded. The pragmatist is the mediator between these extremes, someone like James himself with scientific loyalty to facts, but also the old confidence in human values and the resultant spontaneity, whether of the religious or romantic type. The pragmatic theory of truth is the subject of the book's 6th and to some degree its 2nd chapter. Truth, James holds, is a species of the good. Like health, truths are good because we can ride on them into the future without being unpleasantly surprised. They lead us into useful verbal and conceptual quarters, as well as directly up to useful sensible termini. They lead to consistency, stability, and flowing human intercourse. They lead away from eccentricity and isolation, from foiled and barren thinking. Although James holds the truths are made in the course of human experience, and that for the most part they live on a credit system, and that they are not currently being verified. He also holds the empiricist view that beliefs verified concretely by somebody, are the posits of the world superstructure. James' chapter on pragmatism and humanism sets out his voluntaristic epistemology. We carve out everything, James states, just as we carve out constellations to serve our human purposes. Nevertheless, he recognizes persisting factors in everyday experience of truth-making, including not only our present sensations or experiences, but the whole body of our prior beliefs. James holds neither that we create our truths out of nothing, nor that truth is entirely independent of humanity. He embraces the humanistic principle: you can't weed out the human contribution. He also embraces a metaphysical process in the claim that for pragmatism, reality is still in the making, whereas for rationalism, reality is ready-made and complete from all eternity. Pragmatism's final chapter on pragmatism in religion follows James' line and varieties in attacking transcendental absolutism for its unverifiable account of God, and defending a pluralistic and moralistic religion based on human experiences. On pragmatic principles, James writes, if the hypothesis of God works satisfactorily in the widest sense of the word, it is true. The Pluralistic Universe, 1909, originally delivered at Oxford as a set of lectures on the present situation in philosophy. James began his books as he begun in pragmatism with the discussion of the temperamental determination of philosophical theories, which James states are just so many visions, modes, or feelings of the whole push forced on one by one's total character and experience, and on the whole preferred, that is no other truthful word, as one's best working attitude. Maintaining that a philosopher's vision is the important thing about him, James condemns the over-technicality and consequent dreariness of the younger disciple at our American universities. James presses from critical discussions on Josiah Royce idealism and the vicious intellectualism of Hegel to philosophers whose visions he admires Gustav Fechner and Henry Bergson. He praises Spector for holding that the whole universe, in its different spans and wavelengths, exclusions, and developments, is everywhere alive and conscious, and he seeks to refine and justify Fechner's ideas that separate human, animal, and vegetable consciousness, meet or merge in a consciousness of still wider scope. James employs Henry Bergson's critique of intellectualism to argue that concrete pulses of experience appear pent in by no such definite limits as our conceptual substitutes are confined by. They run into one another continuously and seem to impenetrate. James concludes by embracing a position that he had more tentatively set forth in the varieties of religious experience, that religious experiences point with reasonable probability to the continuity of our consciousness with the wider spiritual environment from which the ordinary prudential man, who is the only man that scientific psychology so-called takes organized of, is shut off, whereas the pragmatism James subsumes the religious within the pragmatic as yet another way of successfully making one's way through the world. In a pluralistic universe, he suggests that the religious offers a superior relation to the universe. Essays in Radical Empiricism, 1912. This pusillanimous collection includes James' groundbreaking essay on pure experience, originally published in 1904 and 5. James' fundamental ideas that mind and matter are both aspects or structures formed from a more fundamental stuff, pure experience, that despite being called experience is neither mental nor physical, pure experience. James explains as the immediate flux of life which furnishes the material to our later reflections with its conceptual categories, that which is not yet any definite what, though ready to be all sorts of want of what's. The what's pure experience may be our minds and bodies, people, and material objects, but this depends not on the fundamental ontological difference among these pure experiences, but on the relations into which they enter. Certain sequences of pure experiences constitute physical objects, and others constitute persons, but one pure experience, say the perception of a chair, may be part both of the sequence constituting the chair and of the sequence constituting a person. Indeed, one pure experience might be part of two distinct minds, as James explains in the chapter How Two Minds Can Know One Thing. James' radical empiricism is distinct from his pure experience metaphysics. It is never precisely defined in that essay and is best explicated by a passage of The Meaning of Truth, where James states that radical empiricism consists of a postulate, a statement of fact, and a conclusion. The postulate is that the only thing that shall be debatable among philosophers shall be the things definable in terms drawn from experience, the fact that relations are just as directly experienced as the things that they relate, and the conclusion is that the parts of experience hold together form next to next by relations that are themselves parts of experience. James is still working on objections to the pure existence doctrine, relying on two critics of pragmatism, and writing an introduction to philosophical problems when he died in 1910. His legacy extends into in psychology and the study of religion, into philosophy, not only throughout the pragmatist tradition that he founded along with Charles Peirce, but into phenomenology and analytic philosophy. Edmund Husserl incorporated James' notion of the fringe and halo into his phenomenology. Bertrand Russell's The Analysis of Mind is indebted to James' doctrine of pure experience. Ludwig Wittgenstein learned about the absence of the will act from James' psychology, and the versions of neo-pragmatism set out by Nelson Goodman, Richard Rorty, and Hilary Putnam are saturated with James' ideas. In physics, James' humanistic pragmatism and his suggestion that new beings come in local spots and patches have inspired versions of quantum theory known as cubism. James is one of the most attractive and endearing of philosophers for his vision of a wild open universe that is nevertheless shaped by our human powers and answers to some of their deepest reasons. But also, Russell observed in his obituary, because the large tolerance and humanity with which he sets that vision out. Okay, so there you have William James, who I've covered in depth, and one of the main fathers of pragmatism. So I may read at one point this. I'm just going to save this for How Two Minds Can Know One Thing. try to find a clear copy. Okay, I'll save this. I'll look for this later, but I may read on Week in Review. I think it's short and an important thing, how two minds can know one thing. And that's something I've discussed with Karen multiple times, talking with Luke Ford earlier about a rules-based order, or you're related to like Church of Entropy and interesting research on panpsychism. Okay, so James was relatively short. John Dewey's pretty long, not quite as long, or might be as long as Charles Sanders Peirce. And so Dewey is also very important. So like the main three people, Peirce, James, and Dewey for pragmatism. And Dewey is much less like philosophy of science, like psychology, and more known for like education, political theory, sociology. So a topic I cover less, but also important. And in terms of like contemporary, we said like pragmatism largely affects everything in America. Like pragmatism is the main philosophy of America. And even if you're not a philosopher, you're saying the fact that pragmatism is Americans' philosophy affects you. So let's jump right in. John Dewey. John Dewey, 1859 to 1952, was one of American pragmatists' early founder, along with Charles Sanders Peirce and William James, and arguably the most prominent American intellectual for the first half of the 20th century. Dewey's educational theories and experiments had global reach. His psychological theories influenced the growing science, and his writings about democratic theory and practices helped shape academic and practical debates for decades. Dewey developed extensive and awesome systematic views in ethics, epistemology, logic, metaphysics, aesthetics, and philosophy of religion. Because Dewey's approach was typically genealogical, crouching his views within philosophy's larger history, one finds in Dewey a fully developed metaphilosophy. Dewey's cultural naturalism, which he favored over pragmatism and instrumentalism, is a critique and reconstruction of the philosophy within the ambit of a Darwinian worldview. Following William James, Dewey thought philosophy had become overly technical and intellectualistic, divorced from assessing everyday social conditions and values. Philosophy, he believed, was needed to reconnect with education for living, philosophy as the general theory of education, social criticism at the most general level of criticism of criticisms. Understood within the Darwinian evolutionary arena, philosophy became an activity taken by independent organisms and environments. From this standpoint, active adaptation, Dewey criticized traditional philosophers' tendency to abstract and reify concepts derived from living contexts. Along with other classical pragmatists, Dewey critiqued metaphysical and epistemological dualisms like mind, body, nature, culture, self, society, reason, emotion, reconstructed their elements as part of larger continuities. For example, human thinking is not a phenomenon categorically external to the world it seeks to know. Indeed, such knowing is not purely rational attempt to escape illusion and discover ultimate reality or truth. Rather, knowing is one of the many ways organisms with evolved capacity for thought and language cope with problems. Minds then are not passive observers, but are engines of active adaptation, experimentation, and innovation. Ideas and theories are not rational fulcrums to transcend culture, but rather function within culture, alignment on situated pragmatic grounds. Knowing then is no divine spark, for while knowing or inquiry, to use Dewey's terms, includes calculative or rational elements, these are agently entangled with the body and emotions. Beyond academia, Dewey was active public intellectual, infusing contemporary issues within insights found in philosophy. He addressed topics of broad moral significance such as human freedom, economic alienation, race relations, women's suffrage, war and peace, and educational methods and goals. Typically integrated discoveries made via public inquiries back into his academic theories. The practice rhythm powered every area of Dewey's intellectual enterprise, and perhaps explains the enduring usefulness of his philosophy in many academic and practical arenas. The fecundity of Dewey's ideas continues to manifest in aesthetics, education, environmental policy, information theory, journalism, medicine, political theory, psychiatry, public administration, sociology, and philosophy per se. Okay, and just to mention, Dewey was in Chicago. He was involved in Hull House. It's remotely possible my grandfather's grandfather, Rabbi Bamberger of the Working Circle, who participated in the 1893 World's Parliament of Religion, had met or had, he certainly probably knew of Dewey, and Dewey affected him, but whether they actually met or had, yeah, I have to ask my mom. But just interesting side note. So this one's also quite long, a lot of information here. Biographical sketch. John Dewey led an active and multifarious life. He is the subject of numerous biographies and enormous literature, interpreting and evaluating his extraordinary body of work, 40 books and approximately 700 articles in over 140 journals. Dewey was born in Burlington, Vermont on October 20th, 1859, to Archibald Dewey, a merchant, and Lucina Rich Dewey. Dewey was the third of four sons. The first Dewey's namesake died in infancy. He grew up in Burlington, was raised in the Congregationalist Church, and attended public schools. After studying Latin and Greek in high school, Dewey entered the University of Vermont at 15 and graduated in 1879 at 19. After college, Dewey taught high school for 2 years in Oil City, Pennsylvania. Subsequent time in Vermont studying philosophy with former professor Torrey, along with the encouragement of the editor of the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, Harris, helped Dewey decide to attend graduate school in philosophy at Johns Hopkins University in 1882. There his study included logic with Charles Sanders Peirce, which Dewey found too mathematical and did not pursue, the history of philosophy with George Sylvester Morris, and physiological and experimental psychology with Granville Stanley Hall, who trained with Wilhelm Wundt in Leipzig and with William James at Harvard. Though Dewey later attributed important credit to Peirce's pragmatism for his mature views, Peirce had no sizable impact during graduate school. There his main influences, neo-Hegelian idealism, Darwinian biology, and Wundtian experimental psychology, created a tension he fought to resolve. Was the world fundamentally biological, functional, and material, or was it inherently creative and spiritual? In no small part, Dewey's career was launched by his attempt to mediate and harmonize these views while sharing the idea of organism. Dewey also saw in both and rejected any aspect he deemed overly abstract, atomizing, or reductionist. His earliest attempts to create a new psychology aimed at merging experimental psychology with idealism sought a method to understand experience as integrated and whole. As a result, Dewey's early approach modified English absolute idealism. In 1884, 2 years after matriculating, Dewey graduated with a dissertation criticizing Kant from an idealist position, The Psychology of Kant. It remains lost. While scholars still debate the degree to which Dewey's mature philosophy retained early Hegelian influences, Hegel's personal influence on Dewey was profound. New England's religious culture, Dewey recalled, imparted an isolation of the self from the world, of soul from the body, and of nature from God. And he reacted with an inward laceration and a painful oppression. His study with George Sylvester Morris of British idealism, Green, and Hegel afforded Dewey personal intellectual healing. Hegel's synthesis of subject and object, matter and spirit, and the divine and the human was over no mere intellectual formula. It operated as an immense release, a liberation. Hegel's treatment of human culture, of intuitions, and the arts involved the same dissolution of hard and fast dividing walls and had a special attraction for me. Philosophically, early encounters with Hegelianism informed Dewey's career-long quest to integrate as dynamic wholes the various dimensions of experience, practical, imaginative, bodily, and physical, the philosophy and psychology had defined as discrete. Dewey's family, as well as his reputation as a philosopher and psychologist, grew well at various universities, including the University of Michigan and the University of Minnesota. At Michigan, Dewey developed long-term professional relationships with James Hayden Tufts and George Herbert Mead. In 1886, Dewey married Harriet Alice Shipman. They had 6 children and adopted one. 2 of the boys died tragically young, 2 and 8. Shipman had significant influence on Dewey's advocacy for women and his shift away from religious orthodoxy. During this period, Dewey wrote articles critical of British idealism from a Hegelian perspective. He taught James principles of psychology and labeled his own view experiential idealism. In 1894, at Tufts' urging, President William Rayner Harper offered Dewey leadership of the philosophy department at the University of Chicago, which also included psychology and pedagogy. Motivated to put these disciplines into active collaboration, Dewey accepted and began building the department by hiring George Herbert Mead from Michigan, and J.R. Engel, a former student at Michigan who also studied with James at Harvard. Dubbed the Chicago School by William James, Dewey, Tufts, Engel, Mead, and several others developed psychological functionalism. He also published the seminal reflex arc concept in psychology and broke from transcendental idealism and his church. At Chicago, Dewey founded the Laboratory School, a site to test psychological and educational theories. Dewey's wife Alice was the principal from 1896 to 1904. Dewey became active at Chicago's social and political causes, including Jane Addams' Hull House. Addams became a close personal friend of Dewey's. Dewey and his biographer, daughter Jane Dewey, credited Addams with helping him develop his views on democracy, education, and philosophy. The significance of Dewey's intellectual debt to Addams is still being uncovered. In 1904, conflicts related to the laboratory school led Dewey to resign his Chicago positions and move to the philosophy department at Columbia University in New York City. There he established an affiliation with Columbia's Teachers College. Important influences at Columbia included Woodbridge, Wendell Bush, Montague, Charles Beard, political theory, and Francis Bose on anthropology. Dewey retired from Columbia in 1930, going on to produce 11 more books. In addition to many significant academic publications, Dewey wrote for various non-academic audiences, notably the New Republic. He was active in leading, supporting, and founding a number of important organizations, including the American Civil Liberties Union, the American Association of University Professors, and the American Philosophical Association, the American Psychological Association, the New School for Social Research. Dewey spoke out to support progressive politics and social change. His renown as a philosopher and educator led to numerous invitations. In 1922, he inaugurated the Paul Carus Lectures, revised and published as Experience in Nature in 1925, gave the 1928 Gifford Lectures, revised and published The Quest for Certainty in 1929, and gave the 1934-34 Terry Lectures at Yale, published as A Common Faith. He traveled for 2 years in Japan and China and made notable trips to Turkey, Mexico, the Soviet Union, and South Africa. A short chronology of the life and work of John Dewey. 1884, receives PhD from Johns Hopkins, instructed the Department of Philosophy at University of Michigan. 1889, chair Department of Philosophy at University of Michigan. 1894, professor and chair Department of Philosophy, including psychology and pedagogy at the University of Chicago. 1897, elected to the Board of Trustees, Hull House Association. 1899, the School and Society. 1889-90, president of the American Psychological Association, studies in logical theory. 1904, professor of philosophy at Columbia University. 1905 and 6, president of the American Philosophical Society. 1908, wrote Ethics. 1910, wrote How We Think. 1916, wrote The Influence of Darwin on Philosophy, Democracy, and Education, and Essays in Experimental Logic. 1920, wrote Reconstruction in Philosophy. 1922, wrote Human Nature and Conduct. 1925, wrote Experience in Nature. 1927, wrote The Public and Its Problems. 1929, wrote The Quest for Certainty. 1930, wrote Individualism, Old and New. 1932, Ethics. 34, A Common Faith, Arts as Experience. 1935, Liberalism and Social Action. 1938, Logic, the Theory of Inquiry, Experience, and Education. 1939, wrote Freedom and Culture, Theory and Valuation, and dies in 1952 in New York City. Okay, so section 2, psychology. Dewey's involvement with psychology began early. He hoped the emerging discipline would answer philosophy's deepest questions. His initial approach resembled Hegelian idealism, though it did not incorporate Hegel's dialectic logic. Instead, he sought new methods in psychology. By overcoming long-standing divisions between subject and object, matter and spirit, he would show how human experiences, physical, psychical, practical, and imaginative, all integrate into one dynamic person. Dewey's large ambitions for psychology as the new science of self-consciousness imagine it as the complete method of philosophy. Nominally a textbook, psychology introduced psychology's study of the self as ultimate reality. Dewey developed his own psychological theories. Extant accounts of behavior were flawed, premised upon outdated and false philosophical assumptions. He eventually judged that such larger questions about the meaning of human existence exceeded the resources of psychologies. Dewey's work at this time reconstructed components of human conduct, instincts, perceptions, habits, acts, emotions, and conscious thought, and these proved integral to later mature accounts of experience. They informed his lifelong contention that mind, contrary to long tradition, is not fundamentally subjective and isolated, but social and interactive, emerging in nature and culture. Associationism, introspection, and psychological psychology. Dewey's entry into psychology coincided with two dominant trends: introspection, arising from associationism, mentalism, and the newer physiological psychology imported from Germany. Earlier British empiricists such as John Locke and David Hume explained intelligent behavior with internally inspected, introspected entities, including perceptual experiences, impressions, and thoughts or ideas, images. These accrue towards intelligence via an elaborate process of associated learning. Discovery by introspection was indispensable to many empiricists and to physiological come experimental psychologists like Wundt. Dewey was deeply influenced by a graduate study of uh, physiological psychology with Stanley Hall, whose classes included theoretical, physiological, and experimental psychology. Dewey conducted laboratory experiments on attention. Unlike the introspectionist, Hall's methods incorporated strict experimental controls, a biology based approach, which preferred Dewey an organic and holistic model of experience capable of overcoming the subjectivist dualisms plaguing the older associationist models. However, Dewey still found experience atomized and mechanistic in physiological psychology, stemming from a reliance upon sense data. From the Hegelian perspective, this psychology could never account for a wider social cultural world. Briefly, for Dewey, organisms entail environment, and environment entails culture. A rigorously empirical psychology could restrict study to the mind, but was bound to forge connections with other sciences. The reflex arc and Dewey's reconstruction of psychology. Dewey sought an account of psychological experience that respected experimental limits and the culture's pervasive influences. James Tour de Force, The Principles of Psychology, model how to explain the conscious and intelligent self without appealing to a transcendental absolute. The principles empathetically biological concept of mind, Dewey recalled, gave his thinking a new direction and quality and worked his way more and more into my ideas and acted as a ferment to transform old beliefs. Rather than measuring psychic phenomenon against pre-existing abstractions, it deployed a radical empiricism that starts from the lived experiences, actual phases, and elements, and aims to understand its functional origins. One expression of this Jamesian turn was Dewey's seminal critique of the reflex arc concept, 1896. The reflex arc model of behavior was an influential way to empirically and experimentally explain human behavior using stimulus response cause effect pairings. It sought to displace less observable and testable approaches relying upon psychic entities or mental substance. In the model, passive organisms encountered an external stimulus causing a sensory motor response. A child sees a candle, stimulus grasps it, response burns the hand, stimulus, and pulls her hand back, response. This makes explicit the event's basic stimuli response, describing connections and mechanisms in physiological terms. No recourse to the mysterious or unobservable entities is necessary. Dewey criticized the reflex arc on several grounds. First, events, sensory stimulus, central response, and act are artificially separated for purposes of analysis. The reflex arc, Dewey wrote, is not a comprehensive or organic unity, but a patchwork of disjointed parts, a mechanical conjunction of unallied processes. Second, the model falsifies genuine interaction. Organisms do not passively receive stimuli and then actively respond. Rather, organisms continuously interact with the environments in cumulative and modifying ways. The child encounters a candle, is already actively exploring, anticipating, noticing a flame, modifies ongoing actions. The real beginnings is with the act of seeing. It is looking and not a sensation of light. Third, the model too rigorously designates certain events, the stimulus, the response. It reifies them and ignores a wider ongoing matrix of activity. Effectively, Dewey was pointing out the ironic fact that the reflex arc model, intending to shed metaphysical assumptions, was inadvertently creating new ones. We are seeking to discover, Dewey argued, what stimulus or sensation, what movement and response mean, and we are finding that they mean distinctions of flexible function only, not a fixed existence. His suggestion is pragmatic rather than underlying reality. Pure stimulus, pure response. Psychology should look to meanings pragmatically than in terms of a stimulus. Response, sensation, and movement mean distinctions of flexible function only, not a fixed existence. Meanings of terms are understood once they are seen as functional acts in a dynamic context that include aims and interest. Dewey's critique and reconstruction of the reflex arc presaged Other important developments in his pragmatism. The wider lesson was that the need to pay greater attention to context and function, and he applied it over his career to science more broadly and to logic and mathematics. This was a warning not to be mistake analysis eventually outcomes as evidence for already existing entities. It was also a reminder that specific applications of theory earn salience by their value in a longer temporal context, checked both prospectively and retrospectively, rather than recount Dewey's extensive reconstruction of the human self. Here is a cursory review to illustrate how he developed some basic notions: instincts, impulses, perceptions, sensations, habits, emotions, sentiency, consciousness, and mind. Instincts, impulses. James had already attacked attempts to explain complex developed behavior by reference to pre-existing impulses and instincts. Dewey continued the assault. Such explanations failed to consider instincts' plastic and pliable character across a variety of individuals. Instincts considered simple or basic are anything but. They blossom into many different habits and customs. Also, instincts are not pushing an essentially passive character, but are actively taken up in diverse circumstances for diverse purposes. Instincts, like stimulus, has meanings depending upon the contextual factors, which may include biological and social linguistical responses. There is no psychology without social psychology, no plausible inquiry into pure biological instincts or other natural powers without consideration of social and environmental factors, let alone the particularities of a given inquiry. An interactive phenomenon in environment, instinct impulses are better framed as transactions. Perception, sensation. Dewey's argument about the instincts applied to perception and sensation as well do not base an empirical science on unquestioned metaphysical posits and do not rely upon strictly analytical methods that use simple elements to build up complex behavior. Too often, such methods are inadequate to explain psychological phenomena. According to Dewey, attacked the then common view that perception was simply and externally caused, completely occupied a mental state, and was passively received into an empty mental space. Such elements grow out of an erroneous psychophysical dualism that radically separates perceiver from role. Consider perception as causation. Perceptions are simply and externally caused and contravened by the Darwinian ecological model. Their organisms' environment interaction include, but are not ontologically reducible to minds, bodies, and their pigments, the so-called impressions and ideas of modern philosophy. We do encounter surprising, unbidden events, but such occurrences do not justify leaping to metaphysical conclusions that there is a world out there and a mind in here. While experiences of profoundly qualitative quantities are never simply received, nor are they contextless, the new view of quantities rejects the long-standing dualism between objective and subjective. Dewey wrote, "The qualities never were in the organism. They always were qualities of interaction in which both extra-organic things and organisms partake. Thus, as discriminated perceptions and qualities are made in inquiry and language, not reports of ontological entities that are simple, discrete, or ultimate. Perception then is shorthand for more complicated interacting elements. Read abstracts from a more complex experience, and the pragmatic question becomes, what is the function of this abstraction? How does it mediate thought or action for future experiences?" Regarding perception pervading mental states, Dewey echoes James in the stream of thought. While a perception may occupy a mental focus, there is also an attendant fringe which contributes contrast and creates in the wider situation an underlying qualitative character. Finally, regarding passive perception, perception is already a taking up by organisms already functioning in the situations. There is no instantaneous and passive apprehension of stimuli. Taking up always means selectively, a process of adjustment that takes some time. Perception is never naive, never a confrontation with some given content already imbued with inherent meaning. Long before Wilfrid Sellars dismissed the passive perception encounter as modern empiricism, Smith of the given, Dewey had rebuked such claims. All seeing is seeing as adjustments within larger acts. These habits of adjustments can change. Subsequent selection and interpretations are modified, so what is perceived can shift. Acts and habit. In the 1896 Reflex Art paper, argued that simple constituents are sufficient to explain complex behaviors. Dewey found that the act provided a better starting point. Acts help organisms cope with the environment. They direct movements. Acts exhibit selectivity and express interest. which make things meaningful. Our ancestors' selective acts to satisfy instinctive hunger resulted in choosing certain foods over others. Over time, more elaborate interest in food becomes social norms and aesthetic expectations. Following James and Peirce, Dewey integrates habit deeply into his philosophy, using it to explain various dimensions of human experience: biological, ethical, political, and aesthetic, as manifested in complex and social behaviors: walking, talking, cooking, and conversing. Habits are complex, composed of acts which unfold in time. Acts may begin with instincts born of need and muddled towards reintegration and satisfaction to become a habit. An act series changes gradually and cumulatively. One act leads to the next. Habit emerges when acts cumulatively link to structure experience. Habit, Dewey wrote, is an acquired predisposition to ways or modes of response, not to particular acts. Such ways draw on past experiences, include social and linguistic interaction. Habits shared by groups are customs. Dewey challenged assumptions about the routine nature of habits. Habits may become routine, but are not strictly automatic or insulated from conscious reformulation. Indeed, they cannot be literally automatic because every situation is somehow new. Thus, the same exact acts never repeat. Unlike machine routines, organic habits remain plastic, changeable. Habitually eating sweets is subject to contingency, toothache, and modification restraint. Thus, conscious reflection is the first stage of habits revision. He also challenged the notion that habits were dormant powers waiting to be invoked. Instead, habits are energetic and dominating ways of acting, determined what we do and are. All habits are demands for certain kinds of activity, and they constitute the self. Habits are not individual possessions or inner forces. Rather, they are transactions between organisms and environments, functions making adaptations or reconstruction possible. Habits enter into the constitution of the situation they are in and of it, not so far as it concerns something outside of it. Because situations are cultural as well as biophysical, habits are eliminably social. So-called individual habits emerge within the social world of friends, family, home, work, media. Change of habit, then, is not a project of invoking sheer willpower, but rather of intelligent inquiry into relevant, frequently wider and social conditions, psychological, sociological, economic, etc. Emotion. Dewey redescribed emotion as he did habit, a basic form of involvement in coordinated circuits of activity. But while habits are controlled responses to problematic situations, emotions are not predominantly controlled or organized. Emotions is an organism's perturbation from clash or fatigue of habit. As with other psychological accounts, Dewey constructs emotional as transactional with other experiences, also typical, analyzed as discrete, rational, physical. Dewey's account draws upon Darwin and James. Darwin argued that internal emotional states cause organic expression, which, depending on the survival value, may be subject to natural selection. James sought to decrease the distance between emotional and accompanying bodily expressions. In case of emotion, a perception excites a preorganized physiological mechanism recognizable. Such change just is the emotional experience. We feel sorry because we cry, angry because we strike. Dewey's The Theory of Emotion pushed James' point further towards an integrated whole, feeling and expression. Being sad is not merely feeling sad or acting sad, but is the purposive organism's overall experience. In effect, Dewey is greatly correcting James' 1890 reiteration of the mind-body dualism. To understand emotion, we must see that the mode of behavior is a primary thing. Like habits, emotions are not private possessions, but emerge from the dynamic organism environment complex. Emotions are called out by objects, physical and personal, and as an intentional response to an objective situation. We may say emotions are intentional insofar as they are to or from or about something objective, whether in fact or in idea, and not merely reactions in the head. Philosophically, emotion is a central feature of Dewey's critique of traditional epistemology and metaphysics. By pursuing simple or pure rational access to truth, reality, such systems misrepresent and castigate emotion as a distraction, confused thought, or bodily interference. Naturally, emotion becomes something needing to be suppressed, controlled, or bracketed. For Dewey, emotion courses through individuals, reasoning, acting, and social groups, creating cultural meanings. He connects the traditional balkanization of emotion to non-philosophical motives, such as the segregation of leisure from labor and men from women. On Dewey's readings, traditional rationalistic approaches require not just logical but moral critique. Sentiency, mind, and consciousness. Dewey's accounts of sentiency, mind, and consciousness build upon those of impulses, perception, act, habit, and emotion. A cursory review completes the sketch of Dewey's psychology. Sentiency. As with other psychic phenomena, sentience emerges through organism-environment transactions. Creatures seek to satisfy need and to escape peril. When precarity disrupts stability, a struggle to reestablish balance begins, and what follows an adjustment of self, environment, or both. Sometimes previously successful methods, preorganized responses fail, and we become ambivalent, divided against ourselves about what to do next. It provides advantages to a habit. Practical responses look before leaping. It is this inhibitory pause of action that Dewey wrote introduces mental confusion, but also in need of redirection, opportunity for observation, recollection, anticipation. In other words, inhibition makes new ways of considering alternative possible, imbuing crude physical situations with new meaning. Thus, Dewey wrote, sentiency or feeling is in general a name for the newly actualized quality requiring by acquired by events previously occurring upon a physical level when these events come into more extensive and delicate relations of interaction. At this stage, the new relationships are not yet known. They do, however, provide the conditions for knowing. Symbolization language liberates these new, now noticed relationships using tools of abstraction, memory, and imagination. Mind. Dewey rejected traditional accounts of mind to substance or container and more contemporary reductions of mind to brain states. Rather, mind is activity, a range of dynamic processes and interactions between organisms and world. Language offers some clues to the diversity of ways we can think of mind. As memory, I'm reminded of X. As attention, I keep her in mind, I mind my manners. As purpose, I have an aim in mind. As care of solicitude, I mind the child. As heed, I mind the traffic stop. Mind then ranges over many activities: intellect, affectional, vocational, and purposeful. It is primarily a verb that denotes every mode of variety of interest in and concern for things practical, intellectual, and emotional. It never denotes anything self-contained, isolated from the world of persons and things, but is always used with respect to situations, events, objects, persons, and groups. As Wittgenstein pointed out 30 years later, no private language is possible given this account of meaning. While meanings might be privately entertained, they are not privately invented. Meanings are social and emerge from symbol systems arising through collective communication and action. Active, complex animals are sentient due to the variety of distinctive connections they have with their environment, but mentality, mindfulness arises due to the eventual ability to recognize and use meaningful signs with language. Creatures can identify with, differentiate feelings as feelings, objects as objects, etc. Without language, the qualities of organic actions that are feelings are pains, pleasures, odors, colors, noises, tones, only potentiality, and proleptically. With language, they are discriminated and identified. They are then objectified. They are immediate traits of things. Dewey thus divinized mind when accentuating new aspects of mind significance. No longer are mind sparks of divinity, as some ancients held. Mind is also no mere ghost in the machine. Mind is vital, investigating problems and inventing tools, aims, and ideals. Mind bridges past and future, an agency of novel reconstruction of pre-existing order. Consciousness. Like mind, consciousness is also activity, the brisk transitioning of felt qualitative events, profoundly influenced by James' metaphor of consciousness as a constantly moving stream of thought. Dewey did not conclude that an account of consciousness could be adequately captured in words. Talk about consciousness is always elliptical. It is vivid or conspicuous or dull, always falling shy of the phenomenon. Because the experience of consciousness is ever evanescence, we cannot fix it with our objects of our attention, for example, powers, things, or causes. Dewey then evokes, but does not define consciousness. Consider the contrast in experience in nature. Mind is a whole system of meanings as embodied by an organic life, as where consciousness is awareness of perceptions of meanings of actual events and their meanings. Mind is contextual and persistent, a constant background. Consciousness is focal and transitive. Mind is structural and substantial, a constant foreground. Consciousness is a punctuated series of here's and now. Mind is enduring luminosity. Consciousness is intermittent flashes of varying intensities. Mind is a continuous transmission of message. Consciousness is the occasional interception and singling out of a message that makes it audible. As the comparison makes obvious, psychological life is a processual and active Accordingly, Dewey describes consciousness in terms of suiting dynamic organisms. Consciousness is thinking in motion, ever reconfiguring series of events that are felt as qualitative experiences proceeds. If mind is a stock of meanings, consciousness is the realization and restructuring of meanings, reconstructions which can reorganize and redirect activity. Dewey occasionally tried to convey his notion of consciousness performatively, inviting readers to reflect about consciousness while they were reading about it. Here again, focus and fringe play a crucial role. As physical balance, he controls walking, mental meanings adjust, and direct ongoing Foucaultian interpretation. So hopefully in the future, I will go over more uh, of Dewey's differentiation between mind and consciousness. Your Jack, I don't remember Goys in the Hood podcast. That doesn't sound familiar. I mean, I've been on a lot of different. I've spoken to a lot of people. I was on Heel Turn, but that one doesn't actually sound familiar. But good name. Okay, yeah, I appreciate the positive feedback. You got to stay with the academic. So Duvid. So thanks for the feedback. Let me keep with your tune in week in review on Sunday. If you want to chat, you could pop on today. Just want to do my research or reach out on other forms of social media because I got a lot to get through to today. I've already been reading almost 4 hours. I probably got another 2.5 hours left. Experience in metaphysics, the development of experience. Dewey's notion of experience evolved over the course of his career. Initially, it contributed to his idealism and psychology. After he developed instrumentalism in Chicago during the 1890s, Dewey moved to Columbia, revising and expanding the concept in 1905 with his historically significant The Postulate of Immediate Empiricism, the subject matter of metaphysical inquiry, and the introduction to essays in experimental logic. Developed the concept showing experience did more than rebut subjectivism in psychology, but was also central to his metaphysical accounts of existence and nature. This was concretized in Dewey's 1923 Peirce lectures, revised and expanded in Experience in Nature. Further extensions and elaborations followed, notably in his Art as Experience. Pivotal to his oeuvre, interested readers should track experiences across this entry. Here the focus will be on Dewey's philosophical method and metaphysics. Why was experience so important that it permeated Dewey's approach to philosophy? 3 influences were paramount. First, Dewey inherited Darwin's idea of nature as a complex congeries of changing transactional processes without fixed ends. In this context, experience means that undergoing of doing of organisms and environments, a matter of functions and habits, of active adjustments and readjustments, of coordinations and activities, rather than of states of consciousness. Second, Dewey took from James a radically empirical approach to philosophy, the insistence that perspectival experience, personal, emotional, and temperamental, was philosophically relevant, including to abstract and logical theories. Finally, Dewey accepted Hegel's emphasis on experience beyond the subjective consciousness, manifest in social, historical, and cultural modes. The self is constituted through experimental transaction with the community, and this vitiates the Cartesian model of simple atomic selves and any method based upon that presumption. Understood this way, philosophy starts where we start personally, with complex symbolic and cultural forms. These influences plus Dewey's own inquiries convinces him experience was the linchpin to a broader theory of human beings and the natural world. This renewed focus on experience also amounted to metaphilosophy. It discarded the assumption that philosophy gave special insights into ultimate truth or reality. Philosophy was equipment for living. As both sheer terminology and as Dewey deployed it, experience generated much confusion and debate. Dewey commented about this towards the end of his life. Decades later, one of Dewey's foremost philosophical celebrants, Richard Rorty, lambasted Dewey for both the term and what Rorty perceived as Dewey's intention. Nevertheless, since the term lives on, both Dewey's work and in everyday discourse, it deserves continued analysis. Okay, well, you could reach out. So, Jack, on my Twitter or YouTube, I have links to all my other social media. So you could DM me on Twitter or leave a comment on the video, join my Discord, or if you turn in Week in Review on Sunday, we could talk. But appreciate it. God bless. Traditional views of experience in Dewey's critique. Understanding Dewey's view of experience requires first some notion of what he rejected. It was typically for many philosophers to construe experience narrowly as the private contents of consciousness. This might be perceptions, sensing, or reflections, calculating, associating, imagining, done by the subjective mind. Some, such as Plato and Descartes, denigrated experience as the flux which confused or diverted rational inquiry. Others, such as Hume and Locke, thought experience as atomic sensations, provided the mind at least some resource for knowing, but with limits. All agreed that precepts and concepts were different and in tension. They agreed that sensations were perspectival and context relative. They also agreed that this relativity problematized the assumed mission of philosophy to know with certainty and differed only about the degree of the problem. Dewey disputed the empiricist conviction that sensations are categorically separable contents of consciousness. This belief produced a whole epistemological industry devoted to the general problem of correspondence and a host of specific puzzles and the existence of an external world, other minds, free will. This industry isolates philosophy from empirically informed accounts of experience and from pressing practical problems. Regarding mental privacy, Dewey argued that while we have episodes of which might be called mental interiority, it is the later development, personality, selfhood, subjectivity, and eventual functions that emerge with complexity, organized interactions, organic and social. Dewey explains sensations as embedded in a larger sensory motor circuit, a transaction which should not be quarantined to any single phase nor to consciousness. Dewey levied similar criticisms against traditional accounts of reflective thought. He denied a substantial view of mind, especially one ontologically apart from body, history, or culture. Reasoning is one function of the mind, not to the exercise of a separate faculty. There is no reason to purify reasoning or feeling. Either reasoning is always permeated with feelings and practical exigencies. It may be practical at times to bracket out a feeling or exigency when they interfere with mental calculating, but it is nevertheless true that reasoning substitutes in a wider and qualitative role. Dewey's positive account of experience. We have already an outline of Dewey's view. Experience is processual, transactional, socially mediated, and not categorically prefigured as irrational or emotional. We add three additional positive characterizations of experience. First, as experimental; second, as primary; had the secondary known; and third, as methodological. First, experience exhibits a fundamentally experimental character. Dewey saw during decades in education how children's experience alternate between acting and being acted upon. Such phases become experimental when age and students consciously relate what is tried with what eventuates as they come to understand which actions are significant for controlling future events. When experience is experimental, we name the outcome learning. Second, most of experience is not known as or reflective. It is barely regulated or reflected upon. As such, it is felt or had. Dewey also calls upon experience direct or and primary. The other kind experience, the focus of philosophy characterized by knowing or mediation by reflection. Dewey labels these indirect, secondary, or known. Known experience abstracts from had or direct experience, purposefully and selectively isolating certain relations or connections. The quest for certainty provides a cogent description. Experience situations comes about in two ways and are of two distinct types. Some take place with only a minimum of regulation, with little foresight, preparation, and intent. Others occur because in part of the prior occurrence of intelligent action. Both kinds are had, they are undergone, enjoyed, or suffered. The first are not known, they are not understood. They are dispensations of fortune and providence. The second have, as they are experienced, meanings that present the funded outcome of operations that substitute the definite continuity for experienced discontinuity and for the fragmentary quality due to isolation. Dewey's had known distinction describes existence without presupposing a dualism between appearance and reality. Much can be unknown without therefore being illusory or merely apparent. Peirce, Plato are not trapped in a cave of illusion with reason as our only escape. We cope with a world that is often confusing or opaque. As we try to make meaning, we can keep track of ideas, especially helpful predicting and controlling circumstances. Some other experiences are simply enjoyed without making them less real. Third, Dewey's renewed and expanded focus on experience was methodological. This requires some unpacking. Dewey's distinction between experience, had, and known was more than a phenomenological observation. It was directive in how philosophy should be done. We can see this kind of move embedded in Peirce's pragmatic maxim and James' radical empiricism. For Dewey, experience is not just stuff presented to or witnessed by consciousness. Experience is an activity, engagement with life. Philosophy, too, is a form of lived activity, which means that doing philosophy properly requires a different starting point. In life, even philosophers do not start with a theory. Theories undoubtedly enter in, but not first. The vine of the pendant theory Dewey wrote about the denotative method is attached to both ends to the pillars of observed subject matter. Following James in Peirce, Dewey is challenging the theoretical assumptions of previous philosophies, substances, mind versus body, pleasures as natural aim, and so on. Dewey's philosophical work did critique those concepts, but the point here is metaphilosophical, that we did not start with what is abstract, conceptual. Dewey's concern with such theoretical starting points was that they isolate philosophy from a more thoroughgoing empiricism capable of engaging actual human problems. Experiences as method, then, is both a warning and a positive recommendation. It warns philosophers to recognize that while intellectual terms may seem original, primitive, and simple, they should be understood as the historically and normative situated products of discrimination and classification. Knowing does not stand beyond experiences or nature, but is an activity with its own standpoint and qualitative character. Whatever theory is eventually devised, a generally experiential method will check its against ordinary experience. The experiential or denotative method tells us that we must go behind the refinements and elaborations of reflected experiences to the gross and compulsory things of our doings, enjoyments, and sufferings, to the things that force us to labor, that satisfy needs, that surprise us with beauty, that compel obedience under penalty. Such a method is critical because it forces inquirers to check previous interpretations and judgments against their live encounters in a new situation. Philosophy has to engage with subject matters and theories, accept challenges beyond the traditional problems of philosophy, and embrace the idea that the starting point is actually problematic. Metaphysics. Much that is central to Dewey's metaphysics has been discussed. The transactional organism, environment, setting, mind, consciousness, and experience. According to this section, we'll examine how Dewey conceived of metaphysics, the main project of experience in nature, how he attempted to reconnect empirical metaphysics with an ancient idea, philosophy is wisdom, and some of the criticism his conception received. The development of the metaphysics. Debate over a definite meaning of the term metaphysics was alive in Dewey's day as in ours. From the beginning, Dewey sought to critique and reconstruct metaphysical concepts, reality, self, consciousness, time, necessity, and individuality, and systems. Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, and Hegel, like his fellow pragmatists Peirce, James, and Mead, Dewey wished to transform, not eradicate metaphysics. Dewey's early metaphysical views were closest to idealism, but engagement with experimental science and instrumentalism convinced him to abandon their traditional goals of ultimate and complete accounts of reality. His interest in metaphysics was revivified at Columbia by colleague Woodbridge, who thought metaphysics could be done in a descriptive rather than extra-physical way. While many of Dewey's most important metaphysical works focused on experience, special attention is due to the postulate of immediate empiricism, the subject matter of metaphysical inquiry, and his introduction to essays in experimental logic. These were all vital precursors to his magnum opus, Experience and Nature. Experience and Nature's final chapters, dealing with art and consummatory experience, were further developed in Art as Experience, a text containing additional and significant metaphysical discussions. While labels tend to obscure what was innovative in its work, it is safe to say Dewey composed a realist, naturalistic, non-reductive, emergent process metaphysics. He described nature's most general features, generic traits, while trying to do empirical justice to the world as encountered. His account also aimed to remain fallible and useful for future researchers seeking to improve life with philosophy. In the end, Dewey described his efforts as a metaphysics and as a system, the hanging together of various problems with various hypotheses and a perspective. He did not propose a metaphysics from a God's eye point of view, but one informed and motivated by a definite point of view and linked the contemporary human role. The project of experience in nature. Experience in nature provides an extended criticism of past metaphysical approaches, especially their quest for certainty and assumption of an appearance reality framework, and a positive general theory regarding how human existence is situated in nature. It is empirical, descriptive, and hypothetical, eschewing claims of special access beyond experience in unsophisticated forms. Such experience, Dewey argued, gives us evidence of a different world and points to a different metaphysics. Experience in nature looks to existing characteristics of human culture anthropologically to see what they reveal more generally about nature. One significant product is Dewey's isolation, analysis, and description of generic traits of existence and their relations to one another. While this entry lacks space enough for a bare summary, for even a bare summary, it is noteworthy that experience in nature begins with an extensive discussion of method and experience as a new starting point for philosophy. An extensive presentation of the generic traits follows, which later informed discussions about science, technology, body, mind, language, art, and value. Well, traits were not presented systematically like other metaphysicians such as Spinoza and Whitehead. There is a progression moving from the more basic to the more complex. Empirical metaphysics and wisdom. One might ask, how can metaphysics contribute to a world beyond academic philosophy? Dewey aimed to return philosophy to an older, ancient mission, the pursuit of wisdom, and while Dewey describes philosophy as inherently critical, a criticism of criticisms, it still raises questions about the objectives of an empirical, hypothetical, naturalistic metaphysics. Dewey raises the issue himself prophylactically as a statement of the generic traits manifested by existence of all kinds without regard to the differentiation into physical and mental. Metaphysics seems to have nothing to do with criticisms and choice, with an effective love of wisdom. His answer comes by way of an account of existence, generic traits, which purportedly provide a ground map of the province of criticism, establishing baselines to be employed in more intricate triangulations. A new metaphysics, like a new map, offers new possibilities for framing and explaining the world. This could discredit entrenched truisms. Men are rational, women are emotional, humans are intelligent, animals are dumb, or facilitate new connections and new meanings as Dewey saw it. The long tradition of philosophy has rendered too basic conceptual tools, kinds, categories, dualisms, aims, and values. Unassailably, his reconsiderations offer new basis for metaphysics, one which would be relevant and revisable. Map-making suggested a new way to do metaphysics and a new role for philosophers. Philosophers in this model become liaison officers, intermediators able to facilitate communication between those speaking at cross purposes or in different jargons, drawing from contemporary circumstances and purposes. The maps drawn could not promise uncertainty or permanency, but would need to be redrawn according to the changing needs and purposes. Their test, as with the rest of Dewey's pragmatist philosophy, would lay in their capacity to sharpen criticisms and secure values. Criticisms of Dewey's metaphysics. Dewey received and responded to many of the criticisms of his metaphysical views. Critics often overlooked that his aim was to undercut prevailing metaphysical genres, often with his view was rashly co-signed to some other extant camp. He was characterized variously as a realist, idealist, relativist, subjectivist. One recurrent criticism was that in a statement in I forgot what PIE. The postulates of immediate empiricism. The postulates of immediate empiricism. One recurrent criticism was that in a statement in the postulates of immediate empiricism, that things are what they are experienced as, could not yield a metaphysics because it merely reported subjective and immediate experience. Such reports, the criticism went, prevented a more mediated and properly objective account. 20 years later, experience in nature received similar reactions by critics who attacked Dewey's non-binary approach to experience in nature. Subsequently, criticism focused on Dewey's supposed neglect of tensions between qualities and relations. Qualities, the argument ran, are immediate, whereas relations are mediate. How could Dewey claim they coexist in the same item of experience? This seemed to embody a contradiction. Richard Bernstein, 1961, seized on the issue and claimed that Dewey harbored two irreconcilable strains, a metaphysical strain and a phenomenological strain, but failed to sufficiently account for them with his principle of continuity. One response to Bernstein argued that his critique unwittingly reenacted the very spectatorial standpoint Dewey's experiential starting point seeking to overcome. In recent years, some debate whether Dewey should have engaged in metaphysics at all. Richard Rorty and Charlie Haddock Siegfried argue that Dewey's critique of traditional metaphysics was as far as he should have gone. His further efforts diverted him from more important ethical work or plunged him into foundationalist projects previously disavowed. Defenders argue that Dewey's generally new approach to metaphysics avoids old problems while contributing something salutary to culture at large. Inquiry and knowledge, the organic roots of instrumentalism. The interactional organic model Dewey developed in his psychology informed his theories of learning and knowledge. Within this framework, a range of traditional epistemological proposals and puzzles premised on metaphysical divisions such as appearance, reality, mind, world, lost credibility. So far as the question of the relation of the self to known objects is concerned, Dewey wrote, knowing is but one special case of the agent-patient, of the behavior enjoyer-sufferer situation. As with psychology, Dewey's wholesale repudiation of the traditional metaphysical framework required extensive reconstruction in every other area. Instrumentalism was one popular name for Dewey's reconstruction of epistemology, or theory of inquiry, as Dewey preferred. As with his earlier functional approach to psychology, Dewey's instrumentalism leveraged Darwin to dissolve entrenched divisions between, for example, realism, idealism, science, religion, and empiricism, rationalism. Change and transformation became natural features of the actual world, and knowledge and logic are recast as ways to adapt, survive, and thrive. The better way to understand reasoning is by looking to the dynamic and biological world which harbors it, rather than the traditional paradigms of static precisions, physics, or mathematics. Early statements of instrumentalisms and definitive breaks by Dewey with Hegelian logic may be seen in some stages of logical thought following that essay follows Peirce, especially the well-known 1877-8 articles championing the larger framework of scientific thinking, namely the doubt inquiry process. This account is developed in Studies in Logical Theory by Dewey and his collaborators at Chicago. In the work, Dewey acknowledges a preeminent obligation to James. Studies criticize transcendental logic extensively, concluding that logic should not assume either thought or reality's existence in general, but should rest content with the function or use of ideas in experience. The test of validity of an idea is its functional or instrumental use in effecting the transition from a relatively conflicting experience to a relatively integrated one. Thus, instrumentalism abandons all psychophysical dualisms and all correspondence theories of knowing. Dewey wrote, in the logical process, the datum is not just external existence and the idea mere psychical existence. Both are modes of existence, one of given existence and the other of possible or inferred existence. In other words, datum and ideatum are divisions of labor, cooperative instrumentalities for economical dealing with the problem of maintaining of the integrity of experience. Beyond empiricism, rationalism, and Kant. While instrumentalism was a piece of Dewey's other views, it was also responding to a dialectic within philosophy's epistemological positions, particularly between British empiricism, rationalism, and the Kantian synthesis. Classical empiricists insisted that sensory experience provided the origins of knowledge. They were motivated in part by the concern that rationalistic accounts effort to link knowledge with thought alone away from the particular sense stimuli were too unchecked. Without the constraints of sense experience, philosophy was doomed to keep producing widely divergent systems. Classical empiricists like Dewey shared a genuine interest in scientific progress. Such progress required first escape from unfettered speculation. The account developed by its figures such as Locke, Berkeley, and Hume claimed that in Locke's version, the world writes on a receptive blank slate in the mind in the language of ideas. Using faculties of memory, association, and imagination, knowledge is generated. Extensions of knowledge must, on this account, be traceable to origination in sense experience. Rationalists, in contrast, argued that knowledge was both abstract and deductively certain. Sensory experience are fluid, individualized, and permeated by the relatively born of innumerable external conditions. How could a philosophical account of genuine knowledge, necessarily certain, self-evident, and unchanging, be derived using sensorial flux? No knowledge must be derived from inner and certain concepts. Knowledge then is produced by an immaterial entity, mind, with an innate power to reason, independent of the contingencies of practical ends and physical bodies. Kant responded to the empiricist rationalist tension by reining in their ambitions. Philosophy must stop attempting to transcend the limits of thought and experience. Philosophy's more modest and proper aspiration is to discover what can be known in the phenomenal world. Kant then refused an originary role to either precepts or concepts, arguing that sense and reason are co-constituent of knowledge. More important, Kant argued for mind as systematizing and constructive. Dewey's response to this three-way epistemological conflict was foreshadowing the earliest discussion of the reflex arc paper and the idea of sensorimotor circuits. For Dewey, any proposal premise on a disconnected mind and body, or upon one assuming that stimuli causes impressions on what have you were atomic and in need of synthesis, was a non-starter. Accepting some of Kant's criticisms of rationalism and empiricism, Dewey rejected Kant's propagation of several significant but unjustified assumptions: that knowledge must be certain, that nature and intellect were categorically distinct, and that it was justified to posit a noumenal realm, things in themselves. Dewey also questioned Kant's supposition that the sensations ingredient to knowledge are initially inchoate. Such a claim was, Dewey believed, driven by Kant's architectonic methodologically. Perhaps most significantly, Dewey followed James in criticizing Kant's standpoint as too spectorial. From a pragmatic Jamesian radical empiricist standpoint, one may accept a wide variety of phenomena, clear, vague, felt, remembered, anticipated, as real, even though they are not known. Thus, for Dewey, Kant falls short of the philosophical perspective needed to synthesize perception and conception, nature and reason, practice and theory. While Kant's model of an active and structuring mind was a clear advance over passive ones, it retained a retrograde picture of knowledge as reality's faithful mirror. Kant failed to see knowledge as a dynamic instrument for managing, predicting, controlling, guiding future experience. This pragmatic conception of knowledge judges it as one would an eye or hand, gauging how it affects the organism's ability to cope. What measures knowledge value, its correctness and truth, is the degree of its availability for conducting to a successful issue the activities of living beings. Thus, Dewey replaced Kant's mind-centered system with one centered upon experience, nature, transactions, a reversal, Dewey wrote, comparable to the Copernican revolution. Inquiry, knowledge, and truth. In the context of instrumentalism, what is logic and epistemology, Dewey does not discard these, but insist on a more empirical approach. How do reasoning and learning actually happen? Dewey comprehensively addresses logic in his 1938 Logic, the Theory of Inquiry, which calls logic the inquiry into inquiry. Logic, the theory of inquiry, attempts to systematically collect, organize, and explicate the actual conditions of different kinds of inquiry. The aim, previewed in his 1917 The Need for Recovery of Philosophy, is pragmatic and ameliorative, to provide an important aid in proper guidance for further attempts at knowing. Throughout his career, Dewey described the process and patterns evinced in active problem solving. Here we consider three: inquiry, knowledge, and truth. There is, Dewey argued, patterns of inquiry, which prevails in problem solving analysis of reflective thinking, describes 5 phases. Disavowing the usual divide between emotion and reasoning, inquiry begins 1 with a feeling of something amiss, a unique and particular doubtfulness. This feeling endures as a pervasive quality imbued in quality and serves as a kind of guide to subsequent phases. Next, because what is initially present is indeterminate. 2, a problem must be specifically formulated. Note that problems do not pre-exist inquiry as typically assumed. Next, a hypothesis is constructed, one which imaginatively utilizes both theoretic ideas and perceptual facts in order to forecast possible consequences of eventual operations. Next, one reasons through the meanings involved in the hypothesis, estimating implications of or possible contradictions. Frequently discoveries here direct one return to an earlier phase to reformulate the hypothesis or redescribe the problem. Finally, inquiry closes, acting to evaluate and test the hypothesis here. Inquiry discovers whether a proposed solution resolves the problem, whether in logic's terminology, inquiry has converted an indeterminate situation into a determinate one. The inquiry patterns Dewey sketches is a schematic. Actual cases of reasoning often lack such a discreteness or linearity. Thus, the pattern is not a summary of how people always think, but rather how exemplary cases of inferential thinking unfold in the empirical sciences. Knowledge on Dewey's transactional model of inquiry departs from the traditional and brought to earth knowledge as an abstract term, Dewey wrote. In the name of the product of competent inquiries, apart from the relation, its meanings are so empty that any content or filling may be arbitrarily poured in. To understand a product, one must understand the process. That is Dewey's approach. By denying that knowledge is an isolated product, he effectively denies the metaphysics that makes mind the substance separate from everything else. He does not depreciate knowing as an activity and strongly maintains that intelligence is crucial to mediating individual and societal conflicts. Truth is also radically reevaluated. Truth, long connotated as an ideal, an epistemic fixity, a correspondence of coherence capable of satisfying the need for further inquiry. Since this is not the actual situation human beings or philosophy inhabits, the idea should be set aside. Still, Dewey was ever the constructivist, reconstructivist in experience, knowledge, and value. He provides an account truth no longer points towards transcendental but towards the process of inquiry. A proposition is true insofar as it serves as a reliable resource. In scientific inquiry, the criterion of what is taken to be settled or to be knowledge is being so settled that it is available as a resource in further inquiry, not being settled in such a way as not to be subject to revision in further inquiry. Truth is not beyond experience, but is an experienced relation, particularly one socially shared. In How We Think, Dewey wrote, truth in final analysis is the statement of things as they are, not as they are in inane and desolate void of isolation from human concern, but as they are in shared and progressive experience. Truth, truthfulness, transparent and brave publicity of intercourse are the source of the reward of friendships. Truth is having things in common. In Dewey's instrumentalism, then, knowledge and truth are adjectival, not nominative, describing a process which, as Peirce tells us, can persist as long as we do. There is no belief so settled as not to be exposed to further inquiry. Words like knowledge and truth are honored because of their historic service as tools for the past inquiries and their aid in securing values. Philosophy of education. Around the world, Dewey remains well known for his educational theories. As for his philosophical ones, a closer look shows how often these theories align. Recognizing this, Dewey reflected that his 1916 magnum opus on education, democracy, and education was, for many years, that work in which many philosophies, such as it is, was most fully expounded. Democracy and Education argued that philosophy itself could be understood as the general theory of education, avoiding further hyper-specialization and investing more earnestly in everyday problems. This was a call to see philosophy from an educational standpoint. Education offers a vantage ground from which to penetrate to the human, distinct from the technical significance of philosophical discussions. The educational point of view enables one to envisage the philosophical problems where they arise and thrive, where they are at home, and where acceptance or rejection makes a difference in practice. If we are willing to conceive education as the process of forming fundamental dispositions, intellectual and emotional, towards nature and fellow man, philosophy may even be defined as the general theory of education. Dewey was active in education his entire life. Besides high school and college teaching, he devised curricula, established reviewing and administered schools and departments of education, participating in collective organizing, consulted and lectured internationally, and wrote extensively on many facets of education. He established the University of Chicago's Laboratory School and as an experimental site for theories in instrumental logic and psychological functionalism. The school also became a site for democratic expression by the local community. Experiential learning and teaching. Dewey's Reflects Our paper applied functionalism to education. Reflex argued that human experience is not a disjointed sequence of fits and starts, but a developing circuit of activities. Framed this way, learning is a cumulative progressive process where inquirers move from dissatisfying doubt towards satisfying resolutions of problems. Reflex also shows that subjects of a stimulus, the pupil, not a passive recipient, but an agent actively selecting stimuli within a larger field of activities. Cognizing of these facts, Dewey argued compelling educators to disregard pedagogies based on the mind as a blank slate. In the school and society, Dewey wrote, the question of education is the question of taking hold of children's activity or of giving them direction. How we think primarily aimed to help teachers apply instrumentalism. Overall education's intellectual goals would advance by acquainting children with the general intellectual habits of scientific inquiry. The native and unspoiled attitude of children, marked by ardent curiosity, fertile imagination, and love of experimental inquiry, is near, very near, to the attitude of the scientific mind. These proposals entailed the revision of the teacher's role. While teachers still had to know their subject matter, they also needed to understand students' cultural and personal backgrounds. If learning was to incorporate actual problems, more careful integration of content with particular learners was needed. Motivational tactics also had to change. Rather than reward or punishments, Dewey and teachers were to reimagine the whole learning environment, merging the school's existing goals with the pupil's present interest. One strategy was to identify specific problems that could bridge curriculum and student, and then formulate learning situations to exercise them. This problem-centered approach was demanding, requiring teachers to train in subject matters, child psychology, and pedagogies for weaving these together. Traditionalists, Romantics, and Dewey. Dewey's educational philosophy emerged amidst the fierce 1890s debate between educational romantics and traditionalists. Romantics, also called the New or Progressive Education by Dewey, urged child-centered approach. The child's natural impulses provide education a proper starting point. Education should not fetter creativity and growth, even if content must sometimes be attenuated. Traditionalists, called Old Education by Dewey, pressed for curriculum-centered approaches. Children were empty cabinets. Curriculum fills with civilizational contents. The main job of instruction was to ensure receptivity with discipline. Dewey developed an interactional model to move beyond the debate, refusing to privilege either child or society. While Romantics correctly identified the child, replete with instincts, powers, habits, and histories, as an indispensable starting point for pedagogy, Dewey denied that the child was the only starting point. Larger societal groups, family, community, nation, have a legitimate stake in passing along extant interests, needs, and values as part of the educational synthesis. Still, of these two approaches, Dewey more adamantly rejected traditionalists' overly high premium on discipline and memorization, while recognizing the legitimacy of conveying content, fact, values. It is paramount that schools eschew indoctrination, educating men, incorporating, giving wide latitude for unique individuals who, after all, would inherit and have dominion over the changing society. This is why who the child was matters so much. Following colleague and lifelong friend George Herbert Mead's idea about the social self, Dewey argued that schools had to become micro-communities to reflect children's growing interests and needs. The school cannot be a preparation for social life, accepting as it reproduces within itself the typical conditions of social life. Democracy through education. Connecting child, school, and society aim not only to improve pedagogy, but democracy as well, because character, rights, and duties are informed by and contribute to the social realm. Schools were critical sites to learn and experiment with democracy. Democratic life includes not only civics and economics, but epistemic and communicative habits as well. Problem solving, compassion, imagination, creative expression, and civic self-governance. The range of roles of a child might inhabit is vast. This creates a societal obligation to make education its highest political and economic priority. During World War II, Dewey wrote, there will be almost a revolution in school education when study and learning are treated not as acquisitions of what others know, but as developments of capital to be invested in eager alertness in observing and judging the conditions under which one lives. Yet until this happens, we shall be ill-prepared to deal with a world whose outstanding trait is change. Democracy is much more comprehensive than a form of government. It is not an alternative to other principles of associated life, but the idea of community life itself. Individuals exist in communities, and their lives change, needs and conflicts emerge that require intelligent management. We must make sense of these new experiences. Education empower that by teaching the attitudes and habits, imaginative, empirical, that made the experimental sciences so successful. Dewey called these attitudes and habits intelligence. Informing these alerts, science, education, and democratic life is Dewey's naturalism, which redirects hope away from what is immutable or ultimate, God, nature, reason, ends, towards the human capacity to learn from experience. In Creative Democracy, the task before us, Dewey wrote, democracy is the faith that process of experience is more important than any special result attained, so that special result achieves are of ultimate value only as they're used to enrich and order the ongoing process. Since the process of experience is capable of being educative, faith in democracy is all one with faith in experience and education. All ends and values that are cut off from the ongoing process become arrest fixations. They strive to fixate what has been gained instead of using it to open the road and point the way to new and better experiences. Democracy's success or failures rest on education. Education is most determinative of whether citizens develop the habits needed to investigate problematic beliefs and situations while communicating openly. While every culture aims to convey values and beliefs to the coming generation, the most important thing is to distinguish between education, which inculcates collaborative and creative hypothesizing, from education, which foments obeisance to parochialism and dogma. The same caution applies to philosophy itself. Ethics. Dewey wrote and spoke extensively on ethics throughout his career. Some writings were explicitly about ethics, but ethical analysis appear in works with other foci. As elsewhere, Dewey's critiques then reconstructs traditional views. He argues it is typically or traditionally systems, teleological, deontological, or virtue-based, to seek comprehensive and monocausal accounts of, for example, ultimate aims, duties, and values. Such ideal theorizing is obligated to explain morality's requirements for all individuals' actions or characters. Dewey argued for a more experimental approach rather than ultimate explanatory account of moral life. Ethics should describe intelligent methods for dealing with novel and morally perplexing situations. No ultimate value should be stipulated or sought. The only value Dewey celebrated as something like ultimate was growth. Ethics means inquiry into concrete problematic conditions. Such inquiry may use theories to inform hypotheses tested in experience. Reliable hypotheses may come to be called knowledge, but must in the end be considered fallible and revisable. Actual resolutions to moral problems typically point towards plural factors, aims, duties, virtues, rather than just one. Moreover, actual conduct, including inquiry, is undertaken not by isolated rational actors, but by social beings. Conduct, Dewey wrote, is always shared. This is the difference between it and the physiological process. It is not an ethical ought that conduct should be social. It is social, whether bad or good. Dewey's ethical theory, like those of education and politics, utilizes his transactional view of experience, habit, inquiry, and the commutative social self. It also exemplifies his metaphysics, a world both precocious and stable, where conflict is natural and quest to ignore or permanently eradicate it are fantastical. Conflict is a generic trait of life, not a defect. Theories denying this tend to be so reductive and absolutist that they divorce inquiry from the essential details of concrete situations, cultures, and persons. Such strategies tend to fail. Progress in ethical theory then means inquiry that is more discriminating and revelatory of consequences and alternatives. Improving inquiry requires better methods of deliberation. That means being open to contributions from many sources, sciences, social customs, jurisprudence, biographies, moral systems of the past. Deliberation especially benefits from what Dewey called dramatic rehearsal, where imaginative enactment of possible scenarios can illuminate the emotional weight and color of potential ethical choice. Political philosophy. Dewey's political philosophy, like other areas, builds on the idea that individuals are not self-subsistent social atoms, but are constituted in social environments. It also builds on humans' ability to inquire, to solve problems in hypothetical and experiential ways. As elsewhere, theories, instrumental concepts do not undercover an underlying reality, but are functional or not. In particular practical circumstances, concepts and theories in political theory are fallible and amenable to reconstruction. Dewey rejects approaches relying upon non-empirical a priori assumptions about human nature, progress, and those proposing ultimate typical monocausal explanation. His work criticized and reconstructed core concepts: individual freedom, right, community, public state, and democracy along naturalist and experientialist lines. Besides numerous articles for academic and lay audiences, Dewey's political thought is found in books including The Public and Its Problems, Individualism, Old and New, Liberalism and Social Action, and Freedom and Culture. Because Democracy and Education emphasizes profound connections between education, society, and democratic habits, it also merits study as a political work. Enormous changes occurred during Dewey's lifetime, including massive U.S. population growth, the rise of industrial, scientific, technological, and educational institutions, the American Civil War, 2 world wars, and a global economic depression. These events sustained prevailing liberal theories, and Dewey labored to reconceive democracy and liberalism. The frontier is moral, not physical, Dewey urged, proposing that democracy was tantamount to a way of life which required continual renewal to survive. Beyond governmental machinery, universal suffrage, recurring elections, political parties, trial by Peirce, he also characterized democracy as primary mode of associated living, of conjoint communicated experiences. Such experience expressed through collaborative inquiry required intellectual and emotional competencies so that shared problems and value differences could be discussed and addressed. Ultimately, democracy requires faith and experience in a sufficient resource for future solutions, and that recourse to be transcendent rules or aims can be outgrown. Dewey's analysis of individualism arose from earlier academic interest and his sensitivity to contemporary economic and technological pressures. The older atomic individualism, where natural egos vie to maximize their standing, was now harming, not protecting individuals. Deployed as a rhetorical pretext, it was enabling wealthy and powerful interests to undermine most of the protections which initially justified liberalisms. Dewey's counterproposal was Renaissance liberalism, reconstructing its core concept: atomic individuals become social, made other key political notions revisable, liberty, freedom, and rights, as all were restituted in an instrumentalist framework. Also revised our notions of community and public. A democratic public forms around problems and aims to conduct experimental inquiry that leads to redress. Dewey also expressed a grave concern, still with us today, regarding inchoate publics. Such publics include members lacking the education, sometimes education, time, and attention necessary for inquiry. They present democracy with perhaps its most significantly undermining condition: art and aesthetic experience. Dewey's magnum opus on aesthetics, art as experience, states that art as a conscious idea is the greatest intellectual achievement in the history of humanity. Such high praise deserves notice. Dewey began writing about the aesthetics very early, regarding art's relevance to psychology, to education, the invidious distinctions between fine and practical art, and on Bossuet. His own theory emerged in experience in nature and flourished in art as experience. He proposes aesthetic as central to philosophy's mission, namely rendering everyday experience more fulfilling and meaningful. Dewey's aesthetics has 4 main objectives and an overarching purpose. First, to explicate artwork's ontology, the interrelated process of making and appreciating, and specifies the functions of interpretation and criticism. Second, it examines art's social role in presenting, reimagining, projecting human identity. Third, it analyzes the communicative functions of art, especially in education and political life. Finally, it describes and analyzes the implications of art's expression as experience. Such experiences can reach levels of integration as they become qualitatively distinct or consumatory. Consumatory experiences happen occasionally. Sometimes it occurs not in an artistic context, concert, museum, but in an unexpectedly quotidian circumstances. It is life at its fullest. The overarching purpose of Dewey's aesthetics is determining how much of life's experience could become consumatory. The main problem posed in art as experience is: how did a chasm arise between the art's artist and ordinary people? How have cultural conditions and aesthetic theories reinforced by institutions isolated art and its appreciation by placing them into a realm of their own, disconnected from the other modes of experience? Art as experience makes art's natural continuities with everyday life explicit, while seeking to prevent its reduction to mere entertainment, to transient pleasurable excitations. Dewey criticizes traditional aesthetics, spectorial or theoretical starting point, and offers radically empirical accounts of art making, appreciation, expression, form, and criticism. Because aesthetic experience has organic roots, it can be reorganized even in everyday objects and events. Again, the goal of dissolution of dualism between fine and useful objects to foment a greater continuity of aesthetic experience with normal processing of living. Religion, religious experience, and a common faith. The whole story of man shows that there is no objects that may not deeply stir engrossing emotion. One of the few experiments that in the attachment of emotion to ends that mankind has not tried is that of devotion, so intense as to be religious to intelligence as a force of social action. Dewey's religious background. Dewey grew up in a religious family. His devout mother pressured her sons to live up to a similar devotion. His family church was Congregationalist. A bit later, including in college, liberal evangelicalism proved more acceptable. At 21, while living in Oil City, Pennsylvania, Dewey had a mystic experience, which he reported to a friend, Max Eastman. There was no vision, not even a definable emotion, just a supremely blissful feeling that his worries about whether he prayed sufficiently in earnest were over. Dewey belonged to a congregation for about 35 years, turning away circa 1894 as he left for a post in Chicago. After that, Dewey's deepest loyalties lay outside religion. He was, as John McDermott put it, an unregenerate philosophical naturalist, one for whom the human journey is constitutive of its own meaning and is not to be rescued by any transcendent explanation, principles of accountability, or pusillanimous salvation. Dewey returned to the philosophical issue of religion in the 1930s. What I believe argued for its action. Such a faith was not transcendental, but signified that experience itself was the sole ultimate authority. This faith arises actively from the full participation of all of our powers in the endeavor to wrest from each changing situation of experience its own full and unique meaning. In the 1933-4, Dewey gave the Terry Lectures at Yale, published A Common Faith, his major statement on religion and religious experience, aligning naturalism and religion. Dewey's endeavor in A Common Faith seems, in retrospect, insurmountable. To reconstruct religion as a way harmonious with his empiric naturalism while transforming religious experience and belief to support and advance a secular conception of democracy. Religions vary, of course, but typically posit transcendent, eternal, unobservable entities and reveal themselves in ways which are not, shall we say, open to verification. Empirical experience typically is cast as inferior, castigated as flux, illusion, uncertainty, and confusion, and must be set aside. Dewey had squared himself against the metaphysics, epistemology, and seemingly the morality of major religions. Who was a common faith intended audience? Dewey was not addressing believers content with supernatural religion, nor religious liberals seeking to compromise that would place scientific and spiritual truths in separate categories. He was not addressing militant atheism and rejecting their dogmatism. Rather, a common faith addresses those who had abandoned supernaturalism yet still believed themselves religious. A common faith meant to salvage whatever made the religious attitude valuable in experience while shedding traditional religious frameworks and supernaturalistic beliefs. Religion versus religious. Dewey's strategy was to divorce religious experience from religion, showing how the former might arise with a natural and social context. He found that none of the qualities reported by religious experience, feelings of peace, wholeness, serenity, offered evidence for the supernatural. He also found that religious experience is not self-enclosed. It can color or affect other experiences, just as sunset may exhibit aesthetic dimensions or a linguistic remark may betray a moral tint. Various experiences may have a religious aspect. The religious character of experience then is attitudinal, lending deep and enduring support to the process of living. Dewey analyzed such religiosity as a kind of coping, considered three options for coping: accommodate an obstacle by resigning to put up with conditions imposed, adapt or modify the obstacle's conditions to one's liking, finally adjust the obstacle by changing one's attitude and altering conditions. Consider as adjustment the case of becoming a parent, which demands significant changes that encompass both self and environment. Adjustment is characteristic of religious experience for its inclusive and deep-seated and transformative of attitudes in generic and enduring ways. Adjustment projects imaginative possibilities and puts them into action, both in oneself, wants, aims, ideals, and surrounding conditions. The cumulative impact of adjustment is often the evolution of identity. Faith in God. Dewey's effort to naturalize religion reinterpreted other traditional notions, including faith in God. Typically, faith is juxtaposed against reason. Faith requires neither empirical inquiry nor verification. It reposes in the transcendent ultimate in things not seen. It typically connotes intellectual acceptance without proof of religious proposition. like God exists and loves mankind, Dewey made at least two important criticisms of traditional faith. First, faith is too closely identified with intellectual acceptance, eclipsing its pragmatic side. Faith is in a cause, for example, indicates a practical willingness to act strong enough to modify present desires, purposes, and conduct. By over identifying faith with intelligent recognition, traditional accounts undermine inquiry and constructive action. Second, faith tends to reify its objects, making them immune to inquiry and redescription. Creeds based on such interpretations of faith attempt to solve problems with formulaic appeals to absolutes. The better approach, Dewey argues, is fallibilistic and experimental, approaching problems with empirical inquiry. Insofar as traditional faith frustrates inquiry and solutions, it tends to run counter to moral aims. One faith Dewey can accept he calls natural piety. Natural piety is not grounded in unseen supernatural powers. It is a just sense of nature as the whole, of which we are parts, and the recognition that as parts we are marked by intelligence and purpose, having the capacity to strive by the aid to bring conditions into greater consonance with what is humanely desirable. Faith grounded in natural piety accepts the idea of experience itself is the sole ultimate authority. Regarding God, Dewey's naturalism disallowed traditional models, a single being responsible for physical and moral universe, and its inhabitants' belief in God is neither warranted nor advisable. Instead, Dewey offers a reconstructed God. He proposes we think not of a singular object, person, but of the quantities to which God is composed: goodness, wisdom, love. Such descriptions reveal our highest ideals. Remove the possessor of the ideals and consider how ideals pull us from possibility, imagination, calculation, action to actualization, and one begins to understand God in Dewey's sense. The idea of God or of the divine is also connected with all the natural forces and conditions, including man and human association, that promote the growth of the ideal and has furthered its realization. It's the active relation between ideal and actual, to which I would give the name God. Religion is a social intelligence, a common faith. As a pragmatist, a Muellerist, and a humane Democrat, Dewey sought to harness the undeniable power of religion and religious experience toward ends beneficial to all. Religion provides people with a story about the larger universe and how we fit. He knew simple critiques of religion were ineffective because they leave powerful needs unmet. Dewey did not propose swapping out old religious institutions with new ones. He hoped that emancipating religious experience from institutional ideological shackles might free its energies towards a common faith, a passion for imaginative intelligence and pursuit of moral goods. Methods of inquiry and criticism are not mysteries. Society is already deeply familiar with that. What was necessary would be for religious persons to connect inquiry with the enhancement of religious experience and value. If a person could appreciate how many celebrated accomplishments were due not to God but to intelligent human collaboration, then perhaps the idea of community could inspire a non-sectarian common faith. Dewey thought his call for a common faith was deeply democratic. The idea of supernatural was by definition suspicious of experience as an adequate guide and consequently suspicious of the empirical method. Unchecked by lived experience or experiment, supernaturalism can produce deep divisions. Dewey's common faith, in contrast, is bound up with experimental inquiry and open communication. That is why Dewey's exhortation to exchange traditional religious faith for a common faith is another expression of his ideal of experimental democracy. Okay, so there you have Dewey. Very long, a lot of stuff here. Not even sure I have that much comment. You know, it's like the early pragmatists have, are taking like a pragmatic form towards spirituality, the mind-body problem, which will eventually lead to pure materialism. So, if originally, saying that, well, pragmatism has moved further and further in contemporary perception to a materialistic framework. And then, think so. Dewey is kind of like the polymath that brings these philosophical concepts of mind all the way to practical aspects of politics and education that most Americans know. So if you're not a philosopher, you haven't thought deeply about these issues, but our approach to America, to democracy, possibly to religion, a common ethic, or like even democracy as a religion, and other issues, might come from Dewey and later thinkers that say that pragmatism is America's religion. So thank God I've been at it for almost 5 hours. So I'm going to try to finish up. So, I'm at least going to do George Herbert Mead and hopefully Richard Rorty, although I might just do George Herbert Mead, but I'm going to take a 1 minute break, use the restroom, and pour myself a tea. So we'll be right back. And, just thinking about Dewey's development as a person, Dewey's grandfather's grandfather, was a German rabbi who was brought over to New York and then Chicago for the Workmen's Circle and headed up a school there that was loosely affiliated with Hull House and was almost definitely influenced by John Dewey. Maybe even had interaction. I have to look into that. Ask my mom. So I hadn't thought about a lot of these concepts of Dewey, and so I'm glad I went over that, especially like the importance of America. So not much of an audience there, but let's keep at it. Research continues. Okay, George Herbert Mead. I mentioned George Herbert Mead in my papers on identity theory, and I thought I'd include him because he's a contemporary of Dewey, and some of my research in identity theory, he was a big name here, and it's not particularly long. I mean, none of these are short, but Mead was a little bit shorter. So let's jump right in. George Herbert Mead. George Herbert Mead, 1863 to 1931, American philosopher and social theorist, is often classed with William James, Charles Sanders Peirce, and John Dewey as one of the most significant figures in classical American pragmatism. Dewey referred to Mead as a seminal mind of the very first order, yet by the middle of the 20th century, Mead's prestige was greater outside professional philosophical circles. He's considered by many the father of the school of symbolic interactionism in sociology and social psychology, although he did not use that nomenclature. Perhaps Mead's most principal influence in the philosophical circles occurred as a result of his friendship with John Dewey. There's little question that Mead and Dewey had an enduring influence on each other, with Mead contributing to an original theory to the development of self through communication. This theory has in recent years played a central role in the work of Jürgen Habermas. While Mead is best known for his work in the nature of self and intersubjectivity, he also developed a theory of action and a metaphysics or philosophy of nature that emphasizes emergence and temporality, in which the past and future are viewed through the lens of the present. Although the extent of Mead's reach is considerable, he never published a monograph in philosophy. His most famous work, Mind, Self, and Society, from the standpoint of a social behaviorist, was published after his death and is a compilation of students' notes and selections from unpublished manuscripts. Life and influences. George Herbert Mead was born on February 27, 1863, in South Hadley, Massachusetts. His father, Hiram Mead, a minister of the Congregational Church, moved his family from Massachusetts to Ohio in 1869 in order to join the faculty of the Oberlin Theological Seminary. At Oberlin, he taught homiletics, and held the chair of sacred rhetoric and pastoral theology. Mead would attend Oberlin College from 1879 to 83 and matriculated at Harvard from 1887 to 88. At Harvard, he studied with Josiah Royce, a philosopher deeply indebted to Hegel, who also left a lasting impression on Mead. Met William James at Harvard, although he did not study with him. Almost immediately after graduation, Mead resided in William James' summer home, tutoring his son Harry. Mead's mother, Elizabeth Storrs Billing, was a devoutly religious woman who taught at Oberlin for 2 years after the death of her husband in 1881 and served as president of the Mount Holyoke College from 1890 to 1900. After his college years, Mead became a committed naturalist and a believer, but he had struggled for years with the religious convictions that he inherited from his family and community. For a period of time after college, he considered Christian social work as a career, but in 1884 he explained in a letter to his friend Henry Castle why this career path was problematic. I should have to let persons understand that I have some belief in Christianity and my praying be interpreted as a belief in God, whereas I have no doubt that now the most reasonable system of the universe can be formed to myself without a God. But notwithstanding all this, I cannot go out with the world and not work for men. The spirit of a minister is strong within me, and I come fairly by it. Mead did indeed move away from his earliest religious roots, but the activist spirit remained with him. Mead marched in support of women's suffrage, served as a treasurer for the Settlement House movement, immersed himself in civic matters in Chicago, and generally supported progressive causes. Jane Addams was a close friend in terms of his transformation into a naturalist. No doubt Darwin played a significant role. As a matter of fact, one can understand much of Mead's work as an attempt to synthesize Darwin, Hegel, and Dewey's functionalist turn in psychology, and insights gleaned from James Mead taught with Dewey at the University of Michigan from 1891 to 4. And when Dewey was made chair of the University of Chicago in 1894, he requested that Mead receive an appointment. Mead spent the rest of his career at Chicago, but before he began teaching at Michigan, Mead was directly exposed to major currents of European thought when he studied in Germany from 1888 to 91, taking 2 courses with William Dilthey and immersing himself in Wilhelm Wundt's research. Language and mind. Dewey and Mead were not only very close friends, they shared similar intellectual trajectories. Both went through a period in which Hegel was the most significant philosophical figure for them, and both democratized and de-essentialized Hegelian ideas about the self and community. Nevertheless, neo-Hegelian organic metaphors and notions of negation and conflict, reinterpreted as problematic situation, remain central to their positions. The teleological also remains important in their thought, but is reduced in scale from the world, historical, and localized in terms of anticipatory experiences and goal-oriented activities. For me, the development of the self is intimately tied to the development of language. To demonstrate this connection, Mead begins by articulating what he learned about the gesture from Wundt. Gestures are to be understood in terms of their behavioral responses of animals to stimuli from other organisms. For example, a dog barks and a second dog either barks back or runs away. The meaning of the barking gesture is found in response to the second organism to the first, but dogs do not understand the meaning of their gestures. They simply respond. That is, they use symbols without what Mead refers to as significance. For a gesture to have significance, it must call out in a second organism a response that is functionally identical to the response that the first organism anticipates. In other words, for a gesture to be significant, it must mean the same thing to both organisms, and meaning involved the capacity to consciously anticipate how other organisms will respond to symbols or gestures. How does this capacity arise? It does so through vocal gestures. A vocal gesture can be thought of as a word or phrase. When a vocal gesture is used, the individual making the gesture responds implicitly in the same manner as the individual hearing it. According to me, gestures become significant symbols when they implicitly arouse in the individual making them the same response which they explicitly arouse or are supposed to arouse in other individuals. He also tells us that the critical importance of language in the development of human experience lies in the fact that the stimulus is one that can react upon the speaking individual as it reacts upon the other. As noted, Mead was indebted to Hegel's work, and the notion of reflexivity plays a fundamental role in Mead's theory of mind. Vocal gestures, which depend on sufficiently sophisticated nervous systems to process them, allows individuals to hear their own gestures in the way that others hear them. Vocal gestures allow one to speak to oneself when others are not present. I make certain vocal gestures to anticipate how they would be responded to by others, even when they are not present. The response of others have been internalized and have become part of accessible repertoire. Mead would agree with Ludwig Wittgenstein that there are no private languages. Language is social all the way down. According to Mead, through the use of vocal gestures, one can turn experience back on itself through the loop of speaking and hearing at relatively the same instant. And when one is part of a complex network of language users, Mead argues that this reflexivity, the turning back of experience on itself, allows mind to develop. Mentality on our approach simply comes in when the organism is able to point out meanings to others and to himself. This is the point of which mind appears, or if you like, emerges. It is absurd to look at the mind simply from a standpoint of the individual human organism, for although it has a focus there, it is essentially a social phenomenon. Even its biological functions are primarily social. It is by means of reflexiveness, the turning back of the experience of the individual upon himself, that the whole social process is thus brought into the experience of the individual involved in it. Is by such means which enables the individual to take the attitude of the other towards himself, that the individual is able to consciously to adjust himself to the process and to modify the result of the process in any given social act in terms of his adjustment to it. Reflexiveness, then, is the essential condition within the social process for the development of mind. Mind is developed not only through the use of vocal gestures, but through the taking of roles, which will be addressed below. Here it is worth noting, though, that although we often employ our capacity for reflexivity to engage reflection or deliberation, both Dewey and Mead argue that habitual and non-deliberative experience constitutes the most common way we engage the world. The habitual involves a host of background beliefs and assumptions that are not raised to the level of self-conscious reflection unless problems occur that warrant addressing. For Dewey, this background is described as funded experience. For Mead, it is the world that there and the biologic individual. The immediate experience, which is reality, and which is the final set of reality of scientific hypotheses, as well as a test of truth of all our ideas and suppositions, is the experience of what I have called the biologic individual. This term lays emphasis on the living reality, which may be distinguished from reflection. Actual experience did not take place in the form, but in the form of unsophisticated reality. Roles, the self, and generalized other. One of the most noteworthy features of Mead's account of the significant symbol is that it assumes that anticipatory experiences are fundamental to the development of language. We have the ability to place ourselves in the position of others, that is, to anticipate their responses with regard to our linguistic gestures. This ability is also crucial for the development of the self and self-consciousness. For Mead, as for Hegel, the self is fundamentally social and cognitive. It should be distinguished from the individual, who also has non-cognitive attributes. The self, then, is not identical to the individual and is linked to self-consciousness. It begins to develop when individuals interact with others and play roles. What are roles? They are constellations of behaviors. They are responses to sets of behaviors or other human beings. The notions of role-taking and role-playing are familiar from sociological and social psychological literature. For example, the child plays at being a doctor by having another child play at being a patient. To play at being a doctor, however, requires being able to anticipate what the patient might say and vice versa. Role-playing involves taking the attitudes or perspectives of others. It is worth noting in this context that while Mead studied physiological psychology, his work on role-taking can be viewed as combining features of the work of the Scottish sympathy theorist, which James appealed to in the Principles of Psychology, with Hegel's dialectic of self and others. As we will discover shortly, perspective taking is associated not only with roles, but with far more complex behaviors. For Mead, if it were simply to take the roles of others, we would never develop selves or self-consciousness. We would have a nascent form of self-consciousness that parallels the sort of reflective awareness that is required for the use of significant symbols. A role-taking self-consciousness is this sort makes possible that what might be called proto-self, but not a self, because it does not have the complexity necessary to give rise to a self. How then does the self arise? Here Mead introduces his well-known neologism, the generalized other. When children or adults take roles, they can be said to be playing these roles in dyads. However, this sort of exchange is quite different from the more complex set of behaviors that are required to participate in games. In the latter, we were required to learn not only from the responses of specific others, but behaviors associated with every position of the field. These can be internalized, and when we succeed in doing so, we come to view our own behaviors from the perspective of the game as a whole, which is a system of organized actions. The organized community or social group which gives to the individual his unity of self might be called the generalized other. The attitude of the generalized other is the attitude of a whole community. Thus, for example, in the case of such social groups as the ball team, the team is a generalized other insofar as it enters as an organized process or social activity into the experience of any one of the individual members of it. For Mead, although these communities can take different forms, they should be thought of as systems. For example, a family can be thought of as systematically and can therefore give rise to generalized other and a self that corresponds to it. Generalized others can also be found in concrete social classes or subgroups, such as political parties, clubs, corporations, which are all actually functional social units in terms of which their individual members are directly related to one another. The others are abstract social classes or subgroups, such as the class of debtors and the class of creditors, in terms of which their individual members are related to one another only more or less indirectly. In his Principles of Psychology, a book Mead knew well, William James discusses various types of empirical selves, namely the material, the social, and the spiritual. In addressing the social self, James notes how it is possible to have multiple selves. Properly speaking, a man has as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him and carry an image of him in their mind. To wound any one of his images is to wound him, but as the individuals who carry the images fall naturally into classes, we may practically say that he has as many different social selves as there are distinct groups of persons about whose opinions he cares. He generally shows a different side of himself to each of these different groups. From Mead's vantage point, James was on the right track. However, the notion of the audience is left undeveloped in James, as is the manner in which language is utilized in the genesis of self and self-consciousness. For Mead, James' audience should be thought of in terms of systematic organized groups, such as we find in certain games which give rise to generalized others. Further, we need an account of how we come to view ourselves from the perspective of these groups that goes beyond the concept of sympathetic attachments. Such an account involves reflexivity, which originates with the vocal gestures and is essential to taking roles in the perspective of the generalized other. In addition, reflexivity helps make possible the capacity to see ourselves from ever wider or more universal communities. Mead relates the latter capacity to cosmopolitan political and cultural orientations. It is worth noting that for Mead, a full account of the self should address the phylogenic as well as the ontogenic. The I and the me. One of Mead's most significant contributions to social psychology is distinction between the I and the me. It is worth emphasizing that while this distinction is utilized in sociological circles, it is grounded philosophically for Mead. His target, in part, is no less than the idea of the transcendental ego, especially in the Kantian incarnation. It is also important to note that the I and me are functional distinctions for Mead, not metaphysical ones. He refers to them as phases of the self, although he more typically uses the word self to refer to the me. The self that arises in relationship to a specific generalized other is referred to as the me. The me is a cognitive subject which is only known retrospectively, that is, on reflection. When we act in habitual ways, we are not typically self-conscious. We are engaged in actions at a non-reflective level. However, when we take the perspective of the generalized other, we are both watching and forming a self in relation to the system of behaviors that constitute this generalized other. He reacts, and how he reacts is always to some degree different from how he has reacted in the past. These reactions or actions of the individual, whether in response to others or self-initiated, fall within the sphere of the I. Every response that the I makes is somewhat novel, and responses may differ only in small ways from previous responses, making them functionally equivalent, but they will never be exactly the same. Mead declares that the I gives the sense of freedom, of initiative. The situation is there for us to act in a self-conscious fashion. We are aware of ourselves and of what situation is, but exactly how we will act never gets into experience until after the action takes place. The I is a source of both spontaneity and creativity. For Mead, however, the I is not a noumenal ego, nor is it a substance. It is a way of designating a locus of activity. The response of the I are non-reflexive, or how the I reacts is known only on reflection, that is, after we retrospect. If you ask then, where directly in your own experience the I comes in, the answer is that it comes in a historical figure. It is what you were a second ago. That is the I of the me. It is another me that has to take that role. You cannot get the immediate response of the I in the process. In other words, once the actions of the I have become objectified and known, by definition, they become a me. The status of the I is interesting in Mead in trying to differentiate it from the empirical knowable me. He states the I is the transcendental self of Kant, the soul that James conceives behind the scene, holding on to the skirts of an idea to give it an added increment of emphasis. However, this statement should not be interpreted as endorsing the notion of transcendental ego. Mead is seeking to emphasize that the I is not available to us in our acts, that it is only knowable in its objectified form as a me. The point is clarified by a remark that directly follows the statement just cited. The self-conscious actual self in social intercourse is the objective me or me's, with the process of response continually going on and implying a fictitious I always out of sight of himself. A transcendental ego is not fictitious, but for Mead, since we are dealing with a functional distinction here, it is quite acceptable to refer to the I as fictitious in a metaphysical sense. Why then do we seem to experience what Mead refers to as a running current of awareness? That is an ego that appears to be aware of itself as it acts and thinks. If the I is not immediately aware of itself, William James sought to explain this phenomenon in terms of proprioception and the relationship between parts of the stream of consciousness. Mead developed a unique explanation based on the relationship of the I to the me. As we have seen, the I reacts and initiates action, but the actions taken are comprehended, objectified as a me. However, the me is not simply confined to the objectifications of the immediate actions of the I. The me carries with an internalized response that serves as a commentary on the I's action. Mead, the action with reference to the others, calls out responses in the individual himself. There is then another me criticizing, approving, and suggesting, and conspicuously planning the reflective self. The running current of awareness then is not due to the I being immediately aware of itself. It is due to the running commentary of the me on actions of the I. The me follows the I so closely that the time that it appears as if the I is the source of the running current of awareness. Freud's superego could be conscious or unconscious. One might think of the me as similar to the conscious superego in the commentary that it provides, but one would have to be careful not to carry this analogy too far. For me, the me arises in relation to the system of behaviors, generalized others, and therefore is by definition multiple, although the behaviors of various me's can overlap. For Freud's model assumes a determinism that is not inherent in the relationship of the I to the me. Not only does the I initiate novel responses, its new behaviors can become part of the me. In other words, me's are not static. They are systems that often undergo transformations. This will become more apparent in the next section when we discuss Mead's ideas regarding emergence. Societal emergence and the philosophy of the present. We have seen that the I introduces novelty into actions and interactions between human beings. For Mead, novelty is not a phenomenon that can be accounted for in terms of human ignorance, as it can be for a determinist such as Spinoza. In the Spinozistic framework, even though everything in nature is determined as finite modes, we must remain ignorant of the totality of causes. In principle, however, an infinite mind could predict every event. Mead, following in the footsteps of Darwin, argues that novelty is in fact an aspect of the natural world, and that there are events that are not only unpredictable due to ignorance, but are in principle impossible to predict. In the latter category, for example, we find mutations that help to give rise to new species, as well as the creative responses of baseball players, musicians, composers, dancers, and scientists. In The Philosophy of the Present, a compilation based on the Peirce lectures delivered in the late 1930s in Berkeley, Mead outlines his thoughts on nature and time. Mead did not have the opportunity to develop his ideas into a book, in spite of the fact that these lectures were hurriedly written due to obligations that he had as chair of the University of Chicago's philosophy department. They contain ideas that illuminate his earlier work and indicate the direction of his thought. On the first page of the lectures, we are told that reality exists in a present and that we do not live in a Parmenidean cosmos. For a Parmenidean, reality does not exist. Existence involves non-existence. It does take place. The world is a world of events. Our world is one in which change is real and not merely a subjective perceptual phenomenon. It seems to me the extreme mathematization of recent science, in which the reality of motion is reduced to equations, in which change disappears in an identity, and which space and time disappear in four-dimensional continuum of indistinguishable events, which is neither space nor time, is a reflection of the treatment of time as a passage without becoming. The universe doesn't just spin its wheels and offer motion without real novelty. Part of the impetus between the philosophy of the present was to argue against the interpretation of space-time such as Hermann Minkowski, which illuminates the true novelty of the emergent. Emergence involves not only biological organisms, but matter and energy. Nevertheless, biological examples appear best suited to Mead's approach. It's worth noting that at this juncture that Mead had always been keenly interested in science and the scientific method. However, as a pragmatist, the test of scientific hypothesis for him is whether it can illuminate the world that is there. He certainly was never a positivist. As mentioned, Mead is a systematic thinker who speaks of taking the perspective of others and generalize others. These perspectives are not subjective for Mead, they are objective in the sense that they provide frames of reference and shared patterns of behavior for members of communities. This is not to say that every human community has an equally viable account of the natural world. This is in part why we have science for Mead. However, it is not only human perspectives that are objective for Mead. While it's true that only human beings share perspectives in a manner that allows them to be self-conscious about the perspectives of others, there is an objective reality to human perspectives. How can a non-human perspective be objective? In order to answer this question, a few general remarks about Mead's notion of perspective are in order. First, it is important to note that perspectives are not primarily visual for Mead. They are ways of speaking about how organisms act and interact in the environment. In the words of David Miller, according to Mead, every perspective is a consequence of an active selecting organism, and no perspective can be built up out of visual experiences alone or out of experiences of the so-called secondary qualities. A perspective arises out of relation of an active selective percipient event and its environment. It determines the order of things in the environment that are selected, and in its natures, we make distinctions among objects in our environment, finally through contact. Mead has been referred to as a tactile philosopher as opposed to a visual one because of the importance of contact experience in his thought. Perspectives involve contact and interaction between organisms and their environment. Its interactions and its environment shape and give form to its perspective. In other words, organisms stratify environments in different ways as they seek to meet their needs. The fish, of course, does not comprehend its perspective or localized environment as a system, but this doesn't make its perspective subjective. Human beings, given our capacity to discuss systems and language, can describe the ecology of a pond, or better, the ecologies of a pond, depending on what organisms we are studying. We can describe with varying degrees of accuracy what it's like to be a fish living in a particular pond as opposed to a snail. Through study, we learn about the perspectives of other creatures, although we cannot share them as we can the perspectives of the language-bearing members of our own species. For Mead, as noted, systems are not static. This is especially evident in the biological world. New forms of life arise, and some of them are due to efforts of human beings. For example, the botanist who creates hybrids. Mead argues that if a new form of life emerges from another form, then there is a time when this new organism is not fully developed and therefore has not yet modified its environmental niche. In this situation, the old environment has not disappeared, but neither has the new one been born. Mead refers to this state of betwixt and between as sociality. When the new form has established its citizen, and the botanist can exhibit the mutual adjustments that have taken place. The world has become a different world because of the advent, but to identify sociality with the result is to identify it with the system merely. It is rather the stage betwixt and between the old system and the new one that I'm referring to. Its emergence is a feature of reality, this phase of adjustment, which comes between the order universe before the emergent has arisen, and that after it has come to terms with the newcomer must be a feature also of reality. Sociology is a key idea for Mead and its implications for his sociology and social psychology. If we think of the me as a system, then there are times when the I initiates a newer response that may or may not be integrated into existing me. But if they come to be integrated, then there is a time betwixt and between the old and the new me system. What makes this all the more interesting is that human beings have a capacity for reflection. We can become aware of changes that are taking place as we stand betwixt and between, which allows for the possibility of influencing the development of a future self. We can even set up the conditions to promote changes that we believe may transform us in certain ways. Or to put this in another light, new problems are bound to arise in the world, and because of our capacity for sociality, we can get some purchase on the courses of action available to us that we reflect in the novel problems confronting us. Of course, because the problems are novel means that we do not have ready solutions. However, the capacity to stand betwixt and between old and possible new orders, as we do between old and new social roles, provides us with some opportunity for anticipating alternatives and integrating new responses. As a matter of fact, Mead links moral development with our capacity for moving beyond old values, old selves, in order to integrate new values into our personalities with new situations call for them. To leave the field of values represented by the old self is exactly what we term selfishness. The justification for the term is found in the habitual character of conduct with reference to these values, where, however, the problem is objectively considered, although the conflict is a social one, we should not resolve itself. It should not resolve itself in a struggle between selves, but into such reconstruction of the situation that different and enlarged and more adequate personalities may emerge. It is worth noting that Mead did not develop an ethics, at least not one that was systematically presented, but his position bears a kinship to theorists of moral sentiment. If we understand that taking the perspective of others is a more sophisticated statement of sympathetic attachments, it is important to emphasize that for pragmatic reasons, Mead does not think that the idea of compassion is sufficient for grounding in ethics. He argues for a notion of obligation that is tied to transforming social conditions that generate pain and suffering. Returning to Mead's notion of sociality, we can see that he is seeking to emphasize transition and change between systems. This emphasis on change has repercussions for his views of the present, which is not to be understood as a knife-edge present. In human experience, the present arises from the past and spreads into the future in a manner reminiscent of James' account of the stream of thought. Mead argues that the present entails duration. It retains the receding past and anticipates the imminent future, yet because reality ultimately exists in the present, Mead argues that the historical past, insofar as capable of being experienced, is transformed by novel events. History is not written on an unchanging scroll. Novelty gives light to the way of seeing the past. By virtue of its originality, the novel event, the emergent, cannot be explained or understood in terms of prior interpretations of the past. The past, which by definition can only exist in the present, changes to accommodate novel events. It is idle, at least for the purposes of experience, to have recourse to a real past within which we are making constant discoveries, for the past must be set over against a present within which the emergent appears, and the past, which must then be looked at from the standpoint of the emergent, becomes a different past. The emergent, when it appears, is always found to follow from the past, but before it appears, it does not, by definition, follow from the past. Determinism and freedom. Mead's account of the me and the generalized other has often led commentators to assume that he is a determinist. It is certainly the case that if one were to emphasize Mead's concern with social systems and social development of the self, one might be led to conclude that Mead is a theorist of the process of socialization, and the latter, nestled as they are within social systems, are beyond the control of the individuals. However, when one considers the role of the I and the novelty in his thinking, it becomes more difficult to view him as a determinist. But his emphasis on novelty only seems counter to determinism with spontaneity. This counter to determinism in itself doesn't supply a notion of autonomy, self-governance, and self-determination, which is often viewed as crucial to the modern Western notion of subject. However, Mead was a firm booster of the scientific method, which he viewed as an activity that was at its heart democratic. For him, science is tied to the manner in which human beings have managed from pre-recorded times to solve problems and transform their worlds. We have just learned to be more methodological about the ways in which we solve problems in modern science. If one considers his discussions of science and problem-solving behavior, which entail anticipatory experience, the reflexivity of consciousness, the sharing of perspectives, and their objective reality, and the creativity of the I, then one begins to see how Mead thought that our biological endowments, coupled with our social skills, could assist us in shaping our own futures, as well aid us in making moral decisions. He did not work out the details of this process, especially with regard to the moral autonomy of the I's role in it. There is, however, little doubt about how he thought autonomy possible, but the condition for its possibility depends on the nature of the self's genesis and the type of society in which it develops. Recent scholarship and trends. For the better half of a century, resurgence of an interest in pragmatism has led to a steady production of scholarship on the classical American pragmatists. Countless articles, books, and conferences have been dedicated to rediscovering and reinventing the idea of Peirce, Dewey, and James. Journals devoted to their work are available in print and online. George Herbert Mead is the curious exception. For Mead, no eponymous journal exists. Only a handful of philosophy conferences have been held in his honor. In comparison to these other pragmatists, the promise of his contributions remain unfulfilled. Many of the influential pragmatists of our time proudly accept the title of inheritors of the stewards of the thought of Peirce, James, or Dewey. While many sociologists have taken up Mead's manner, he has not received comparable treatment in philosophical circles. Early reviews of Mead's Analyst publication have praised him as comparable in genius and stature to Dewey and James. These reviewers anticipated Mead's novel ideas would prompt much philosophical debate, but philosophers who thought highly of him were often disappointed. Maurice Nadesan wrote of his dissatisfaction with the philosopher's scholars' neglect of Mead. The work of a truly major American philosopher is today largely unknown, frequently misunderstood where he is known, and more often than not simply ignored. Mead remains frequently glossed over, even by most scholars of pragmatism. The result has been a deficit in philosophical Mead scholarship relative to other classical pragmatists. This, however, is not to say that there hasn't been important work done on Mead. For example, Habermas's theory of the commutative action is indebted to Mead. In this section, we will highlight promising recent scholarship and trends which may open up avenues for future research. Since the Pusillanimous publication of Mind, Self, and Society, commentaries on Mead have often relied heavily on works that he did not publish, with particular emphasis on those lectures, notes, and manuscripts addressing the genesis and development of the mind and self. However, a systematic analysis of Mead's philosophy requires an assessment of the whole of his work, including works published in his lifetime. A relatively recent methodological trend in Mead scholarship consists in reframing Mead's legacy from a philosopher who seldom published to one whose written canon adds up to over 120 items and counting. By utilizing writings in which Mead's authorship is uncontested, these commentators seek to present Mead in a voice closer to his own. This trend in research, the unpublished Mead, has led to an inventive investigation into Mead's theories of experience, perception, action, emergence, society, the mind, social cognition. Further events employing this method have the potential to highlight Mead's contribution to the philosophies of history, education, politics, and social sciences. Mead developed an interest in physiology early in intellectual development, and he certainly saw us as embodied organisms for whom the sense of touch was uniquely important. But the relationship between the body and the self has been subject to different interpretation. Some recent studies on Mead have sought to address the constitutional role of bodily awareness in the emergence of mind itself and rethink what it is necessary to articulate a unified embodied self. Given Mead's distinction between the I and me, consequently, two interrelated trajectories in contemporary Mead scholarship have emerged. Investigations of the possibility of a pre-reflective self, particularly as it pertains to the constitution of a unified self, and situating Mead among social cognition theorists, whereby his philosophy serves as a precursor to what is now viewed as the second wave of cognitive science built upon action-oriented theories of the 4EA cognition: embedded, embodied, inactive, extended, and effective. Several contemporary commentators on Mead assert that within his theory of the origin and development of the self lies an opportunity or missed opportunity, depending on the degree of criticism, to account for the pre-reflective bodily self-awareness in humans that permits a non-linguistic, auto-effective, naturalized account of a unified bodily agency, which precedes the development of the socialized self. Medizia argues that for a unified self capable of self-reflection to emerge, we must presuppose bodily ownership, that is, a primal self-awareness emanating from a bodily mindedness. Similarly, while invoking Jean-Luc Marion's phenomenology, Genesis contends that acknowledging a primordial self-givenness generated by auto-affection accounts for the mindness of experience and aids in individuation. Further, he maintains that the concept of auto-affection dissolves the problem of delineation, a sharp distinction between Mead's I and me, because the self would be able to know the I directly. These accounts are not meant to undermine Mead's social self, but to supplement it as a precondition of human role-taking. Such accounts may be viewed as addressing the relationship between animal and human intelligence. Moreover, Madzia argues incorporating a primal self-awareness as a stage in the genesis of evolution of the self affords Mead the added benefit of making his theory compatible with pragmatism, principle of continuity. Nonetheless, Mead might disagree with these approaches and respond to such commentaries by restating his commitment to the social constitution of the self. I do not want to discuss metaphysical problems, but I want to insist that the self has a sort of structure that arises in social conduct that is entirely distinguishable from the so-called subjective experience. To address Mead's apparent failure to provide a comprehensive account of a unified self, some scholars have taken a different course. They have attempted to demonstrate how narrative can play a role in interpreting Mead's work. For example, by providing resources necessary to harmonize the multiple selves articulated by Mead, a turn to narrative can be viewed as bringing Mead closer to the hermeneutic philosophy of Charles Taylor and Paul Ricoeur. Taking up the second trajectory mentioned above, we find studies in what has been called the pragmatic turn in the second generation cognizing science. There are scholars, for example, Guido Baggio, Roman Madzia, and Ryan McVeigh, who view Mead's philosophy as a forerunner to the more contemporary physically embodied, social embodied, embedded, action-oriented theories of social cognition and mind. These commentators share the belief that Mead's interconnected theories of emergence, perception, action, and mind provide fertile areas for critical engagement with contemporary studies of inactive, extended, and embodied cognition. Mead and second generation cognitive theorists share a commitment to the evolutionary, genetic, and ultimately social development of cognition. Projects in Fourier cognition have the potential to align with or better respond to Mead's demand that questions of mind and the self are developed out of an integration of the parallel disciplines of philosophy, social psychology, and physiology. For instance, it has been argued that mirror neurons function as the neurological mechanisms that allow for humans to take the attitude of others. Contemporary research in cognitive science that addresses these perspectival nature and embodied sociology of such cognitive mechanisms as basic level cognition and joint attention has the potential to complement and enrich Mead's view on the emergence of self-minded society. Further, the importance for Mead of evolutionary process and contact experience in the genesis of the development of the self and mind opens the door to integration of his philosophy and the cognitive science in such areas as sensomotor and activism and the extended and embodied mind. Notably, the primacy of the hand's role in Mead's theory of perception leads itself to the current cognitive accounts of the embodied mind and the development of human intelligence and culture. We now transition from the philosophy of mind to the impact of Mead's work in social and political philosophy and its relationship to Hegel. Mead's early Hegelianism has been aptly noted. Although there are scholars who argue that Mead shed his Hegelian roots, others recommend that Mead's mature work can be read in light of Hegel. Recently, while continuing the methodological project of systematic reading of the published Mead, John Francis Cote presents a critical reconstruction of Mead's concept of society by advancing a genealogical account of Mead's lifelong engagement with Hegelian themes. Here, the cogenesis and indefinite co-restructuring of self-aware society and selfhood in its ontogenic and phylogenetic manifestations represent a marriage between Darwin evolutionary processes and Hegel's dialectics. Cote asserts for Mead, modern mass democracy, characterized by the political reforms of his time and the development of what Mead calls international mindedness, has produced a self-aware and self-transformative global society. Cote notes, however, that the promise of a cosmopolitan society does not end in mere globalization. Indebted to the thought of Mead, Ablafia's most recent book examines self-determination and cosmopolitanism. Among other topics, he explores the ways in which the social self in a form of transcendence relates to self-determination and the fashioning of a cosmopolitan sensibility that is sensitive to the experiences of different groups and peoples. Ablafia's and Coates' projects offer opportunities to develop a Mead-inspired political theory that emphasizes the transformative efforts of the individuals and institutions. Over the years, comparative analysis of Mead have brought him into conversations with analytic philosophers such as Wittgenstein, Sellers, Quine, and Davidson, the continental thought of Habermas and Arden, the phenomenologists such as Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, Heidegger, Levinas, and Marion, the philosophical hermeneutics and expressivists of Charles Taylor, the developmental psychologist, linguist, and cognitive scientist Michael Tomasello, economic thought, particularly Veblen and Sen, animal studies, and psychoanalytical theory. Research in pragmatism, feminism has revealed the influence of Mead on philosopher, educator, and activist Grace Lee Boggs of Detroit, previously Grace Chin Lee, whose dissertation and first book presented an early critical introduction to Mead's social philosophy. Of interest also are those studies in philosophical hermeneutics placing Mead in the tradition of Dilthey, Heidegger, and Gadamer. In recognizing the early influence of Dilthey and Mead, while a student of Berlin, we can begin to see how and where their interrelated interests develop similarities and differences, particularly as they relate to the natural and social sciences. Returning to their student-teacher relationship serves as a springboard for contemporary philosophical debates regarding the primacy of experience in life processes, the significance of historical situations, and overcoming of the traditional separation of theory and praxis. Lastly, we arrive at Mead's philosophy of education. Before allows, Mead was an educator, a stimulating orator. James Tuff tells us for Mead, the lecturer was his medium. He offered courses in a variety of disciplines that spanned the history of thought. Prior to holding appointments at the University of Michigan in Chicago, he tried his hand at grade school teacher. For Mead, the learner does not merely receive meaning she industriously incorporates and transforms it. For this reason, he was actively involved in Dewey's innovative laboratory school. For many years, he served as editor and contributor to educational journals, School Review, and elementary school teacher, and publicly spoke on and published in various other mediums shorter contributions to the philosophy of education, pedagogy, and educational psychology. It is often argued that Mead was so consumed by civic commitment to education reform in Chicago that he spent little attention to publishing ideas. Even more important than that, is known that his longest published piece in his lifetime was a report from vocational training in Chicago and other cities, a 2012 co-authored book-length study for the City Club of Chicago comparing practices in vocational education across cities. In opposition to segregating trade schools from traditional scholastic programs, he advocated for practical vocational education as a standard in the curriculum of public education. Further, Mead had intended to publish a book of collected short works entitled Essays in Psychology. Of the 18 chapters, 10 had education and other topics. Moreover, between the years 1905 and 11, Mead offered 4 courses in the philosophy of education at the University of Chicago, recognizing the vital importance of Mead education in Mead's social philosophy. Alfred Stafford Clayton published what remains of a sole book-length investigation into Mead's philosophy of education. Not until 2008 were the lecture notes on Mead's philosophy of education course made available to the public. Prior to this publication, only a few important studies were made on Mead's contributions to educational theory. Since then, little has been added to this important discussion. Throughout his writing, Mead often referred to the gradual development of a scientific attitude in a social selves, and society is a great, even splendid secular adventure. Perhaps recent trends in Mead scholarship will further clarify why he was so sanguine about this secular adventure. I also wonder if Mead had influence on my great-great-grandfather. Okay, so Claire sent me some sort of message. Okay, so let's do Richard Rorty. We'll finish up. Basically, nobody watching. But, the due diligence in my research. So even just for myself to go through this and watch back, put it out there. Hopefully it'll be useful to somebody. But even if not, just the due diligence for my own research. So last but not least, we started with Charles Sanders Peirce from the earlier, the former, the creator of American pragmatism, who focused more on science and logic and mathematics and the scientific method, to William James, the father of psychology, to John Dewey, like a polymath, but more in education and politics, but also thoughts in psychology, to his contemporary George Herbert Mead, who is integral in the philosophy itself, different forms and views of American pragmatism, to one of John Dewey's students, a modern neo-pragmatist, Richard Rorty. And I've talked about Richard Rorty on Week in Review, and I think Ralph from House of Comments said he was a student at University of California of Richard Rorty. So let's keep it going. Okay. Richard Rorty, 1931 to 2007, developed a distinctive and controversial brand of pragmatism that expressed itself along 2 main axes. One is negative, a critical diagnosis of what Rorty takes to be defining projects of modern philosophy. The other is positive, an attempt to show what intellectual culture might look like once we free ourselves from the governing metaphors of mind and knowledge, in which the traditional problems of epistemology and metaphysics, and indeed, in Rorty's view, the self-conception of modern philosophy, are rooted. The centerpiece of Rorty's critique is the provocative account offered in Philosophy in the Mirror of Nature. In this book and the closely related essays collected in Consequences of Pragmatism, Rorty's principal target is the philosophical idea of knowledge as a representation, as the mental mirroring of mind external world, providing a contrasting image of philosophy. Rorty has sought to integrate and apply the milestones of achievements of Dewey, Hegel, and Darwin in a pragmatist synthesis of historicism and naturalism, characterizations and illustrations of a post-epistemological intellectual culture present in both Philosophy in the Mirror of Nature, and Consequences of Pragmatism are more strictly developed in later work, such as Contingency, Irony, and Solidarity, in the popular essays and articles collected in Philosophy and Social Hope, and in 4 volumes of philosophical papers, Objectivity, Realism, and Truth, essays on Heidegger and others, Truth and Progress, and Philosophy and Cultural Politics. In these writings, ranging over the unusual wide intellectual territory, Rorty offers a highly integrated, multifaceted view of thought, culture, and politics, a view that has made him one of the most widely discussed philosophers in our time. So, most popular works are Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature and Consequences of Pragmatism. Biographical sketch. Richard McKay Rorty was born on October 4th, 1931 in New York City. He grew up, as he recounts, in Achieving Our Country on the anti-communist reformist left in mid-century within a circle combining anti-Stalinism with leftist social activism. In that circle, Rorty tells us, American patriotism, redistributionist economics, anti-communism, and Deweyan pragmatism went together easily and naturally. In 1946, Rorty went to the University of Chicago to a philosophy department, which at the time included Rudolf Carnap, Charles Hartshorne, and Richard McKeon, all of whom were Rorty's teachers. After receiving his BA in 1949, Rorty stayed on at Chicago to complete a master's 1952 with a thesis on Whitehead, supervised by Hawthorne from 1952 to 56. Rorty was at Yale, and he wrote a dissertation entitled The Concept of Potentiality. His supervisor was Paul Weiss. After the completion of his PhD, followed by 2 years in the Army, Rorty received his first academic appointment at Wesley College in 1961. After 3 years at Wesley, Rorty moved to Princeton University, where he stayed until he went to University of Virginia. In 1982, a Keenan Professor of Humanities, Rorty left the University of Virginia, accepting an appointment in the Department of Comparative Literature at Stanford University. That's where Ralph was. In the course of his career, Rorty received several academic awards and honors, including a Guggenheim Fellowship, a MacArthur Fellowship. He held a number of prestigious lectures, giving, among others, the Norcliffe Lectures at University College London, the Clark Lectures at Trinity College Cambridge, and the Massey Lectures at Harvard. Rorty died on June 8, 2007. Against epistemology. On Rorty's account, modern epistemology is not only an attempt to legitimate our claims to knowledge of what is real, but also an attempt to legitimate philosophical reflection itself, a pressing task on many accounts. Once the advent of the so-called new science of the 16th and 17th century gradually gave content to the notion of knowledge obtained by the methodological interrogation of nature itself, because the result of this kind of interrogation, theoretical empirical knowledge, is so obviously fruitful, and also carries with it seemingly uncontentious norms of progress, its mere presence poses a legitimation challenge to a form of thought and claim to knowledge that is distinct from it. Cartesian epistemology in Rorty's picture is designed to meet this challenge. It is skeptical in a fundamental way, skeptical doubt of a Cartesian sort, that is, doubts that can be raised about any sort of empirical claims whatever, and so cannot be alleviated by experience, and are tailor-made to preserve at once a domain and job for philosophical reflections. Rorty's aim in philosophy is to undermine the assumptions in the light of which this double legitimation project makes sense. That any vocabulary is optional and mutable is the basic conviction behind Rorty's attack on representational epistemology, carried out in philosophy as a mirror of nature. It informs, for instance, the genealogy, chapter 1, and deconstruction, chapter 2, and the concept of mind offered in the book's first part, Our Glassy Essence. The historical conviction, however, is not itself a central theme in Philosophy as a Mirror of Nature, and it emerges for explicit discussion only in the final section of the book, Philosophy, which is the shortest and in some way least developed of the 3 parts. The argumentative core of the Philosophy as a Mirror of Nature is found in its second part, Mirroring. Here, Rorty develops and extends a diverse lot of arguments, notably from Wilfrid Sellars, Quine, Kuhn, Wittgenstein, and Donald Davidson, into a general critique of the defining project of modern epistemology, the conception of minds of knowledge and of philosophy bequeathed in the 17th and 18th century. Rorty's key claim is that the Kantian picture of concepts and intuitions getting together to produce knowledge is needed to give sense to the idea of theory of knowledge as specifically philosophical discipline distinct from psychology. According to Rorty, this is equivalent to saying that if we do not have the distinction between what is the given and what is added by the mind, or that between the contingent because influenced by what is given and the necessary because entirely within the mind and under its control, then we will not know what would count as rational reconstruction of our knowledge. We will not know what epistemology's goal or method could be. Epistemology, in Rorty's account, is wedded to a picture of the mind structure working on empirical content to produce in itself items, thoughts, representations, which, when things go well, correctly mirror reality. To loosen the grip of the picture of our thinking is to challenge the idea of epistemology. Whether traditional Cartesian or the 20th century linguistic is the essence of philosophy. To this end, Rorty combines a reading of Quine's attack on the version of the structure-content distinction in the Two Dogmas of Empiricism, 1951, with a reading of Sellers' attack on the idea of forgiveness in empiricism and the philosophy of mind. On Rorty's reading, though neither Sellers or Quine is able to take in the liberating influence of the other, they're really attacking the same distinction or set of distinctions, while Quine casts doubt on the notion of structure of meaning, which linguistically turned epistemology has instated in place of mental entities. Sellers questions the very idea of givenness came at the distinction from the other side. Sellers and Quine invoke the same argument, one of which bears equally against the given versus non-given and the necessary versus contingent distinction. The crucial premise of this argument is that we understand knowledge when we understand social justification of belief, and thus we have no need to view its accuracy of representation. The upshot of Quine and Sellers' criticism of the myths and dogmas of epistemology, as Rorty suggests, that we see knowledge as a matter of conversation, of social practice, rather than as an attempt to mirror nature. Rorty provides this view with a label explaining rationality and epistemic authority by reference to what society lets us say, rather than the latter by the former, is the essence of what I shall call epistemological behavioralism, an attitude common to Dewey and Wittgenstein. Epistemological behavioralism leaves no room for the kind of practice transcending legitimation that Rorty identifies as the defining aspiration of modern epistemology. Assuming that epistemic practices do, or at least can, diverge, it is not surprising that Rorty's commitment to epistemological behaviorism should lead to charges of relativism or subjectivism. Indeed, many who share Rorty's historicist skepticism towards the transcending ambitions of epistemology, friendly critics like Hilary Putnam, John McDowell, and Daniel Dennett balk at the idea that there is no constraints on knowledge save conversational ones. Yet it is the central point of Rorty's position, repeated and elaborated in his late works. Indeed, he invokes it precisely in order to deflect this sort of criticism in Hilary Putnam and the Relativist Menace. Rorty says, in short, my strategy for escaping the self-referential difficulties into which the relativist keeps getting himself is to move everything over from epistemology and metaphysics into cultural politics, from claims to knowledge and to appeals to self-evidence to suggestions about what we should try. The epistemological behavioralism differs from the traditional forms of relativism and subjectivism. It is easier to see in light of Rorty's criticism of the notion of representation and the cluster of philosophical images which surround it. Hey, Elemental Tango, Lex Broken, God bless, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that, good to see you. Anti-representationalism. Rorty's enduring attitude to relativism and subjectivism is that both are products of the representationist paradigm. Though the theme is explicit in his works Pragmatism, Relativism, and Irrationalism, it is with Rorty's later and further appropriation of Davidson that his criticism of the idea of knowledge as representation becomes fully elaborated. Drawing on Davidson's criticism of the scheme-content distinction on the very idea of conceptual scheme and the correspondence theory of truth, the structure and content of truth, Rorty is able to back up his rejection of any philosophical position or project which attempts to draw a general line between what is made and what is found. What is subjective and what is objective, what is mere appearance and what is real. Rorty's position is that these concepts contrast never have applications, but that such an application is always context and interest bound, and that there is, as in the case of related truth and a notion of truth, nothing to be said about them in general. Rorty's commitment to the conversationalist view of knowledge must therefore be distinguished from the subjectivism or relativism which Rorty argues presuppose the very distinction he seeks to reject. Equally, Rorty's epistemological behavioralism must not be confused with the idealism that asserts a primacy of thought or language which, with respect to the unmediated world, since this too is a position that is undercut by Rorty's Davidsonian position. In light of the view of truth and of meaning that Rorty appropriates from Davidson, his conversationalism is not a matter of giving priority to the subjective over the objective or to mind's power over the world's constraint. Rather, is the other side of his anti-representationalism, which denies that we are related to the world in anything other than causal terms. Differently put, Rorty argues that we can give no useful content to the notion that the world, by its very nature, rationally constrains choices or vocabulary with which to cope with. This has implication for Rorty's view of the contribution of philosophy on intellectual progress. What matters in the end are changes in vocabulary rather than changes in belief, changes in truth value candidates rather than assignment of truth value. As Rorty reads philosophy, its significant achievements are not discoveries of the truth or falsehoods or certain propositions, but innovations in our descriptive capacities, changes in what we are able to say and think. Rationality, science, and truth. Attacking the idea that we must acknowledge the world's normative constraint on our belief systems if we are to be rational subjects, Rorty has drawn a great deal of criticism that takes science, particularly natural science, as its chief reference point. Two general kinds of criticisms are often raised. The first insists that science consists precisely in the effort to learn the truth about how things are by methodologically allowing us to be constrained in our beliefs by the other. On this view, Rorty is simply denying the very idea of science. The other kind of criticism seeks to be internal. In Rorty's view of science were to prevail, scientists would no longer be motivated to carry on as they are. Science would cease to be useful, sort of thing that Rorty also thinks it is. However, Rorty's view of science is more complicated than he himself sometimes implies. He says, I tend to view natural science as the business of controlling and predicting things, and is largely useless for philosophical purposes. Yet he spends a good deal of time drawing on alternative pictures of the intellectual virtues that good science embodies. This is a picture which eschews the notion that science succeeds when it does in virtue of being in touch with reality in a special way, the sort of way epistemologists, when successful, can clarify. It is this sense of specifically that Rorty disavows science in a philosophically significant. Good science may nevertheless be a model of rationality, in Rorty's view, exactly insofar as scientific practices have succeeded in establishing institutions conducive to the democratic exchange of views. The provocative and counterintuitive force of Rorty's treatment of the rationality in science in terms of conversational ethics is undeniable. It is important to realize, though, that Rorty is not denying that there is any bona fide use of notions like truth, knowledge, and objectivity. Rather, his point is that our ordinary use of these notions always trade for their content and point on particular features of their varying context and of application. His further point is that when we abstract away from these different contexts and practices in search of general notions, we are left with pure abstract hypothesizations incapable of providing us with any guide to action at all. The upshot Rorty holds is that we simply do not have a concept of objective reality which can be invoked either to explain the success of some set of norms of warrant or justify some set of standards over against others. This is perhaps clearest in Rorty's treatment of the concept of truth. With regard to truth, Rorty's rhetoric and philosophical strategy has indeed shifted over the last 3 decades. As late as 1982, he still attempts to articulate his view of truth by drawing on William James' famous definition in terms of what is good in the way of belief. Soon after this, Rorty comes to doubt the point of any theory of truth, and following Davidson's lead, explicitly rejects all attempts to explicate the notion of truth in terms of other concepts. Rorty's mature view on the point of the significance of the concept of truth is first elaborated in Davidson, Pragmatism, and Truth. Recent expressions are found in the first 2 Spinoza lectures given at the University of Amsterdam in 1997. Is it desirable to love truth? In the paper, Is Truth the Goal of Inquiry? Donald Davidson versus Crispin Wright, as well as an introduction to other works. In these writings, Rorty argues that while truth has various important uses, it does not itself name a goal towards which we can strive over and above warrant or justification. His argument is not that truth is reducible to warrant, but that the concept has no deep or substantive criterial content at all. That is, there is only semantic explanations to be offered for why it is the case that a given sentence is true just when its truth conditions are satisfied. So aiming for truth as opposed to warrant does not point to a possible line of action, just as we have no measure of our approximation to truth other than increasing warrant. Indeed, for Rorty, this is part of what makes the concept so useful in a matter of not coincidentally analogous with goodness. It ensures that no sentence can ever be analytically certified as true by virtue of its possession of some other property. Rorty's attitude of the concept of truth has been much criticized, often on the grounds that the very notion of warrant, indeed the concept of belief in general, presupposes the notion of truth. However, it may be that we can do justice to these connections without supposing that the notion of truth thus involves back up the notions of belief and warrant with any substantive normative content of its own. Indeed, that neither the concept of truth nor those of objectivity and reality can be invoked to explain or legitimate our inferential practices and our standards of warrant is the essence of Rorty's conversational or epistemological behavioralism. Cultural politics. Taking epistemological behavioralism to its heart, Rorty urges means that we can no longer construe the authority of the sciences in terms of ontological claims. Though many disagree, this is not for Rorty to denigrate or weaken the authority of science. Indeed, a prominent feature of Rorty's post-metaphysical, post-epistemological culture is a thoroughgoing Darwinian naturalism. To be a naturalist in a Rorty sense is to be the kind of anti-essentialist who, like Dewey, sees no breaks in the hierarchy of increasing complex adjustments to novel stimulation, the hierarchy which has amoeba adjusting themselves to change water temperature at the bottom, bees dancing, and chess players checkmating in the middle, and people fomenting scientific, artistic, and political revolutions at the top. In Rorty's view, both Dewey's pragmatism and Darwinism encourage us to see vocabularies as tools to be assessed in terms of the particular purposes they may serve. Our vocabularies, Rorty suggests, have no more a representational relation to an intrinsic nature of things than does the anteater snout or the bowerbird skill at weaving. Pragmatic evolution of various linguistically infused practices requires a degree of specificity. From Rorty's perspective, to suggest that we might evaluate vocabularies with respect to their ability to uncover the truth would be like claiming to evaluate tools for their ability to help us get what we want, full stop. If the hammer or the saw or the scissors is better in general, questions about the usefulness can only be answered, Rorty points on, whence we give substance to our purposes. Rorty's pragmatist appropriation of Darwin also diffuses the significance of reduction. He rejects as representationalism the sort of naturalism that implies a program of nomological or conceptual reduction, two terms at home in the basic science. Rorty's naturalism echoes Nietzsche's perspectivism. A descriptive vocabulary is valuable insofar as the patterns it highlights are usefully attended to by creatures with needs and interests like ours. Darwinian naturalism for Rorty implies that there is no one privileged vocabulary whose purpose it is to serve as a critical touchstones for our various descriptive practices. For Rorty, then, any vocabulary, even the evolutionary explanation, is a tool for a purpose and therefore subject to theological assessment. Typically, Rorty justifies his own commitment to Darwinian naturalism by suggesting that this vocabulary is suited to further the secularization and democratization of society that Rorty thinks we should aim for. Accordingly, there is a close tie between Rorty's construal of the naturalism he endorses and his most basic political convictions. Ethnocentrism and relativism. One result of Rorty's naturalism is that he is an avowed ethnocentric. If vocabularies are tools, and they are tools within a particular history, having been developed in particular cultures, in using the vocabulary one has inherited, one is participating in and contributing to the history of that vocabulary, and so cannot help but take up a position within a particular culture that has created it. As he puts it, one consequence of anti-representationalism is the recognition that no description of how things are from a God's eye point of view, no skyhook provided by some contemporary or yet to be developed science, is going to free us from the contingency of having articulated as we were. Our acculturation is what makes certain options live or momentous or forced, while leaving others dead or trivial or optional. This view looks to many readers like a version of cultural relativism. Granted, Rorty does not say that what is true, what is good, and what is right is relative to some particular ethnos, and so in the sense he is no relativist, but the worry about relativism that it leaves us with no rational way to adjudicate conflict seems to apply equally to Rorty's ethnocentric view. Rorty's answers say that one sense of rational that is true, but that in another sense it is not, and to recommend that we drop the former. Rorty's position is that we have no notion of rational warrant that exceeds or transcends or grounds the norms that liberal intellectuals take to define through open-minded reflective discussion. It is chimerical, Rorty holds, to think that the force of attractiveness of the norms can be enhanced by argument that does not presuppose them. It is pointless equally to look for ways of convincing those that pay attention no heed of irrationality. Persuasion across such fundamental differences is achieved, if at all, by concrete comparisons of particular alternatives, by elaborate descriptions and redescriptions of the kinds of life to which different practices conduce. In his own works, Rorty authors such comparisons, descriptions, and redescriptions with the goal of making liberalism the most attractive alternative. Liberalism and irony. Rorty is a self-proclaimed postmodernist bourgeois liberal. His liberalism is postmodernist because it does not depend on a meta-narrative according to which liberalism is the realization of the embodiment of transcultural and ahistorical conceptions of rationality and morality. Rather, its institutions and practices are the lucky result of a contingent history. His liberalism is bourgeois because the contingent history includes economic conditions that make these institutions and practices possible. Thus, his liberalism is a pragmatic liberalism. He is skeptical of political thought, purporting to uncover hidden systematic causes for injustice and exploitation, and on the basis presupposing sweeping changes to set things right. Rather, liberalism involves piecemeal reforms, advancing economic justice, and increasing the freedoms that citizens are able to enjoy. It is also romantic liberalism. He follows Judith Sklar in identifying liberals by their belief that cruelty is the worst thing we do, and contends it is our ability to imagine the ways that we can be cruel to others and how we could be different that enables us to gradually expand the community that we feel solidarity. It is possible Rorty thinks to be both a liberal and an ironist. The ironist, a figure Rorty contrasts with the metaphysician, is a central character in his works. The metaphysician is someone who adheres to the common sense view that it is possible to discover the true nature of reality and the true nature of self, whereas the ironist is someone who understands that any particular description of reality or of the self that they might adapt will be adopted only for contingent reasons, often having to do with culture and upbringing, because one recognizes that the descriptions used are optional. They're often on the lookout for new ways of describing things, particularly when they have radical and continuing doubts about the final vocabulary currently used, because one believes there is nothing beyond vocabularies which serves as a criterion of choice between them. These doubts can only be resolved by comparing alternative possible vocabularies. Thus, one seeks out different and compelling descriptions that can adapt or incorporate into their own final vocabulary. Rorty's liberal ironism, recognizing, indeed affirming, the contingency of one's own commitment, is explicitly ethnocentric. One accepts that bourgeois liberalism has no universality rather than the transient, unstable one which time, luck, and discursive efforts might win for it, recognizing the contingency of these values and the vocabulary of which they are expressed, while retaining the commitment and the attitude of the liberal ironist. Liberal ironists have the ability to combine consciousness and contingency of their own evaluative vocabulary with the commitment to reducing suffering, in particular with a commitment to combating cruelty. Public and private. Rorty's version of liberalism is also expressed in the distinction he draws between private and the public. This distinction is often misinterpreted to imply that certain domains of interaction or behavior should be exempted from evaluation in moral, political, or social terms. The distinction Rorty draws, however, has little to do with traditional attempts to draw lines of demarcation of the sort between a private and public domain to determine which aspects of our lives we do and which we don't have to answer for publicly. Rorty's distinction rather goes to the purposes of theoretical vocabularies. We should, Rorty urged, be content to treat the demands of self-creation and of human solidarity as equally valid. yet forever incommensurable. Rorty's view is that we should treat vocabularies for deliberation about public goods, social and political arrangements on one hand, and vocabularies developed or created in pursuit of personal fulfillment, self-creation, and self-realization on the other as distinct tools. The attempt to bring them together in an overarching theory is part of what has led philosophy to pursue projects that have exceeded their usefulness. Rorty's distinction between public and private is personified in the figure of the liberal ironist. She is a person who recognizes that her final vocabulary can be split into two parts, where the public part of her final vocabulary has to do with her responsibilities to others, justice, and the private part in her final vocabulary has to do with her responsibilities to herself, self-creation. Arguably, the liberal ironist is the type of person Rorty himself aspired to be, as evidenced by the autobiographical essay Trotsky in the Wild Orchids. There, he admits that much of his early philosophical career had been an attempt to reconcile public and private, but he gradually decided that the whole idea of holding reality and justice in a single vision had to be a mistake. Critics have often worried that Rorty's line between public and private simply redescribes one of the most problematic features of liberalism. However, the line Rorty draws between public and private is necessarily porous. It is in part because of the move of private vocabularies to public realm that social progress occurs. Redescription and social progress. The key imperative of Rorty's ethno-political agenda is the deepening and widening of solidarity. Consistent with his ethnocentrism, he distinguishes between us and them, arguing that thinking of more and diverse people as one of us is the hallmark of social progress. Solidarity is brought about by gradual and contingent expansions of the scope of we. It is created through the hard work of training of our sympathies rather than through the recognitions of antecedent criteria that stipulate what we have in common. We train our sympathies, Rorty thinks, by exposing ourselves to forms of suffering we had previously overlooked. Thus, the task of the intellectuals with respect to the social progress is not to provide refinements of social theory, but to sensitize us to the suffering of others and refine, deepen, and expand our ability to identify with others, to think of others as like ourselves in morally relevant ways. The liberal ironist in particular sees enlarging our acquaintances as the only way to assuage the doubts she has about herself and her culture. The task of achieving solidarity is, for Rorty, divided up into between agents of love or guardians of diversity and agents of justice or guardians of universality. Rorty writes, the moral task of liberal democracy are divided between the agents of love and the agents of justice. In other words, such a democracy employs and empowers both connoisseurs of diversity and guardians of universality. The former insists that there are people out there whom society has failed to notice. They make these candidates for admission visible by showing how to explain their odd behavior in terms of coherent, if unfamiliar set of beliefs and desires, as opposed to explaining this behavior with terms like stupidity, madness, baseness, or sin. The latter, the guardians of universality, make sure that once these people are admitted as citizens, once they have been shepherded into introduction by the connoisseurs of diversity, they're treated just like the rest of us. This distinction between guardians of universality and guardians of diversity corresponds to Rorty's distinction between propositions and vocabularies. A change in our beliefs may result from convincing arguments that occur in the intervocabulary level within what Rorty refers to as normal discourse. A change in what we perceive as interesting truth value candidates occurs at the intervocabulary level within abnormal discourse. Abnormal discourse, Rorty contends, can produce anything from nonsense to intellectual revolution. Which of these it will produce depends on whether the new descriptions offered up catch on more broadly. Rorty identifies romanticism as the view that the latter sort of change is the more significant one. The guardians of diversity contribute to social progress by offering new descriptions that the liberal ironist might find in her search for new and compelling descriptions to adopt or incorporate into her own final vocabulary. This role is attributed to strong poets and ironists, theorists on the one hand, and novelists and journalists on the other hand. Strong poets and ironists like Marcel Proust, Friedrich Nietzsche, Martin Heidegger, and Jacques Derrida offer new descriptions in their private attempts to achieve autonomy by getting out from under their final vocabularies they've inherited. Novelists like Vladimir Nabokov, George Orwell, Charles Dickens, Henry Beecher Stowe, and Radcliffe Hall offer a new description that draws our attention to the suffering of the previously overlooked people and groups. They contribute to social progress by pointing out concrete cases of particular people, ignoring the suffering of other people, particular people. because reading novels is one of the best ways to sensitize ourselves to the suffering experienced by others, to see that they have the same tendency to bleed when pricked. Rorty thinks a liberal arts education is the key to maintaining liberal democracy and for strengthening a global human rights culture. In other essays like Feminism and Pragmatism, the role of the guardian of diversity is expanded to include prophetic thinkers like Catherine McKinnon and Marilyn Frye, who offer new descriptions in the public efforts to reduce suffering. Rorty ultimately refers to these methods for securing social progress as cultural politics. Cultural politics includes both negative projects, abandoning words and descriptions that block our abilities to sympathize with others, and positive projects, new ways of speaking that help us to see others are just like us and therefore diverse to be part of our moral community. Cultural politics thus involves imagining and articulating utopian visions, a task he contends falls naturally to the left, which is by definition the party of hope. It insists that our nation remains unachieved. Rorty's America. Rorty's utopian yearnings describe an America that has taken up his proposal to replace theory with metaphor and universal moral principles with feelings of solidarity. He argues that achieving solidarity requires economic security. When our economic circumstances are such that we are forced to choose between feeding our families and feeding strangers, the community to which one is loyal will contract. In his words, our loyalty to larger groups will however weaken or even vanish altogether when things get really tough. Then people whom we once thought of as like ourselves will be excluded. Sharing food with impoverished people down the street is natural and right in normal times, but perhaps not in a famine, when doing so amounts to disloyalty to one's own family. The tougher things get, the more ties to loyalty to those near and hand tighten, and the more those to everyone else slacken. Following the pragmatist insights that beliefs in our habits of action, Rorty contends that to hold a belief simply means that one is inclined to act in certain ways and not in others. Thus, to believe that someone is one of us, a member of our moral community, is to exhibit readiness to come to their assistance when they are in need. Thus, an answer to the question of who are we, which is to have any moral significance, has to be one which takes money into account. This helps to explain why Rorty calls for a return to the reformist left of the 1960s in America, when universities and unions found common cause. What Rorty calls the cultural left, the contemporary academic left, is plagued by two related problems. First, it has ignored economic inequality, Rorty's shorthand for which is selfishness, and focused on other identity-based forms of inequality, Rorty's shorthand for which is sadism. While Rorty thinks attempting to ameliorate racial and gender inequality is a laudable goal, he laments the fact that the focus has displaced the focus on economic inequality. Second, Rorty worries that the cultural left tries to theorize its way into political relevance and thereby adopts a spectorial approach. In so doing, he prioritizes knowledge over hope. Thus, Rorty enjoins the cultural left to abandon its spectorial approach by abandoning theory and reviving its hope in the promise of America. A reinvigorated left would have to reclaim the sort of pride in America that animated the work of the reformist left. Rorty opens Achieving Our Country, 1998, by writing, "National pride is to countries what self-respect is to individuals, a necessary condition for self-improvement. Too much national pride can produce bellicosity and imperialism, just as excessive self-respect can produce arrogance. But just as too little self-respect makes it difficult for a person to display moral courage, so insufficient national pride makes energetic and effective debate about national policy unlikely. While philosophical theorizing about America is a symptom of hopelessness, engaging in debates about what America can do or become represents a hopeful attitude that he thinks is required for social progress." Rorty and the Conversations of Philosophy. The wide scope of Rorty's philosophical deconstruction of representationalism, together with a penchant for uncashed metaphor and swift, broad-stroke historical narrative, earned Rorty a sturdy reputation as a anti-philosopher's philosopher. At the same time, however, as his reputation within the dominant culture of analytic philosophy was waning in the wake of Philosophy is the Mirror of Nature, his writings from the 1980s in particular gained a significant readership beyond the confines of the profession. Still, while his academic engagement certainly ranged far beyond the confines of analytical philosophy, it would be wrong to say Rorty turned his back on the enterprise. The relationship, as we shall see, though both complicated and shifting over the decades, has continued to develop Rorty's work in is appropriated by new generations of readers. Critical responses. By the 1970, the year Rorty was promoted to full professor at Princeton, he had made a name for himself in analytical philosophy. He had written a series of original and often prescient essays on issues then at the center of the professional attention, notably of a philosophy of mind and metaphilosophy. He had also edited the volume The Linguistic Turn, Essays in Philosophical Method, 1992. This collection of papers by prominent contributors, framed by Rorty's extensive introduction, received a great deal of attention and acclaim. It did much to cement the idea of a linguistic turn. Rorty attributes this notion to Gustav Bergman as a sea change in the history of philosophy. Throughout the 1970s, Rorty's metaphilosophical papers prodded the self-understanding of contemporary analytical philosophy, advocating the relevance of American pragmatism, Wittgenstein, and thinkers from the European continental tradition to the self-conception of post-positivist analytical philosophy. It is well documented that Rorty became increasingly disenchanted with the practices of philosophy as it was conducted by the dominant figures in Princeton department during this period, and no doubt the feeling was reciprocated. Nevertheless, with the philosophical community at large, Rorty's standing was such that he was elected president of the Eastern Division of the American Philosophical Association for the academic year 1979-80, just weeks before he gave the presidential address, Pragmatism, Relativism, and Irrationalism. However, it was published by Princeton University Press. To Rorty's surprise, the monograph was read as an attack on the basic creed of analytical philosophy as such, rather than as an attempt at benevolent reform. Most reviewers were hostile to what they regarded as Rorty's end of philosophy message, and in the years that followed, Rorty's challenge to representationalist epistemology was in many influential quarters studiously ignored. In retrospect, the hostility may appear excessive, but understandable. As we have seen in the connection with Rorty's attitude to science, it is particularly Rorty's treatment of truth and knowledge that drew fire from philosophers. While a great variety of philosophers have criticized Rorty on the general score in a great variety of ways, a common concern stands out. Rorty's conversationalism view of truth and knowledge leaves us entirely unable to account for the notion that a reasonable view of how things are is a view suitably constrained by how the world actually is. The criticism is leveled against Rorty not only from the standpoint of metaphysical and scientific realism views of the sort that Rorty hoped would soon be extinct, it is expressed also by thinkers who respect Rorty's dialectic acumen, who have some sympathy for Rorty's historicist view of intellectual progress, and who find persuasive his critique of Kantian and Platonist features of modern philosophy. John McDowell, for instance, claims that Rorty's view of the relationship between agent and the world as merely causal runs afoul of the notion of a very concept of a creature with beliefs, involves the idea of a rational constraint of the world on our epistemic states. Pascal Engel, in his exchange with Rorty on the notion of truth, takes Rorty to task for giving up the notion of that undergirds rational argument and conviction, without which it is hard to see what the remit of philosophy might possibly be. However, critics are not concerned only with what they see as misguided view of belief, truth, and knowledge, whether relativist, subjectivist, or idealist in nature. An important reason for the high temperature of much of the debate that Rorty has inspired is that he appears to some to reject the very values that are basis for any articulation of a philosophical view of truth or knowledge at all. As Engel emphasizes, Rorty is indeed critical of the role of argument in intellectual progress, and he's dismissive of the very idea of theories of truth, of knowledge, or of rationality, and the like. Philosophers such as Hilary Putnam and Susan Hack, who shared Rorty's view that analytical philosophy would do very well to incorporate the lessons of American pragmatism, focus their criticism on exactly this aspect of Rorty's view. Hack, in particular, frames her attack on Rorty along these lines. In moral terms, to her mind, Rorty's efforts to abandon the basic concepts of traditional epistemology are symptoms of vulgar cynicism, which contributes to the decline of reason and intellectual integrity that Hack and others find to be characteristic of much contemporary thought. The charge of intellectual irresponsibility is sometimes raised, or at least implied, in connection with Rorty's use of historical figures. Rorty's reading of Descartes and Kant have often been challenged, and as is his more constructive uses of Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Wittgenstein. The kind of appropriation of other writers and thinkers that Rorty performs will, at times, seems to do violence to their views and intentions of the protagonist. Rorty, however, is quite clear about the rhetorical point and scholarly limitations of these kinds of redescriptions, as he explains in the Historiography of Philosophy, 4 genres. Claim to pragmatism. Rorty's reading of earlier philosophy has always been unabashedly appropriative and hence often controversial. His heterodox reading of Dewey and his general dismissive attitude towards Peirce has also meant that Rorty found few friends among the keepers of the pragmatist tradition in the American Academy. Prominent readers of the classical American pragmatists have expressed deep reservations about Rorty's interpretation of Dewey and Peirce, in particular in his construal of the pragmatist movement in general. Consequently, Rorty's entitlement to be labeled pragmatist has been challenged. Hack's strong claims on this score are notable, but there are many others. For Rorty, the key figure in American pragmatism movement is John Dewey, to whom he attributes many of his own central doctrines. In particular, Rorty finds in Dewey an anticipation of his own views of philosophy as the facilitator of humanist politics, of a non-ontological view of the virtues of inquiry, of a holistic conception of human intellectual life, and of an anti-essentialist historicist conception of philosophical thought. To read Dewey his way, however, Rorty explicitly sets about separating the good from the bad Dewey. He is critical of what he takes to be Dewey's backsliding into metaphysics and experience in nature, and has no patience for the constructive attempt of logic, the theory of inquiry. Rorty thus implies a scheme of evaluation of Dewey's work, which many scholars object to. Levine, for one, claims that scientific method is Dewey's central concept. Sleeper holds that reform rather than elimination of metaphysics and epistemology is Dewey's aim. Rorty's least favorite pragmatist is Peirce, whom he regards as subject to both scheme content dualism and a degree of scientism. So it is not surprising that Hack, whose own pragmatism draws inspiration from Peirce, finds Rorty's recasting of pragmatism literally unworthy of the name. For Hack, perspective, Rorty's opposition to the epistemological orientation of modern philosophy breaks fundamentally with the American pragmatist insofar as he dismisses the very project that gave direction to their work, while classical pragmatists, in an attempt to understand and work out a novel legitimation framework for scientific inquiry, Hack maintains Rorty's pragmatism is simply an abandonment of the very attempt to learn more about nature and the adequacy of conditions of inquiry. Instead of aiding us in the aspiration to govern ourselves through rational thought, Rorty weakens our intellectual resilience and leaves us even more vulnerable to rhetorical seduction. To Hack and her sympathizers, Rorty's pragmatism is dangerous, performing an end run on reason and therefore on philosophy. Charles Mizak, who is one of the most influential voices among contemporary pragmatists, and who also shares Hack's enthusiasm for Peirce, criticizes Rorty along similar lines. When Rorty abandons the notion of objectivity, Mizak argues he also dispenses with the capacity for normative critique. Rorty, from this perspective, ends up with a pragmatism of subjectivity in the tradition of William James. Analytic philosophy. Rorty is sometimes portrayed as a renegade, as someone who went through it, transformative from bona fide analytic philosopher to something else, and then lived a telltale of liberation from useful enchantment. This portrayal, however, distorts both Rorty's view of analytical philosophy and the trajectory of his thinking. Indeed, Rorty's relation to the tradition of Western philosophy is more nuanced than his reputation might suggest. So too is his relation to analytic philosophy in particular. Though, through the introduction to the 1967 volume on the linguistic turn and the early papers in philosophy of mind in the 1960s do show Rorty adopting a framework for philosophical problems that he later dispenses with, these writings at the same time very clearly bear the mark of the fundamental metaphilosophical attitude which becomes increasingly explicit in the next decade. In the preface to his philosophy, referring to Hartshorne, McKeon, Carnap, Rilke, Brombaugh, Karl Hempel, and Paul Weiss, Rorty says, "I am very fortunate in having these men as my teachers, but for better or worse, I treated them all as saying the same thing, that a philosophical problem was a product of the unconscious adoption of a set of assumptions built into a vocabulary in which the problem was stated, assumptions which were to be questioned before the problem itself was taken seriously." This way of stating the lesson, however, appears to leave open the possibility that certain philosophical problems eventually may legitimately be taken seriously, that is, at face value, in the sense that they require constructive solutions, provided the assumption which sustain their formulation stand up to proper critical scrutiny. Taking this away, the attitude Rorty here expresses would be more or less the same as that of all the philosophers who have diagnosed their predecessors' work as mixtures of pseudo-questions and genuine problems, dimly glimpsed, problems which now, with the proper frame of questioning fully clarified, may be productively addressed. By the full force of the lesson Rorty learned emerges only with the view that this notion is a power a proper critical scrutiny is questionable. For Rorty to legitimate the assumptions on which philosophical problem is based would be to establish that the terms were required to pose that problem are really mandatory, that the vocabulary in which we encounter the problem is in principle inescapable. But Rorty's construal of the linguistic turn, as well as his proposals for eliminating the vocabulary of the mental, are really at odds with the idea that we might hope to construct a definitive vocabulary for philosophy. Even in his early days, Rorty's approach to philosophy is shaped by the historicist conviction that no vocabulary is inescapable in principle. This means that progress in philosophy is gained less from constructive solutions to problems that through therapeutic dissolution of their causes, that is, through the invention of new vocabularies achieved by the launch of new and fruitful metaphors. To hold that no vocabulary is final is also to hold that no vocabulary can be free of unthematized yet optional assumptions. Hence, any effort to circumvent a philosophical problem by making such assumptions visible is subject to its own circumvention, according to the fact that Rorty often distances himself from the terms in which he earlier framed arguments and made diagnosis is in itself no reason to impose on him, as some have done, a temporal dichotomy. It may be seen that Rorty's early work, inspired by a less critical, less dialectic reading of Quine and Sellers than offered in his philosophy, is more constructive than therapeutic in tone and jargon, and therefore, from Rorty's later perspective, in an important sense misguided. However, what it ties together all of Rorty's work over time and across themes is his complete lack of faith in the idea that there is an ideal vocabulary, one which contains all genuine discursive options. Rorty designates this faith Platonism, that there is no inescapable form of description, is a thought which permeates Rorty's work from the 1960s through his later therapeutic articulation of pragmatism, right up until his characterization of philosophy as cultural politics. Characterizations of pragmatism in terms of anti-foundationalism, of anti-representationalism, and of anti-essentialism are all explicitly parasitic on a constructive efforts in epistemology and metaphysics, and are indebted to the highlights of the various ways these efforts remain under the spell of a Platonic faith in ideal concepts and mandatory form of descriptions. Rorty's use of Quine and Sellers to make his fundamental points against the idea of philosophy as a knowledge legitimation project, as well as articulation of the critique in terms of typically analytical philosophical problems, his contribution to an impression of philosophy as an internal indictment of the analytical philosophy as such. Many see, some gleeful, some charmingly, have read Rorty's philosophy as a purported demonstration of the bankruptcy of one of the two contemporary mainstreams of Western philosophy. Some readers draw support from this view also from the fact that much of Rorty's writings have been concerned to show the virtues in thinkers like Heidegger and Derrida. 40 years later, however, it seems unwise to superimpose the analytical continental divide onto the message of his early philosophy and onto Rorty. Early, his central point is that philosophy needs to break free from the metaphor of mind as a medium of appearances that philosophy must help us sort into mere and the reality corresponding ones. Rorty made this point in a vocabulary that was developed by the Anglo-American, whether by birth, naturalization, or late adoption. Philosophers of the course of the preceding half-century, it is not necessarily probably misleading to see Rorty's criticism of epistemology and the assumptions that make it appear worthwhile as a criticism of a particular philosophical style of philosophy or a set of methodological habits. Reading Rorty, one quickly sees that the target of his early philosophy cannot be a putative school or branch of the subject called analytical philosophy, because Rorty thinks that philosophy has no essence, has no defining historical task, fails to mark out a special domain of knowledge, and is not, in short, a natural kind. He leaves no ground from which to level that sort of critique, nor is it his intention to do so. Around the time of the early publication of philosophy, Rorty's view on the matter is that analytical philosophy now has only a stylistic and sociological unity. He then qualifies this point as follows. I'm saying this, I'm not suggesting that analytical philosophy is a bad thing or is in bad shape. The analytical style is, I think, a good style. The esprit de corps among analytical philosophers is healthy and useful. However, while Rorty apparently bears no prejudice against analytical philosophy in particular, the very reason for his tolerance, his anti-essentialist historicist view of philosophy and its problems, has for many critics been a point of objection. After his faint praise, Rorty goes on, all I'm saying is that analytical philosophy has become, whether it likes it or not, the same sort of discipline we find in other humanities departments where pretensions to rigor and the scientific status are less evident. The normal form of life in the humanities and is the same as that in the arts and the belles lettres. A genius does something new and interesting and persuasive, and his or her admirers begin to form a school or movement. This is perfectly consonant with the attitude, the notion of the philosophical method Rorty expressed 20 years later. So-called methods are simply descriptions of the activities engaged in by the enthusiastic imitators of one or another original mind, what Kuhn called the research program to which their work gave rise. Rorty's metaphysical critique, then, is directed not particularly at particular techniques or styles or vocabularies, but towards the idea that philosophical problems are anything other than transient tensions in the dynamics of evolving contingent vocabularies. If his critique has bite specifically against analytical philosophy, this may be because of a lingering faith in philosophical problems as lasting intellectual challenges that any honest thinker has to acknowledge, and which may be met by making progress in methodology. Rorty himself, however, nowhere says that his faith is part of the essence of analytical philosophy. On the contrary, it is clear that pioneering analytical philosophers, such people like Sellers, Quine, and Davidson, provided Rorty with an indispensable critical tool in his attack on the epistemological legitimation project that has been a central concern of philosophy since Descartes. Shorn of ambition to make progress in perceptual problems, philosophy and the analytic tradition remained a dynamic enterprise. Rorty's own work demonstrates it is true that Rorty, as a professor of the humanities in the University of Virginia, found a larger intellectual audience outside of philosophy departments as he increasingly turned to literary theory and to political thought. However, while drawing on sources outside analytical tradition, also outside the field of philosophy, Rorty never ceased to engage with analytic philosophy and retained a significant audience among Anglophone philosophers critical of the resurgence of metaphysics brought on by the seminal work of Saul Kripke. A slow but persistent resurgence of rearticulation of pragmatic naturalism, beginning in the 1990s, gaining force after the turn of the millennium, provided new perspectives on Rorty and the dialectical role of his metaphilosophical critique. In the years since Rorty's death, the publication of monographs and anthologies dedicated to his thought suggest that interest in Rorty's contributions is on the rise in the world of Anglophone philosophy. The tone of these critical appraisals is genuinely different from the frequently harsh responses to the slayer of representationalist epistemology that appeared during the 1980s. Perceptions of Rorty's critique have clearly softened. Recent commentators appear less concerned to defend the epistemological enterprise and more interested in coming to terms with Rorty's critique and understand it in historical perspective. Moreover, Rorty's work is increasingly being addressed as a contribution to political thought, with attention shifting away from meta-epistemology and to Rorty's vision and defense of liberalism, his distinctive conception of social progress, and his assessment of the prospects of reform towards greater social justice. While his attack on representationalism gained Rorty notoriety as a metaphilosophical nihilist, the legacy that is now taking shape tends rather to highlight Rorty's fundamental enduring concern for the connection between philosophical thinking and the pursuit of human happiness, thus making a place for Rorty's voice in a conversation that springs forth from the founding principles of Western philosophy. Okay, so thank God I got through the whole thing. Thank God gave me strength. Duvid's back. Taking a little break, so I'm back to my long streams and my extensive research. And so Lex, viewers, appreciate you tuning in. I'm not even sure what that means. Synonym. But Oswald, God bless. Good to see you. So I'm out of here. I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours. So a lot of research. Put it out there. American pragmatism, very important for my own research, just to be able to express the importance of American pragmatism. I'm going to cover more. Like eventually, I'm going to talk about Quine, Sellers, Davidson. If they all have page, Quine, Sellers, and Davidson all have pages on Stanford. Continue my research, week in review. I still might be mostly dedicated to the Samantha Wool trial, for the next week or two, depending on how long that goes. I don't think John Dewey's that well known anymore. John Dewey's probably, he's probably the most important figure in American pragmatism. And I would say like Trump is an example of American pragmatism. Biden, pragmatism is the essential American philosophy. And say, well, what school of American pragmatism do you fall into? It may be more difficult, and may people don't understand the implications of philosophical pragmatisms. However, to understand that pragmatism is the essential American philosophy that permeates all our institutions, leadership, social institutions, science. There's other schools like in the philosophy of science. There are other philosophers, but I'm saying like the dominant one that permeates what it means to be an American is to be pragmatic. So that's why I wanted to cover it. I've been talking about it for a while, but I got to eat. I've been going at it forever, so I'll be back Sunday night. There's some convention tomorrow, designed to part in Novi tomorrow that I registered for. Maybe I'll end up going to it. I'm not sure. If I do, I'll try to stream a little bit. I haven't been going to engineering expos for a while. There's still construction, like the highways, God forbid, there's like horrible construction that's been going on forever. But it's remotely possible I'll go to the event tomorrow, and if I do, I'll stream a little bit and try to do like a engineering ramble. But I'd say that's 50-50. And also the Sam Wool trial is going on, and I've been kind of intently following that. So you will see, but I'll definitely be back for a week in review Sunday night. And so God bless. Signing off. Have happy Juneteenth and blessings to everyone.